EWC is a global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney.
Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
With Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal in the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade. And that's a team wipe. It's a team wipe. What are we doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. Wait, is he okay? All right. Oh no. Wait, hey, I don't. Hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, oh, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Yo, you know what? Two could play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah, real mature. Go ahead, build your wall like you always do. No, seriously, you think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God.
We're in Paris today, and we're gonna play some chess. What's your name?
Levy.
Nice to meet you. I'm Levy. We're playing with 3 minutes.
And we're also going to be guessing the ELO. So after the game, me and Levy are going to be guessing his ELO.
I did not prepare this opening. This is, okay.
How old are you?
7.
7.
Yeah, your future opponent.
Yeah?
In a tournament or two.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And he's playing very well. Levy, I'm scared for you.
No, I have made a career of playing against kids who are 7 years old. Okay. Do you have a favorite chess player? He said, stop talking to me, I'm focusing.
Ooh, and there's a check.
I like these strategies.
Yeah, that was a really good move.
He got rid of both my knights.
And he always knows what to do. It's an instant move.
Okay. Who's gonna win? Bishops or horses? Now it's hard for me to castle.
You know, I want to stand from this side. I want to see it from his point of view.
Okay, fine. I won't castle. I'm just gonna attack. The king is staying right here.
Okay. Maybe he can find a way of attacking your king too, Levy.
Don't give him any suggestions.
He's not.
Maybe he's better than me. Okay.
I like that move. Oh, that's a great move.
I was hoping he would not go there. Okay. We have to think. How do we go from here? Let's go here.
Levy, how are you feeling?
You know, fake it till you make it. Confident.
Oh, some double
Wow.
tactics.
Look at this. If I take the queen, he takes my queen.
Some double tactics, wow.
But then I saw something. If I take the horse, he takes my bishop. But I have this move. That's the trick. If not for that, it works. Yes, you have to stop it, and now I can get the horse. Otherwise it worked. Very tricky.
That's a very, very nice idea.
Stop attacking me. Stop it. I'm gonna be brave. My king goes forward. Be careful. Be careful. My bishop is super strong.
It's the strongest bishop I've ever seen, I think.
Okay, and now we go with my pawn.
Attacking on the other side?
Also keep going. But his king is there. There's nothing. My king is gone.
But there's a saying in chess, when someone attacks on one side, you attack on the other, right?
Is that a saying?
I think it is.
I just learned something.
You don't say that to your students, Levy.
I'm just pushing. Unfortunately, there is no plan after. Oh, wait a second. Yes, there is. I have this move. If that move, I have this move. And I think, unfortunately, the king is stuck. This was a very strong bishop. He saved me. It's very good. You're very strong. You almost got me here. And then he played this knight takes move, and then he was attacking my queen. I had to pull out the old master tricks.
You had to really think that.
Oh, do you play on chess.com? Or do you play in tournaments? I would say like at least 1,000, at least. But it's hard to say because he had like a strategy and then he took my pieces.
I would guess more.
I said at least 1,000. That could also be 3,000.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the Speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semifinals raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players will fight for the title in a best of 3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises to the top.
Damascus, at the beginning of this week, I told you I'm gonna get you up there to Big Hollywood Raw TV level. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, and all of that, right? Yeah. Now, I believe you are ready. It's finals day. It's time for your ultimate test.
So you've trained me hard, I've trained hard, I'm ready to play against you, Rob.
Play against me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, my brother. You are going up against a grandmaster, one of the 16 top players to qualify for the Esports World Cup, Benjamin Borg. Let's go, big.
I'm not ready for that, Rob.
What are you talking about? You learn from me, and you think you can't beat a grandmaster? You better
I believe in
win
my
with
coach.
ease.
Good game.
I don't appreciate shaking hands and all that either. Come on.
control the center.
Okay, you remember the lessons.
Yeah. Okay. Develop the knights. This one. Yeah.
Yes.
Develop the knights.
The defense. What's next?
Develop the knight and control the center at the
Okay,
same time.
great move.
I learned.
Great move.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. Horrible move. Why would
Bro,
you
that's what you told me.
Why would you do that? Get out of my way. And hey, don't think that loss is going unpunished, by the way, brother. You got some push-ups coming your way. Losing to Benjamin Balk, just because he grandmaster and all that. When Big Hollywood showed you all these moves, shows you the rules of the game.
I want to learn more.
Good game?
Yeah, all right.
Let's go, Rob TV. 1300, bro.
Good game. We'll see all about that. 1300, what?
Yes.
1300 ELO, huh?
Yes.
Come on. Okay. Two can play that game, my brother.
All right.
Pieces.
Two can play that game, my brother. Okay. Bam.
Okay.
Put your knight. You want your knight
Thank
up
you for
further
that.
up the board.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about that one.
Ooh, that's the plan.
Focus on
Okay.
that one. This the queen, the strongest piece in chess.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the strongest piece in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's what Mike told us, right? Sometimes you have to play into his.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's called a sacrifice, and I knew that the queen would get his attention.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Occupy the center.
All right. Now you know there's something called a forcing move. You heard of a forcing move? I know you have.
Okay. Oh, that's what
I know
Nemo
you-
told us. Yes.
Come on.
Okay.
Remember?
Thank you.
Samad, this is a big test for you. What's this called?
This is castle. Let's go, Rob.
You
Let's
don't
go.
know nothing about that.
Let's go. Yeah,
You don't know nothing about
He's never
that.
seen that before.
Okay. He's attacking my rook.
Yeah.
When we're moving
Yeah.
to safety.
Yeah. Okay.
We're moving to
Check.
safety, controlling the center. Get my king to safety. Can't play there. We're gonna play king h8.
Check.
Play king h8.
Checkmate. 50 push-ups.
You're gonna get on that floor right
Bro,
now.
what?
I thought you were
What do
good
you
for an
mean
entire
50
week. I've heard you.
push-ups, bro?
Listen to you. Get down now. Get down now. Let's go. Control the center. PP on the PP, Rob. It's finals day. Pass pawn, Rob. Pass pawn. I'm never listening to this guy again, man.
Welcome, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's Grand Finals day for chess, and that means we've got our top four ready to play for life-changing money. And we chose the perfect spot to open our show, Pont Neuf, the oldest bridge in Paris, for the oldest game in our competition. Hey, everyone, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Nemo and Mike Klein. Nemo, it's Grand Finals time.
It's crazy that it is Grand Finals time. It feels like the tournament has just started, but now here we are at the Grand Finals, and it is going to be crazy. Everything has been leading up to this moment.
That's right, and Mike Klein, when we're talking prize pool, this is one of the biggest chess has to offer.
Indeed it is. This really cements chess's place in the esports ecosphere. You can see there, 1.5 million on the line, one of the biggest prize pools. And if you win today, you get a cool $250,000. That is a fantastic day at the office for Magnus and a life-changing amount should it be Dennis.
That's right, we started with 22 competitors. We're now down to our top four, but only one can lift the trophy. Only one can be champion. But we've had a lot of action leading up into this point, and we need to recap all that happened yesterday with Jovanka and Tanya.
The knockout stages, the quarterfinals were an absolute banger, Taylor. I have to tell you, Hikaru taking on Arjun, Nordebek taking on Denis Lazovic, both going down to the wire in an Armageddon. But Yovi, what stood out to me was that Nordebek chose his opponent for the quarterfinals. He picked Denis Lazovic and then lived to regret that decision.
Yeah, and someone who didn't regret that decision was Magnus Carlsen, who chose Michal. And he just wiped the floor there, winning 2.5-half. And someone else who also made it through effortlessly was Ali Reza Farusha. That was the quarterfinals, but the semifinals is where things got a little bit tense.
It was all eyes on our two matches right there. Now, it started with Hikaru versus Denis, and I think few would have predicted Denis to do exactly what he did. It was a dominating performance. Yovi, for me, again, What was fascinating to watch was not the scoreline, the 3.5 to 1.5 win by Dennis, but the fact that he never gave Hikaru a single winning chance in that match.
Yeah, that was really impressive. He was patient, he was resilient, he was super solid, something that Hikaru could not break down. But someone who did break down was Magnus Carlsen. He figured out a winning formula against Ali Reza, and that was just to put the pressure on the clock.
You know, as they say, the strongest player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen. The second strongest player, and out of form Magnus Carlsen, a 4-1 victory against Ali Reza. And today, in the finals, it's Magnus Carlsen taking on Denis Lazovic.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Yesterday was a wild day, but today could get even crazier with the new champion lifting the trophy. And to talk expectations for today, right back at you with Jovanka and Tanya.
And it's a big day here in Paris because we have the finals in the chess. Two exciting matches. First up, we have the third place playoffs. Two Falcons, they are circling each other in the sky, ready to fight off Ali Reza Firouzja against Hikaru Nakamura. Tanya, going to put you on the spot. Who's your pick?
It has to be Ali Reza Firouzja for me. Now, he's already taken down Hikaru Nakamura in the Speed Chess Championship semi-finals earlier this year, 15-13. Yesterday against Magnus, Ali Reza definitely got his chances on the board. The clock was the problem for him. If today he's able to have better time management, I think he edges out Hikaru. You know, two Falcons, one podium spot. Ali Reza flies higher.
Oh, we will see. Either way, it's going to be close. Now, I'm going to go for experience. Hikaru, he's a big match player. He's so good at these fast time controls. And you know what? He's got the style to weather the storm.
It's going to be a fun one. Definitely a close match. It's going to be so much about an emotional reset for these two. But I think, Yovi, we have to talk about our big grand final.
Magnus Carlsen against 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. Talk about a clash of generations. You got the favorite, Magnus Carlsen. He's won practically everything. I'm going to steal him. He's going to be my pick. I mean, how can you get better against the big guy? You absolutely cannot. He's just leveling up every single game.
It's hard to bet against Magnus. I completely get that pick. But you know what, Yovi? I'll take the underdog in this one. Denis Lazovic. I have to say, how impressive has he been in this event? He's taken down Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nordirbek Abdusatrov, beats Hikaru Nakamura, the legend of speed chess right there. He's been a giant slayer, getting in that semi-finals. What a performance, a dominating performance that was by Denis. And he saved the biggest giant of them all in the finals. You know, Yovi, I am backing Denis for a big fight. I really hope this one goes down to the wire.
Oh, well, we will see, because either way, we will find out who is our champion.
Thank you, Jovanka and Tanya, for your expectations of the day. They're pretty sound, I must say. We've got grand finals, of course, happening today. One will lift the trophy. Will it be Magnus Carlsen? Will it be Denis Lazovic? But before we get to that point, we've got to talk third and fourth.
That's right. Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Firouzja will play that third place match. Now, remember back in 2025, it was actually Nakamura helping prepare Ali Reza, but this time they both have to be bystanders for that match. Now, of course, the trick after you lose in the semifinals is getting the energy, resting and recovering, and still getting hyped for this match. Still a lot of money on the line. I'm sure they'll bring their best game.
And speaking of a lot of money on the line, let's move into our Crunchyroll story of the day. Club Championship, it's more than just a chess final. Now, for Falcons, they are back-to-back champions when it comes to the Club Championship. That's a total of $14 million earned, but I'm sure they'd be happy with another $7 million. But there's been a fork thrown in the road, and that is, of course, AGAL, who have been absolutely on fire. With this being week 6 of 7, Falcons were banking on the fact that their two incredible chess players would be able able to get as many points as possible. But unfortunately, the Falcons had their wings clipped during the club championship race when it comes to chess. Both of the Falcons members now playing for third and fourth, which opens up an opportunity for AGAL. For our Falcons members coming in, they had great success last year. Second and third. This year, they fall a bit flat.
Unfortunately for Falcons, I mean, they still get points, so you know that is very good for them, but perhaps not as much as they would have liked, because now they're going to have to basically split it between the two.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of how many points they left on the table, had both Nakamura and Ali Reza won yesterday, they would have gotten 1,750. As it stands, they drop about 1,000 points lower by both of the Falcons playing in that third place match. And of course, for Team Liquid, they started the week on 0 points, but they've made a big recovery in Rainbow Six and in chess, and Magnus is looking to get them very close to the top 10 should he be able to win the grand final today.
And just to dive a little bit deeper into how miraculous that is, again, starting at 0 points, like you said, which is absolutely nuts. They weren't even eligible for club championship, at least the money, right? Which I believe is a minimum of like $100,000. But based off of Rainbow Six and now chess with Magnus Carlsen, they could potentially get all the way up to, I believe, 1,200 points, which would then put them about 11th place, which is talking a lot of money for the org, which is Team Liquid, who was a huge narrative last year. This year, they're still trying to become one. But across 2 games to get 1,200 points and go all the way up to 11th place, that's tremendous. But the question is, will Magnus be able to capitalize on all the points by winning today?
I mean, we'll definitely see. But before the grand finals, we do have Hikaru Nakamura against Alireza Firuza. And last year, well, you know, unfortunately, Hikaru had to sit by on the sideline supporting his Team Falcons member. However, this year, they're facing off for that third place match.
Indeed they are, and of course, great job by Team Liquid. They say in a relay race to have your anchor leg be your best player, and they've saved Magnus for the end of EWC. It's coming to fruition, full day of chess ahead.
Well, it comes down to Magnus Carlsen. Falcons we discussed, but let's talk AGAL, who have been absolutely phenomenal throughout the club championship race. Now in week 6, they're 1 week away from taking the championship, which is $7 million for them. A tremendous amount of money for the organization. Now, for Denis Lazovic, 19 years old, first Esports World Cup. He's already in grand finals. And as we learned from the interview yesterday when he was crushing the key of his opponent that he defeated in semifinals, he said, look, I don't really care if I have to play Magnus Carlsen. I'm not scared of anybody. Now, Neil Sarin said that last year, and he ended up regretting it. Regardless, though, for AGAL, Mike, this is a big moment for them, right? Because they surpassed 4,000 club championship points yesterday with 4,100, and now they could get even more.
They did it with a guy who's as cool as a cucumber. Remember, Nakamura is the veteran yesterday, and I've never seen somebody sweat so much in a chess match, whereas Denis Lazovic just looks like he's the one that's been here before, and he looks completely unflappable. Magnus said that he considers Denis to be a completely solid player who never puts a piece on a bad square. That is heady praise for a 19-year-old, Nemo.
Absolutely. I mean, Denis Lazovic is making history at his first ever Esports World Cup by being the youngest chess player to make it here. And I think that is absolutely impressive, because earlier in the year, we were like, oh, you know, he's a bit of a dark horse. It's cool seeing him at Speeches Championships. He's proved that maybe we should no longer call him a dark horse.
That's right. Yeah, no longer a dark horse, might become a champion. We need an overall club championship update via Trap powered by Aramco.
Chess is panning out to be one of the most monumental and decisive games here at the Esports World Cup when it comes to the club championship. Both Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firuza lost their semi-final games yesterday and dropped to the 3rd/4th playoff. This pretty much guarantees Team Falcons the 500 points, as both of those players are representing them. More big news for Team Falcons, though, as they face off against their hometown rivals in Twisted Minds over in Rocket League today. That needs to be a big victory if they want to stay on the heels of AGL in the club championship race. The same goes for Vitality, as they're only left in Rocket League this week, which means they need a big win there if they really want to get back on their horse and get going when it comes to that club championship race. Looking back at chess, though, and in the grand finals, it's Denis Lazovic for AGL versus Team Liquid's Magnus Carlsen. Both of these teams desperately need points, but for very different reasons. Team Liquid are trying to catch up at the moment as AGL try to keep the lead. Earlier this week, it was a 50-point lead for AGL over Team Falcons, whereas now it's back up to 500 and can climb even further if Denis Lazovic manages to get another huge upset and take down Magnus Carlsen in the grand finals. It's going to be a very decisive day in the club championship, so I'll keep you updated as it goes along.
This ain't no regular thing. what I mean? You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you, Trav, as always, for the Club Championship update powered by Aramco. Our third place matchup is right around the corner, and the players are arriving, and John Sargent had a chance to catch up with a couple of them.
I thought I was finding Hikaru. Hikaru found me. Hikaru, how'd you sleep last night? Everything looking good?
Yeah, I got sleep. I haven't slept well the whole week, but I feel as good as I'm going to feel, so just looking forward to the match today.
And look, Falcons are going to get third and fourth, but there's a fair chunk of prize money on the line for a 6-game match here. How are you feeling against Alireza?
I feel pretty good. I mean, I think we'll just have fun and see how it goes. I don't think either of us are particularly thrilled with the situation we're in. Sure. But, you know, again, at least we're getting 500 points for the club, so it'll just be enjoyable. Kind of like England against France if I had to pick something.
We're going to polarize the match real good now.
No, but that was a fun match. I mean, neither side played defense. There were a lot of goals that you wouldn't have seen in a serious match. So I have a feeling today will be a little bit like that and more of an exhibition.
Very true. And against a teammate, obviously you have maybe a little bit of prep with him as well. Does that change things at all?
Not really. I mean, I think we've played a lot. Even though we're both representing the same team, we've competed against each other many times. So nothing really changes from here or, say, a normal individual competition.
All right, well, best of luck and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, as always, for catching up with the players. And now it's about time to start a discussion about the match going on stage. It's going to be third and fourth. It's once teammates supporting each other last year, now forced to be rivals this year. Hikaru Nakamura playing against Alireza Firouzja for third and fourth.
Yeah, Alireza really needs to speed up his game as compared to yesterday. He was behind on the clock all day against Magnus Carlsen. And for Hikaru Nakamura, he didn't get a chance to show any conversion technique yesterday. I can't remember a single position where he was better against Dennis. And also, Hikaru needs to show a little bit more energy. The last time he played a third-place match in London, he came out really flat against Dennis. He's going to need to find some motivation. Nima, what are your thoughts on that match?
What I'm really worried about for Hikaru is the fact that he said he is not going to prepare. Those were his words. Well, maybe not exactly that, but paraphrased. And, you know, when you're playing against somebody as strong as Alireza Firouzja, I'm not sure you want to approach it with that, I'm just not going to prepare right now. But to be fair, they have played a lot before, so maybe he's just going to rely on his chest strength.
Well, the thing to consider here, Alireza Firouzja was wanting to lift the trophy this year after narrowly missing out last year against Magnus Carlsen. This year, he doesn't have that opportunity. He's only playing for third place. So I say only, however, that's still thousands and thousands of dollars difference from going from fourth to third. Is he going to have the motivation he had last year in grand finals in this matchup now playing for third?
You know, Alireza has a history of very strange preparation for matches. He's a local Parisian guy, and sometimes he actually stays up into the night in the middle of an important tournament playing some bullets. So somebody check Alireza's account. Let's see if his preparation was public on chess.com yesterday.
I think either way, you know, they are going to be Team Falcons members playing against each other. I'm sure Team Falcons will take the points that they are able to get from this match. But for the two players that are going to be on the third place match today, it is going to be fun. I mean, they're both really exciting players. We love seeing both Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja play. They're both relatively aggressive. Let's hope that Hikaru is able to bring some of that energy that we love so much.
That's right, and it is going to be a match with 6 games overall, so they're going to have to go through the gauntlet once again. And again, tremendous money still on the line, even though third place is the maximum that they can get. But both being Falcons, both supporting each other last year, now forced to play against each other. The story is incredible. Quick prediction. Who do we think is going to take this one?
Well, the Falcons are flying in formation,
That's
but
right.
when one of them breaks off, I'm going to say it's Alireza.
I personally love Falcons, and it's hard to pick between one, but I think my pick is going to be Hikaru Nakamura. I feel like this is the one where he's going to be like, you know what, I'm just here to have fun. Maybe some of that pressure is lifted off of him, you know? They're going to get the same number of points for club championships regardless.
I think for me, I didn't support him yesterday when he was playing against Dennis Lazovic. This time, I'm going to back him up. I'm going Hikaru. However, third place is up for grabs. Again, tremendous money still on the line, and 2 Falcons members are ready to throw down. So without further ado, let's head to the stage to see who gets third place.
It's a blunder. Look at him, a D5. He blundered a pawn in one move.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
And there it is.
And it is Denis Lazovic who goes through to the finals. What a finish with a game to spare. Denis Lazovic takes down Hikaru Nakamura. Does go into that trade. Magnus's knight is coming in with a check. Who's attacking who? It looks like it's white that's going to get to the black king.
Yeah.
Gives a check. The queen's coming in.
Queen F8 is like, it's mate basically.
Checkmate in one.
Yep,
Is it
and
there? That's it. Magnus Carlsen goes through. It will be Team Liquid in the finals.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue à Paris. C'est le jour 5, c'est les finales des échecs. Les 4 meilleurs joueurs du monde qui vont se rencontrer aujourd'hui. C'est parti pour les finales. Rob TV with me. Rob, we're getting hyped today.
It is officially finals day with chess here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16 best players on planet Earth, and now we know which 2 players are going to be battling it out in order to see who lifts this trophy and makes history.
Absolutely, but before that, we also have a very important match, Rob, as the 3rd place match must be played between 2 players who represent the same team, but 2 players in a quest to secure that 3rd place.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is about to be a Falcons versus Falcons affair. Please put your hands together for the legend, Hikaru Nakamura! This man is one of the greats of his generation, bar none. In game, a tactical marvel, and out of the game has the charisma to match, and this is why he is one of the biggest stars in the chess world.
One of the most well-known players. You always expect him deep into this tournament run, but he's got to take on the man, his teammate, who was in grand finals last year, and he represents France as well. So please, everyone, faites du bruit pour Alireza Firouzja! The French Grandmaster, he clutched through day 1 with 2 Armageddon wins, then went through that second phase and unfortunately fell to Magnus Carlsen yesterday in a remake of last year's Grand Finals. He got 2nd place last year and he is looking to cement his legacy, at least 3rd place today. An excellent match coming up, and of course, he is the people champ, the local hero. Alireza Firouzja is there, Rob.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we officially have both of our players here. It is about that time. Hikaru and Firouzja, you could go ahead to your stations. It is time for our decider match. Alireza Firouzja versus Hikaru Nakamura.
Thank you, Robin Damascus. The battle of the Falcons. It's a fight for 3rd. Now, this is not the fight they wanted, but this is the fight they get. It is 2 speed chess superstars, Hikaru Nakamura taking on Alireza Firouzja. One final match in Paris. I'm Tanya Sachdev, and one final time with me on the caster's desk is none other, the one and only Levi Rosman. I have to ask you, Levi, what's the Gotham assessment on this one?
Tanya, bonjour, and we have seen multiple times now in the last couple of years both Hikaru and Alireza reaching at least the semi-final. Of course, both of them would have liked to be playing in the match that is after this one, but you take what you can get. There is a lot of prize money on the line. The good news for the Falcons is, regardless, they are going to be scoring some points for the team. Now, Hikaru was giving an interview just before we went live, and I'm fairly certain he said that the match today is going to be a little bit more relaxed and almost feel a bit like an exhibition, but hopefully the 2 of them play to take each other's heads off.
I'll tell you one thing. On the board, you know, they wear the same jersey, but once the clocks begin, there are going to be no teammates. It is Falcon versus Falcon, but only one will land on the podium. Let's rewind a little bit about everything that happened at the EWC in Riyadh. It was Alireza Firouzja who finished 2nd. It was Hikaru Nakamura who got the 3rd place right there. But this time, only one Falcon lands.
Can I just also say, the pre-match prediction, I believe there on the screen, was saying that Hikaru is a 62% favorite in this format. I would assess it probably closer in the 50s. I do think, just straight up, if you take, past games out of it, Hikaru's still, you kind of have to pick him in a match like this. We'll see how motivated Firouzja is. I think he's quite disappointed in the way that he performed yesterday. And honestly, for Hikaru, it's like, this is going to be a much more relaxed match. Yesterday felt like he couldn't get anywhere.
Exactly, Levy. A third place fight is so much about emotional recovery from what has just happened the day before. And as you pointed out, those percentage for Hikaru, let's not forget, yesterday, we saw some very uncharacteristic one-move blunders for him. He never got his game going. Meanwhile, for Alireza against Magnus, he did find his positions. Both of them need to forget everything that happened. This is it. This is their one final showdown in Paris. And for the first time, we've got the French defense. A bit of a homage there by these two.
I mean, this is fantastic. First of all, yesterday we didn't see Hikaru play e4, and I did say I was curious if he would start with the king's pawn. Alireza, of course, I mean, this is classy stuff. You're playing in France, it's the last day, you start with a French defense. He's doing this for a reason. He didn't scout Hikaru's openings and go, I'm not convinced by the way he plays against the French. This is amazing from Alireza. I will say, a third place match was played between England and France at the World Cup. And that football match was complete nonsense. It was chaos. There was 4 goals per half at some point by both of the clubs. Now here we have something a little bit more stable, but I hope these boys open up this position and get cracking pretty soon.
I completely agree. In a best of 6, I'm looking forward to all that chaos bought on the chessboard as well. It's F for Firouzja, it's F for the French defense. The knight lands at the center of the board, hinting at picking up a bishop pair early on. Hikaru says, sure, take that bishop. I will capture towards the center and get a really fancy open F line.
This is the chess we needed yesterday. Like, where was this, right? But when the pressure's on, I think chess players in general, they play solid. They play a little bit risk-free. And we should have seen both of them open up a little bit more. Now, having said that, I don't think Denis Lazovic would have allowed Hikaru to open up all that much. That's the type of player that he is. We do see that trade. So now Black has the traditional bishop pair, but his light-scored bishop is kind of pitiful for now. And maybe with the white pieces, Hikaru can generate some attack with the open file for the rook.
And very different story for Alireza yesterday. His worst piece was not on the board, it was the clock. I think in this match, Levy, so much of that focus will be on time management, on clock economy. And so far, Alireza Firouzja is doing absolutely fine in that one. About 9.5 minutes remaining. The bishop has come out. We already have a very imbalanced outcome. The first threat on the board, the b7 pawn soft.
Kind of, though, right? Because it's called the poison pawn for a reason, because if the white bishop were to capture that pawn, if white even got a second move right now to capture that pawn, black would move his rook and then win the pawn right back. And so you kind of wonder, is Hikaru trying to get Alireza to weaken the position? Is he trying to slide his rook over and maybe it's a little bit passive? Right? We can show all of that. So I unfortunately cannot skip a move here. But let's just say black ignores the threat and does something like this. You think, okay, I capture and I'm attacking the rook. It must be good. Nope, advantage black. You actually help black open up the position. Rook is going to come down here. There are some positions the bishop can go there and trap the rook. But if the bishop teleported to that square, something we'd have to probably report either the board or the players. That is actually what happened. So we go back to the live position. It's sort of like you attack a pawn, but it's a ghost threat. I don't have to do anything.
And that makes me wonder, Levy, exactly the line that you showed us. If there is a sneakier idea to planting the bishop there, let's point out that the white queen can now line up, set up a battery from the square that's just been vacated by that white pawn. I'm hinting at the pawn on the other side of the board, the h7 weakness. I'm defending the b2 pawn and then ready to grab on b7 as well.
I also just want to demonstrate one other concept. So maybe we go back to the analysis board, because it will be a slow game. This one's not going to explode too quickly. The other idea here was, it wasn't actually to attack this pawn at all. It was just to prevent black from getting his bishop to this square. Like, if Hikaru's bishop on the previous move, I'm going to literally undo all of his progress, black would maybe put the bishop over here in some positions and have these bishops very menacingly pointed toward his king. So actually, I don't really think Hikaru is necessarily attacking this pawn, even though it's now protected by Alireza, as we see on the live board on the left-hand side. And now here, look, you know what a lot of people in the audience would do? They would go, I'm going to go here, and maybe they won't see that. That's not going to happen, okay? Bishop back might happen, but the checkmate is not going to happen.
Still a plan to always have on your radar. It's the battery the other way around. The queen does develop. The rooks do stay connected. That pawn needed to be defended. It's moved one step forward. And Levy, you pointed out a really nice point here that black still doesn't have that ideal spot for the light squared bishop without destroying the pawn structure on that side. Perhaps white just continues, bring the rooks to the center of the board. That rook on the left corner right now. And then look at expanding on the king's, on the queen side even.
Yeah, and I wanted to, and by the way, that has happened. It's funny, I'm predicting these moves. I wanted to just say, like, many people are like, I can move the bishop, and then I attack the rook, but then the rook just moves, or you push this and this. Anyway, let's go back to the live position. We see a lot of shuffling. Hikaru gave a check to Alireza just now, and that's why his king shifted over, and now the bishop went back. You might wonder, why did he do that? Like, why would he give such a useless check? Well, actually, the black king is now further away from the center, and it is not defending some other pawns, like the one on f7. There are some positions, 20, 30 moves from now, where the king will have to take an extra step, Tanya, right? And so that's what Hikaru is playing toward. Now, is this like a really big deal? No, not particularly.
Not yet, but like you said, in an endgame, those one-move tempos can come to big use. The clocks have pretty much leveled out. For Alireza Firouzja, now that the pieces have developed, it's going to be about trying to get a central break in. Either the c-pawn moving forward or finding a way for the e-pawn to go ahead. You could think about consolidating that with perhaps b6 first before you get c5, but first, Alireza Firouzja gets his own rook to the d8 line, just preempting, opening up off that file once we see a central break.
People might be really confused why you would put a rook behind two of your other bishops. The truth is that rook would have never moved anywhere it had an open line, but the bishops are much more mobile than the pawns. And so he kind of anticipates that the center will be where everything is opening. Maybe you push a pawn, you make a couple trades. It's a move, it's a prophylactic move. It's a move that you sort of anticipate this is where the center is going to open up, and, well, we'll see.
You know, Levy, at the start, we spoke about how this isn't the fight that these two wanted, eyeing that crown at the EWC, both knocked down in the semifinals. By the way, this last move was hitting the pawn on b7, now defended again. c5 is the big hint here. There is prize on the line, prize money on the line. There's pride on the line. Who will get that third spot for Falcons? How motivated do you think these two are for this match?
I think Alireza is quite motivated. I honestly, I don't know about Hikaru, so to say. Like, he's a champion. He wants to be a champion. Now, he has had, I think, 3 third-place matches, if I'm not mistaken, or 4 in the last couple of years, both combined with Esports World Cup and the Speed Chess Championship. Exactly. And look, it's actually a really funny scenario. It's the same scenario Novak Djokovic is in right now in tennis. Like, every tournament, it's the semifinal, and then he runs into 1 or 2 people who he cannot get past. Now, their athleticism is a thing. In chess, I think athleticism, I mean, we're not hitting a ball, but it's the kind of cognitive processing. It's the decision-making under pressure. It's the stress, right? It's all these things. And Alireza and Dennis have sort of been a little bit better.
Absolutely. And Alireza against Hikaru, I think today will come down to this practical decision-making. For now, one of them taken, offering a queen trade, defending that bishop at the center of the board. If you were to capture, white improves the pawn formation. You capture it back with the pawn, and then try to make a case for more active rooks coming onto the open line, but looks incredibly in the balance to start off with, even if you were to see an endgame in this one.
So far, we see Alireza there with 98% precision. Hikaru as well. I love how he gets zeros across the board. No blunder, no mistake, no great move, no brilliancy, just moving pieces onto squares, and the game is sort of progressing. Actually, this one's kind of going nowhere. It was very imbalanced to start, but sometimes in these positions, you have a knight for bishop situation, and if the board doesn't open up, you get what we have here, which is complete and total symmetry. We see g6 played from Alireza. He's going to bring the king to the center of the board. In these endgames, you have to demonstrate some patience, but the nice thing for black right now is nothing in his position is weak. Nothing can be targeted for either side, and that's why it's showing us, well, it's totally equal.
Exactly. If you're Alireza Firouzja, you're looking at your king coming towards the center via the dark squares. You're thinking about moving your bishop out of that D line to get some trades in, fight for the open files. Bishop to e6 would also hint at the a2 pawn being weak. Meanwhile, for white as well, he does start with the retreat, eyeing a rook sliding over to that open e line. Alireza hitting the a2 pawn right now, but everything just defended. And with no clear targets, makes a lot of sense. You're finding a rhythm in a long best-of-6 match. You start slow and start accurate.
Both guys have now traded the rooks. This one might be over, first of all, now. I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru just offered a draw, but it's going to probably happen in just a couple of moves. Or they'll play this out, because they really, really, really love bishop endgames. But this would be even more of a draw if the bishops were on opposite colors, because then the bishops would never be interacting. So you would put the pawns on the opposite square of the bishop, and it would be a draw. Now, there are ways to lose same-color bishop endgames. I would be incredibly impressed if one of them lost this.
You'd need a mouse slip for that at this point. I think this is the repetition moment. The bishop's just shuffling around, and right there we see the first game ends peacefully between the two Falcons going into game 2. It will be Alireza Firouzja taking on the white pieces.
Yeah, this is chess. This is chess at the highest level. When two people play chess who are 2,800 plus, 2,780 plus, the most likely result is a draw. That was a game that got going early, but because there wasn't a lot of risk to be taken by either player, it just wasn't worth it. And all right, that's our appetizer game.
appetizers, and these two have had many of those coming in this year. Let's remind everyone of everything that happened earlier in the Speed Chess Championship. A fantastic semi-finals battle that was as well between Hikaru and Alireza Firouzja. It was Hikaru leading that match until the very final 5 minutes of that battle, and then Alireza turned it around to take a 15-13 win and dropping Hikaru down, knocking him out of that semi-final. A bit of a grudge match here as well for Nakamura.
It's like running into the same player in the same tournament over and over. There's no escape, you know?
We literally do care Hikaru Nakamura, is what the crowd is saying.
Yes, we've got these amazing whiteboards there, folks. All right, let's go Hikaru. We love that. We probably have some support for Firouzja as well. I saw somebody wrote, dedicated the rook on their whiteboard and wrote 6-7. A double whammy.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to get the chat all riled up with that.
I saw an Instagram reel yesterday of people riding a boat on the Seine and doing the 6-7 gesture to people walking, and they were connecting through it. So it's
you're not only doing it, you're doubling down on it now, Levy.
Tanya, we're too old, but it's going strong, all right? It's going strong. We have a 1 in our birth year, all right? Not a 2 at the beginning, so it's, we don't quite get it, but...
Well, it's not about 6-7 right now. It's a fight for a third. This matchup as we get into a game 2 currently, and with the white pieces, we've got Alireza Firouzja. Now the first one, a confident hold in that. He starts with the queen's pawn opening, and this time no French, but the London.
C5 Hikaru. Hikaru. I played 2 Londons in a recent Blitz tournament, and I won both games with the second move C5. But Hikaru chooses the Magnus approach. If you're going to London me, I don't know what was that face from Hikaru. I guess Alireza would have played knight to F3 against Magnus. That's what he did. They had a symmetrical position, but he goes for this instead. It's funny that Hikaru made a face. It's a 4th move. 3.5 moves have been played, right? Like, what could he have been expecting? But we're going to see a trade of a bishop, the development of the queen, and then we're going to find out.
It's the book of expressions of Hikaru Nakamura, about 999 of them. I'm not sure which one that was, but don't read too much into it. Still early days here. I've got a theory going on here. Now, we saw Alireza play the French. Then he moves on to the London. Do you think he's doing a bit of a world tour on his final day in Paris right now? We're going to see the Italian, maybe the Spanish next?
Yeah, why not? I'm really flabbergasted. Like, what? And by the way, I don't know if his heart rate monitor is correct. It was started out at 130, it went down to 90, it went to 114, now it's at 108. Hikaru's is just rapidly dropping. He's super chill and relaxed. But what is he thinking about here on the 4th move? He doesn't want to take this bishop? Okay, he does. Pawn takes. Interesting. This is a strange move. You control more of the center. You voluntarily double your pawns, but why would you do this?
And maybe that's what took Hikaru by surprise, Alireza's offer of the bishop trade early on, which does give black the ability now to push that e-pawn eventually and maybe get rid of that second pair of bishops as well off the board. You want to land your bishop on d6 if you're Hikaru Nakamura. First, he consolidates with the other pawn. This is already imbalanced with what Alireza has done with his pawn formation at the center. Expecting him to develop, but this is surprising, right? He walks into this, goes pawn takes bishop, voluntarily creates this formation, and now goes into a think.
He might be considering something like pawn to h4, or something a little bit more aggressive. There are some variations where you can just start a kingside pawn attack. You can play like knight to e2. You don't have to always go knight f3. Like, of course, you ask a beginner here, play a few moves. Knight out, short castle, etc. Push in the middle. But you can maybe just play it very crazy. There's a guy named Arjun Erigaisi who was here, and he was also a Final Four finisher last year, and he just loves to push his h-pawn in every possible London.
And Arjun Erigaisi's road in Paris was ended by Hikaru Nakamura right here. Now e6 is on the board looking at that bishop development. Is Alireza going to simply continue taking out his knight, getting his king to safety? Will he go wild with Levy's h4 at some point? Or will he bring out the queen to attack b7? He takes the more cautious approach.
If this was the bullet championship, maybe you throw in a h and g pawn push, but it's only the second game of the 3rd place match. You're a little bit worried something could go wrong. White's moves are very easy. White has to castle. White has to bring the rook on the left side to the c file, because that's the file you tried to open. And then you try to push your a and b pawns, go to the black queen side. Maybe you jump in your king's knight further into the middle with knight e5. He's only thinking because he has a lot of different choices.
It's the problem of plenty and at the time too little. He needs to take those choices quickly. If there was one big takeaway from Alireza's match against Magnus Carlsen, that clock was not his best friend, and he strikes in the center immediately, breaks away with e4, enough defenses off those pawns if there is a trade. Is Hikaru going to maintain tension here? That would give Alireza the option to push that e-pawn even further, dislodging a key defender of the king side.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. And if Hikaru captures now with the pawn, he would be undoubling the pawns there, right? Alireza would suddenly have a very strong center, but he would free up squares in the center for his knight. In a lot of these positions, we saw yesterday with Denis Lazovic, he keeps the tension. Hikaru yesterday was expanding in the center like this, and Denis would, almost like a martial art, he would just dodge and then zip out of the way. Right now, Hikaru's baiting it. Like, white could push forward and attack the knight, but pawns don't go backwards. And there it is. It's a very committal decision. Undevelopment from Hikaru, but what's next for Alireza here? Maybe now you throw in one of these pawn to h4s.
Pawns don't go backwards, but the knights definitely can. And you said h4. I think Hikaru wants to go h5 next. I'm looking at that f5 spot for the black knight to reroute itself to. Maybe we'll have the analysis board up and just show that path, Levy, where the knight eventually can land on h6 if you go h5 at the right moment and plant itself in a beautiful f5 spot.
Exactly.
He's looking for green pastures here.
Let me just castle. Now suddenly, first of all, there's even stuff like this.
Ooh.
I mean, you can just totally throw principles out the window. You commit the king here, and suddenly an attack begins. Hikaru has played knight h6 straight away. He is completely baiting. Bishop takes knight. There are some positions where you can allow something like this, right? Maybe like something like this. And then the game is opening up. There's going to be a rook coming down this line. If you castle, it looks very dangerous. You now have two pawns that can walk down this way. But Tanya, he also could have played patient. He could have played h5 first. a3 was also a little bit of a slow move. In this position, Alireza could have just immediately gone for an h-file attack, but he probably didn't want Hikaru to mirror him. But then there's all sorts of crazy stuff that could happen. You can even bring your rook around and attack this pawn. Regardless, a major moment here. Let's go back to the live position. Will Alireza be capturing this knight? I mean, it's a big decision, but if he doesn't do it, this knight's coming right here.
This is provocation game by Hikaru Nakamura. He's saying, I'm willing to take the double pawns, but I get the G line. That H pawn, if it is doubled up, will march up the board, adding to the firepower on the attack on the G file right now. It gets a question mark, but again, the ability to take difficult practical decisions. Hikaru is posing those questions to Alireza. Not easy to grab that knight, especially with the black king also ready to find safety on the left flank if needed. Bishop takes knight. Even if it's the best move, it's not an easy one for a human to make.
No, absolutely not. You make a move like that. He has gone for it. He has gone for it. Alireza does find the best move. His dynamic understanding is very strong. Now, will he castle? I actually don't think so. I think right now it's better for white maybe to keep the king in the middle of the board. You know that black is now going to slide the rook over, targeting the g-pawn. It would be a little bit like waving the flag, in front of the bull before it charges down. Maybe it's better for him to keep the king exactly where it is.
Keep it flexible.
And there you go. That's the commentator's curse. He's like, Levy, Hikaru, both of you have terrible ideas, and I'm just going to castle. Go ahead, do your worst. Rook on the g-file. Why do you think I'm afraid of that?
A fearless Firouzja is what this feels like. And Hikaru's slightly surprised with this decision as well, Levy. He is wondering now, is it time already to put that rook on the g-file, or maybe march up the board with that h-pawn first? He knows that eventually there is a potential of a hook on the g3 square when the white pawn lands there. Hikaru is smelling the dynamics in this position, and he knows that this is something to fight for. Looking at the opening outcome, if you had to pick a color to play this from, white or black?
I gotta say white, right? I feel like you are also, positionally inclined, but even if you're tactically inclined here, I feel like the H-pawns for black are a little bit weak. It almost feels like if black attacks you, they're only going to be further weakening their own position. But I'm very bad when I can't really push forward, and those center pawns are completely locked. I think at some point, Alireza is going to have to move his knights back and get more pawns into the game. And I do think we will be seeing king to h1. Just put the king on the same line as 3 different pawns, because it's never going to open up.
King to h1 was a move that Hikaru employed yesterday in his semi-finals match. Did not go too well. Will Alireza go for this plan today? We'll find out. I want to pull up the analysis board because there is something I would like to highlight in this position. 2 plans from the white knight. And keep an eye on this, everyone watching. One of them, as you mentioned, knight goes back, you push f4, f5, throw the entire party. And we'll get to this shocking decision that Hikaru's just made. But this was the second plan I wanted to highlight, which is on the board. That other knight is rerouting itself to a beautiful h5 square on the other corner, closer to the black king. Things about to get very spicy on the right flank.
And if this knight lands here, it can't be removed. At some point, black needs to move this pawn make a pawn break, and target the knight just like that. It is possible, and even then, you don't ever get rid of the knight. Like, the knight can always stick around, you'll end up trading it, and after all this opens up, it is black who is left with quite a poor pawn structure, where he will suffer for the remainder of this game. Once he starts pushing these pawns, his king in the corner is going to be weak. So, let's pause here, go back to the live position. What has happened is, Hikaru has shuffled his king and rook to the corner. Alireza actually could very well do the same, as hilarious as that looks. But overall, I think white is going to apply pressure. Yeah, he's going to put his knight exactly as you said, Tanya. And I mean, black is struggling here.
I'm actually really liking his chances right now for Alireza. Now Hikaru switches attention to the other side. This move isn't as aggressive as it looks. It's also prophylactic, just stopping an expansion of the B pawn, moving up, making sure that the counterplay on the left flank remains under control. But for white, the plan is clear. He does make a waiting move, puts a king on that G2 spot. I'm still expecting the white knight to eventually land on H5 and then find a way for the queen to get into the game.
Tough to make a move here for black. What Hikaru's doing there with his pawn is pushing basically the only thing that can move. Now he's out of moves. It feels like you've controlled Alireza's pawns on the left side of the board, but, well, you kind of haven't. Like, he can push them anyway at a certain moment. He might trade, and then his queen and rooks will open up and target the pawns on the left side, but he doesn't have to do that. He can continue to make improving moves. That move
is not setting up for the next game. That comes with an idea, Levy, right now. He is hinting at the H-pawn moving up the board, and I'm trying to understand what happens then. What about after that? Yes, you get H4. Well, it couldn't have been played in the previous move, and I want to highlight that with the G3 pawn pinned by the black rook. Black having two attackers, bishop and queen lined up, you needed a defense. And you know what? Your opponent plays on one flank, Hikaru Nakamura strikes in the center. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, rook h1 is a strange move, but it was intended potentially to protect the pawn should it have ever been pushed. I feel as though Hikaru is playing very confidently in a rather unpleasant position. It's not lost or anything, it's just a little bit unpleasant. But because he's playing confidently, Firouza's in the tank again, just like yesterday, in a good position where he might spend a little bit too much time. He's already down nearly a minute.
Alireza's clock takeaway wasn't just for him. Hikaru saw that entire match unfold as well, and he knows he needs to play the clock game against Alireza. He has to use that as a weapon against him, and this is where inaccuracies start happening. He's touching the 4-minute mark, comes down with that knight, which was supposed to land to the other side at a more aggressive spot for Alireza. You start getting the feeling that these last two moves by him, the king shift, the rook move, just hasn't gone his way.
It was easy to just kind of gallop the knight to the right side of the board, and that was the best move. But you do have to wonder, like, what was he going to do next? Whereas Hikaru's plan almost feels a lot easier. He's breaking up the queen side. There's his pawn, there's his queen, and now the previous plan of advancing his A pawn all the way has controlled Alireza's position over there, and now he's got a little bit of a weakness. And at some point here with white, you're thinking, I had a good position, like, what happened?
And you're not coming up with any answers to that question. And the point is that, sure, Alireza set up the idea of the H-pawn moving forward, but that left us baffled, because even if you get H4, you're not seeing the way ahead. That pawn isn't marching up the board. You don't have knight to G5 tactical jumps anytime soon. So where was this plan leading up to? And at some point, Alireza might have to accept his mistake and start repositioning that rook.
Yeah, what do we play here with white?
Defend the pawn?
I wouldn't. Just like, hey, he can take my pawn on B2, then I move my rook, then I take his pawn, then I attack all his other pieces. But I would probably slide my queen up one square. I would play queen to D2.
Hey, that does defend the pawn, though, Levy.
I was thinking of attacking the other one, though, which I'm not even sure you want to capture. Like that H6, and okay, I mean...
On the board.
I mean, it's a move. You had to do something, but 251 to 415. Hikaru gives away the bishop, which Alireza does not capture.
And that knight has done a bit of back and forth right there. Lands one more time on the F4 spot, leaving D4 tender for white. Hikaru not rushing with the capture at the center of the board. What Alireza wants to do next is push his H-pawn to ask Hikaru to make a decision with the bishop that just landed on G5.
And Alireza's next move after this could be maybe attacking the bishop. He could take the bishop. At some moment, there will be a white rook that moves to the middle, we promise. But for now, they're on their home squares. This is not how you should play chess, okay? They get away with it. But at some point, you will move a rook to C or B or E, and then the board's going to really open up.
Do not try this at home. Both rooks landing exactly where they started with. One hasn't made a move. That's the bottom left one. The right one castled and came back to H1. Knight F4 has been the last move by Alireza Firouzja. And Hikaru Nakamura, how does he continue? Does he take on D4? Does he bring his own rook into the game?
Taking on D4 is a major decision. You do win a pawn. As far as I can see, that move wins a pawn for now, but you open up a lot more problems. Now, by the way, Tanya, time advantage gone. Just evaporated. 1.5 minutes, right? And you can't bluff in this format if you don't have a good move in mind. Right? He just said, just move.
You know, these are the two speed chess superstars of the world. Levy, having seen them, I don't even know how many times, commentated on them, and I'm talking about you right now. You know, you've made many videos on them as well. You probably know them better than they know themselves.
They would disagree with that.
All right, but my question is, who has the better mouse skills if this goes into hyperbullet?
Oh, it's undoubtedly Alireza. I think Alireza and Nihal are, like, if you give both of them like 15 seconds, then it's just a chaotic position. Like, it's not like one person is completely lost and running away from checkmate. What has happened here, though, is Hikaru spent 1.5 minutes and he's gone passive. He's gone lockdown mode. Alireza is putting a lot of pressure here. This is like when one fighter is covering up, you know, and the other kind of has the free pass to attack. But which pawn do you take, and do you even take a pawn? You can take the center pawn or the H pawn or none of them.
So Hikaru did pick up the pawn at the center, went up a pawn, and we saw the H-pawn moving up. We saw a trade, the queen landing on a spot where it's hitting 3 pawns. The F7 one, which has just been defended by Hikaru's rook. There's an H-pawn hanging, there's a central pawn hanging. Now I want to point out, queen takes D4, that central pawn would have lost another one. The E5 would have gone. Instead, he goes for H6, and we see an immediate break. And suddenly, Hikaru's rooks start to make a lot of sense in the position.
And the position's dynamically back to equal with both guys having 2 minutes here. Really, I expect the experience factor to work in Hikaru's favor, but in scramble mode, with 20 seconds on the clock, if it's still complicated, you got to back the younger player. Now, I will say there was a position there where the advantage was quite big for White, like a move or two ago, and it actually involved White not taking a pawn. Neither pawn. He needed to just keep applying the pressure. He played the human move. Now, apparently, Black has a very, very slight advantage. Tanya, we're about to watch, like, pawns fall off like dominoes.
We're about to watch the pawns fall off and potentially a king fall off as well. There are attacks in the making here. You know, you could take that F6 pawn. I am eyeing the white knight jumping onto G5 with H7 being something you need to watch out for if you are Hikaru Nakamura right now, who's touching the 1 minute 50-second mark after this last move. Alireza hinting at the opening up of the E line with E6 as a clear target.
I could not stress this enough. This is absolutely 50-50. 1.5 minutes each. Queens, rooks, a horse, and a bunch of pawns with kings hiding away in the corner because they're terrified. This is anybody's game.
You can run, you can't hide, because the attack is coming regardless, Levy, in this position right now. And you can feel the tension on Hikaru. He goes below the 1 minute 30-second mark. He's willing himself to make a move right now. No easy decisions. Queen takes pawn, is hanging, which would also eyeball the F2 pawn. But that just is a very gutsy move to make. Apart from other things, you're relying the white rook to the 7th rank, and Hikaru's like, make a move, man.
This is typical. And this is the last couple of years. He's now gone under a minute, and he has grabbed the pawn. Honestly, he needed to will himself into this decision, because now the queen feels offside, confirmed by VAR. If you play pawn takes pawn here with white, the rook is open, the knight jumps in. You feel like you're getting checkmated, but you're not.
What Hikaru is relying on after pawn takes pawn is to capture it with the rook, hit the white queen, defend the pawn. Right now it's 7 versus 6. Hikaru is up a pawn. The A3 pawn is hanging as well. Where is Alireza finding his counterplay, his initiative against the black pawn?
And let's not forget, I think the reason he spent time is because of that move. It's because of that move, and now rook takes pawn, attacking the knight, threatening mate. The queen zips in for Hikaru. Now if pawn takes pawn is played in the middle of the board, plays knight takes pawn.
And that's a massive blunder by Hikaru. He misses that opportunity right now, and there have to be tactics. That bar indicates that there is a knockout move in this position, Levy.
And he sacrifices the rook! He's doing it! He's doing the thing!
We got the rook in!
Oh my goodness, if king takes rook, rook check, and Hikaru just with the eyebrows there, it's over. This is a knockout punch. The queen and rook swarm, Alireza completely missed this, and he resigns.
That is game over, and it had to be a rook sacrifice with Levy on the call right there. Gets a brilliancy in. A king takes rook would have ended in a checkmate with the other rook joining the party. And just like that, Hikaru Nakamura takes the lead.
I mean, you can't script this any better. It's not scripted for what it's worth. What a moment there. You could see that Hikaru was sensing those tactics along the second rank. And it's crazy because two of his pieces were barely participating. But that's all he needed. The queen went in. That's why he went into the tank. Went down 30 seconds on the clock, but that almost baited Alireza a little bit into playing a knight attack. Hey, this is chess. I mean, you have to find resources for yourself, but a major part of the game is also spotting them for the opponent. And a rook sacrifice out of the blue that just ends the game wasn't there. By the way, remember yesterday, the first Hikaru-Dennis game, they both overlooked just like a one-move win with knight jumping in and then the queen infiltration. Like, it happens. But if one person spots it, that person is likely going to win.
And that's what the clock does to you as well. Everything under control was Alireza Firouzja, and then a one-move blunder, and Hikaru's super sharp to seize that moment. They go into their game 3, and right before halftime, the big question, Alireza with the black pieces, will he be able to equalize the score?
10 plus 0 is a totally different beast than 5 plus 1, 3 plus 1, and 1 plus 1. A 4-hour match where you make two people sit down and just keep playing chess. That's a battle of stamina. And this is very different. Every 10-minute game feels very fresh. And if you're not sharp to kick off the day, if you're not in good spirits, good mood, good flow, I mean, all of a sudden you have 3 minutes and you're blundering games away in one move, and that's how it goes.
And this time it's no French by Alireza Firouzja. He goes for the Sicily.
He is on a Europe tour. He is on a Europe tour. You said. You did. And there you go. He's in Sicily now.
It is on the board right now. He's trying to get his own knight off going, trying to get a fight into this one. Currently is Alireza very locked in. With the white pieces, Hikaru up a point in this match. Do you think he's going to try to shut this down as quickly as possible?
Well, if you want to shut this down as quickly as possible, you play G4 in this position, right? Like
that doesn't sound like a shutdown at all.
No, I mean you try to just completely play for a kill. Now the Sicilian defense is one of these openings you really have to massage, and we saw yesterday Magnus Carlsen versus Nihal Sar in the very first game they played. It was a very slow game by Magnus, and then he perfected everything and made a breakthrough. I don't think Alireza is going to sit around waiting for Hikaru to improve his position for 20 moves. So I do think this game will open up. It's a Sicilian, Tanya. Like, the chance somebody wins and loses in these structures is very high.
Very high that this will be our second decisive game of the match. Whose way will it go into? And look at that. He says B5, H5. I'm coming everything 5 right now. Alireza Firouzja not allowing any shutdowns in this one.
This is a very, very provocative way to play this structure. Black keeps everything on the last rank except one horse, and then plays H5. Now white can't expand on that side of the board. There's also some very weird moments. Black could potentially keep pushing that pawn, or trade the dark squared bishop in that direction. Unlikely to happen over the next couple of moves. But you're sort of waiting, like, is white going to castle long here, or is white going to actually push the A pawn? Right, push that pawn all the way on the left side, target the B5 pawn, and try to win it, which, by the way, he could do, but he could also just develop his bishop and castle short. He could castle long. A lot of choices.
And speaking of choices, I want to point out, we're saying B5, H5. Now, in these kind of Sicilians, it's absolutely key to strike in the center with D5 at the right moment as well. And I think Alireza, somewhere on his radar, has to have the plan of pushing that white knight away with the B pawn moving ahead, maybe provoked with your move A4, and then eventually striking in the center with D5 as well. Hikaru says, no D5 for you. I'm getting my bishop out there. Moves it for a second time in this game. Pins a valuable knight.
He doesn't castle. He doesn't attack. Okay, he shuts down that side of the board. He chooses to plant his bishop and now protect it. Alireza's moves are easy. In any beginner's book or video or YouTube short or however you digest your chess content nowadays, it says to get your pieces out. That's why he got his light squared bishop out, his knight out. He might even get his dark squared bishop out now.
Or even the queen out. He starts with the bishop. Bishop comes out, unpins the black queen. I will be shocked if we see a shot-side castle by Alireza in this game after committing the H-pawn moving up the board, inviting Hikaru to go G4. Shot castle, happens or not?
Yeah, it's either short castle or rook c8, right? Like you either put your rook next to the queen, target the king, or you castle. Honestly, short castle by black is a move where you no longer care if the move is objectively fine. And I am sort of getting the sense that Alireza is a little deflated after the match yesterday, and now this last game. Like, we're not going to be evaluating any risk. Just play short castle, and whatever happens, happens. You know, you want to fight, play it. I will tell you, though, in Blitz or in Bullet, I think he would have played either of these moves in 1 second. He might even castle now. I think he's going to jump his knight out, though. But he might castle.
Jump his knight in front of the queen, start targeting the light squared bishop. Lots of options for black in this position. The most committal one is to put your king on the right flank. Alireza on the think. Another option that comes to mind here is develop your queen. Hit that knight at the center of the board. You're also eyeing b4, queen to b6.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there's a lot of moves at this point. These Sicilians, you have so many options. Some high risk, low risk. Castles here by black also big provocation, but there's many Sicilians you actually leave your king in the center of the board. I never know which is which. That's a very nice move. It's not even the idea necessarily to take the bishop. It's just to free up some space. Maybe you move the other knight back, or you jump with the knight to the c4 square, where it would be attacking the white queen, defended by the rook and the pawn for black. He castles, there it is.
It does land. And that is a big decision by Alireza. He is saying that, yes, my h-pawn has moved forward. Yes, you will have plans of g4, but I don't think they'll be strong enough. He gets the shot castle going, gets the rook into the game right now. This is a board divided in two halves. Alireza Firouzja will start focusing on the left flank, bring the queen out, start pushing the b-pawn, maybe strike in the center with d5. For Hikaru, can he get to the black king? Can he get g4 in time?
G4 is a move you play in a 1 minute game. Just play it, you lose the pawn, it doesn't matter, you open everything up. I don't actually think it works here. And for black in these positions, the counterattack obviously is on the left side of the board. Either with the most advanced pawn, the b pawn, it can go forward. The queen can zip out, the knight can jump in, the rook can sometimes even take that knight that it's staring at. Not right now, but also d5. There's a central pawn break for black, which opens up the dark squared bishop. So if Hikaru handles this incorrectly, it could be a very vicious counterattack.
And Hikaru's hand slowly but surely lands on the mouse. He was almost ready to make his move. I look at him, flash of indecision there, pulls his hand back. He's got g4 on his radar, but he waits. He first comes back with the knight, just making sure there are no rook takes knight sacrifices. That knight isn't hit by b4, but this retreat always invites a central break with d5. Is Hikaru ready with a response, and will Alireza go for it?
I like to make a rule of thumb for beginner and intermediate players, honestly even up to like 1500, and what I say is retreating is the wrong move around 80% of the time in those games. Like 4 out of 5 times, roughly, either going side to side or a little bit forward is generally the way to go. When an opponent steps back in sort of anticipation of your threats, they cede space, they cede control of the position. So a central strike now, it's very obvious for Firouzja. He has to evaluate if it's good, because he defends that square 4 times.
Well, Hikaru's going back to go forward next, Levy. You know that h5 pawn we've been screaming about since the start of this game? That white knight wants to land on g3, not only consolidating the center, but creating threats like get rid of that defender on f6, target that h5 pawn. Hikaru just rerouting his pieces to the right flank. d5 arrives.
And that's the thing about chess nowadays. It's objective. So when you're watching at home, it's not like we can discuss whether a shot on goal or some sort of move in a certain sport was correct. Like when you watch with the computer, it's like, oh, they're making mistakes. The computer says this and that. No, I mean, the game's opening up. Alireza strikes in the middle. Hikaru's rerouting his knight to capture a pawn that is just sort of left out to be captured in front of the king. Both guys have to play perfectly from here to justify any sort of evaluation. It's still very complicated. Hikaru's calculating, do I take that pawn or do I continue with my plan? Do I let him take me? He does take. How does Alireza take back now? With the bishop? Strikes me as better, but maybe with the knight. Whoa, knight takes d3 in between move.
He goes for the other trade, gets rid of that bishop, gets awarded an exclamation mark. A good move right there. Takes it, the knight lands, and I think the idea was to control the f4 square as well, so the white knight can't jump there. Also pointing out the bishop and g5, soft. So Hikaru needs to take a decision on that side of the board.
I think Ali Reza is just so good at dynamics. He's so good at understanding at which moment he needs to transform the position and in what way. And the queen sliding back to defend the g5 square. How does Ali Reza proceed here? Can't move any of his pawns.
It feels like the moment where as black you're looking at piece improvement, get the queen out of the way, line up the rook against the white queen. I'm looking at ideas like this one and then rook to d8 to follow.
That was the best move, yeah.
Also, let's point out that the most natural move in the position is not only eyeing the c2 square, but also defending the white knight from getting to g3, attacking that h5 pawn.
Yeah, queen c7 was actually a move that improves black's position and shuts down that knight that is standing there in the little piece cube Hikaru has. Queen, 2 rooks on the knight on e2. With black's rook coming to d8, the only one that hasn't moved yet, there's some really big problems here that might brew for white. He might have to, yeah, it's time to trade. Ali Reza takes with the queen. It was actually maybe better to take with the knight, just leaving the middle. I don't get it, but he takes with the queen. His rook is going to come. I don't think we're going to get a checkmate anytime soon, but we are going to see some major piece changes here.
It comes in with a threat on that h4 pawn right now, which Hikaru needs to take care of. And again, that is the h-pawn game. Both of them are weak right now, and Ali Reza first puts a pressure on that. Now, one big imbalance in the position is the bishop versus knight dynamic. And when there are pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop is usually a stronger piece against its counterpart. Any endgame, it will favor black. And I think that just gives you something more to play for if you're Ali Reza. Just long-term, a healthy pawn formation, a better bishop on the board. It's an open game, many diagonals to play for. Rook coming to d8, h4 under attack. Hikaru isn't feeling easy right now.
No, absolutely not. 2 minutes down. He's not liking what's going on. Hikaru is deciding, do I protect that pawn on the right side or not? And he doesn't. And that actually was the best decision. Like, I don't know what he's thinking he's seeing or not thinking or realizing he saw but didn't see or saw now that he thought a little bit. That was a tongue twister. This position is a little bit better for black just simply because he has the bishop versus the knight. But visually, this looks very, very balanced to me.
And perhaps this is the moment we just pull up our analysis board and investigate that a little bit, Levi, right there. Hikaru did leave a pawn hanging, but it had its own consequences that you'd have to handle. After queen takes pawn, Hikaru had ideas of his own. You trade, you line up your rook, you hit the black queen, and then suddenly you start feeling the queen cannot stay connected to the h5 pawn anymore.
No, it's going to be at least lost, and then maybe you're even going to get checkmated, which is not going to happen. And after knight f4, okay, we have a drop back from the middle here. Black is going to go on some attacking possibilities, like with the rook and maybe something laterally over to the h4 area. Overall, the knight just isn't as mobile for an attack here as black's bishop just standing around. The knight has to actually physically put in work to do something.
When it's a bishop versus knight and you're the side with the knight, you want a blocked position, you want a closed position, you want to kill your opponent's bishop and jump around, hop around with your knight. By the way, a huge threat on the board right now. Queen takes pawn. This is one where there are enough diagonals. The black bishop can land on that central d5 square, eyeing both sides of the board. But first, for Hikaru, how does he solve the problem of the c2 pawn?
And when you have a knight versus a bishop on such an open board, there's no comfortable place for the knight. You'd love to go there, it's not possible. Maybe you consider knight here and then knight there, but then you're always worried about this. You could always go all the way back and then try to reposition here where you block everything, you stand very comfortably, but then it's very difficult to obviously move your pawns. Hikaru doesn't do that. He plays rook to f1, which stops this. That's what that stops, because that would have been very nasty.
And that was a very strange move, rook to f1. I'm really glad you pointed out, because you start wondering why would Hikaru place his own rook behind his pawn, but it was really the only way to stop a massive infiltration by the black queen.
And I will just say this move sort of stops this because you get the rook on the second rank defending, but you don't feel comfortable allowing the queen in somewhere like this, but you always have counterplay, and you always have the rook coming here. So that is apparently the way he needed to defend. Anyway, let's go to the live board, because Ali Reza is pushing the pawns down, Tanya. I mean, he's going to go a4, a3. Hikaru has gotten his knight to that magic square, but his rook is passive. These pawns are coming in. It's looking... Maybe Ali Reza will even get this pawn move, which will wreck the defensive structure of white.
That's the plan, right? You keep pushing the A and the B pawn. Right now, the queen is hit. It also stops queen f2, so freeing up the white rook right now. Beautiful spot for that white knight. Ali Reza, which way is he going with his queen? Does he keep eyeballing the f2 square, or will he find another retreat? I'd be surprised to see if he offers a trade on d4 right now.
No, I don't think you trade queens here. And people play chess who learn it as adults. They always have philosophies like, I never trade the queen. But he actually has gone for the queen trade. That's a major decision. And that actually shocks me. But I guess Ali Reza has evaluated that he's just better in the endgame. Could be. Yesterday we saw Denis Lazovic play fantastic endgame quality chess against Hikaru, but this is not the Ali Reza I know and love. Like, he follows the philosophy of, I'm keeping my queen on the board because it helps me checkmate. But Hikaru's, he's not happy. And he's down double the time of Firouzja here.
We might be in for some shameless flagging in this one. 2-minute mark for Hikaru. And while the queens do come off, it is Hikaru's rook that goes extremely passive right now. Again, it's an open position. Pawns on both sides. Gives the long-range bishop a lot more to play for than the white knight in terms of target. But how does he keep the pressure on? He needs to find a way to get the king towards the center of the board, Alireza Firouzja.
And look, dare I say, if you know who had the black pieces in this position, it would just simply be a matter of time before the bishop took down the knight, the king came forward, black advanced the pawns on the king's side a little bit. Like, we would be having a very different conversation here. We'd be like, you don't want to end up here, all right, against our Voldemort of chess endgames, all right? You don't want to end up in this position. But these guys, Ali Reza is obviously better, but is he going to tank his entire time advantage right in the next couple of moves?
And that's absolutely key right here at the Allianz Vault for Alireza Firouzja. It's not just the endgame. The endgame itself doesn't hold too many positives right now, just a very pleasant position. He needs to combine that with pressure on the clock to make something out of this. But already down to an almost 1 minute thing.
But this is unbelievable to spend a minute here. You know, he attacks the knight jumps in, he's repositioning it, but he could have played this faster. He could have had a whole minute more on the clock. And to me, Tanya, I feel like he should have maybe brought the king faster. Hikaru's now got the knight out. Is Ali Reza going to overthink this?
And don't take that pawn that's hanging just yet. That is a poisoned pawn. If you're Alireza Firouzja right now, the bishop will get trapped at the edge of the board. Bishop takes pawn b3 would be the end of the game. It's not going to be picked up. What Hikaru's done is made sure that your rook does not land on the second rank, stopping rook to d2. Alireza instead starts pushing the pawn where he's got the majority.
The lower we get on the clock, the trickier the knight is. Now, again, like both guys, they have to try to keep a pace. It was less than a minute time advantage there for a second after being double on the clock. Hikaru doesn't like something here. Honestly, the major decision, does he offer a rook trade? There could be a moment where he slides the rook over to the middle. Not right now, but a key moment, like he can put his knight directly in the middle, block the black rook, and then trade. And that could be a totally different type of endgame.
He needs to bring that knight to the middle of the board to just make sure there's no connection between the black rook and the h-pawn, freeing up his own rook at the bottom right. Hikaru, it just feels like he's not making those decisions quick enough.
And he's done it, but 30 seconds spent on that move. That was like 25% of his remaining time.
This is the moment as black that you need your king at the center of the board. You need to be prepared for that rook trade so that you can infiltrate with your own king towards the pawns on that right flank. But Alireza's king is so inactive. And Hikaru ready to swap off the rooks.
I will just say there is such a dangerous moment here. Alireza could attack the knight with his light squared bishop, and the best move there for white could be to trade the rook. But when you have a minute to transform into a pawn endgames are very rarely automatically drawn visually. You don't look at them and go, oh yeah, 6 pawns, it's a draw. They could be lost the second you land in them. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru doesn't necessarily go for that. That would be very cold-blooded. And Alireza knows that move is coming, which is why he's thinking he doesn't want to get into a pawn endgame that's not winning. He's about to dip below 2 minutes.
Well, if there's the saying, Lavi, that all rook pawn endgames are drawn, all king pawn endgames, well, most of them are decisive.
Are tragically lost like idiots, like all of us. I mean, like, you get into it, you will lose this endgame with white or with black. It's so easy because at some moment you're going to have to make a king move, and it's the wrong king move.
Right now, the only wrong move is the one he's making on the clock. Alireza Firouzja cannot let the clock advantage disappear. Now up to about 1 minute 30 seconds.
It's happening again. It's happening again. Just like yesterday. Just like last year. It's 10 seconds. He's about to go lower than Hikaru on time. It was 2:19 to 4:30.
It's unbelievable, and we see the shake of his head. He knows this is happening to him. He just needs to trust himself more. You know, it's not that he's not finding the best moves, but he's just taking so long to make those decisions.
This is. I don't think Hikaru has solved this endgame. He has gone for this exact sequence. I think Hikaru is almost believing in like the bluff here. Just go for it. And is he going to trade with me? Is he not?
What Hikaru is relying on now after this rook trade is that after bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, everything remains blocked. Yes, black's king will move forward. White's king equally in time to grab that center, march on those light squares. Will he keep the bishop and knight on the board right now? Or will Alireza have enough time to calculate that the king-pawn endgame holds for black? And he does it.
He does it. Now, these guys, they're both calculating a king run. This is the end of the game. The king is going to run directly into the middle, or you play a move like this. Now, there is something here called en passant, which I wouldn't recommend, actually. He hasn't taken, and I think the position's just going to lock up here.
You just shuffle around with the black king. White's got no infiltration needed as black, and once again they find the repetition, the king shuffle, and it's a draw.
Wow, that could have been really, really chaotic. That could have been a very crazy scramble, but they locked it up. Neither one wanted to take a risk in that position, and we go to the quick halftime break, if you will, with Hikaru with the 2-1 lead.
It's a halftime, and once again at halftime, Alireza Firouzja does not leave the arena. He did this against Magnus yesterday. He does it against Hikaru today. Hikaru walks off. He's got the lead. The score currently 2-1 in favor of Nakamura. 1 win, 2 draws.
Now he's looking. He will see he had some advantage, but maybe the big decision there was that queen trade. Maybe the big decision, he had to bring back the queen, keep applying pressure. There was no solution in that position, right? It's not like, oh, if he did this and this, then he would have won or anything like that. But practically speaking, how do you apply pressure down the stretch? And the pressure was not applied as well as it could have been in that game.
And there's pressure on Alireza with only 3 games remaining as he plays through everything that just happened. Some missed opportunities there perhaps, but he needs to reset, Levy. He starts the next game with the white pieces.
Now look at this, he's analyzing there. This was the moment he had some advantage, and then I think here he's going to look like, oh, should I have traded the queen? Maybe not. But, I mean, these guys can click through the game and just very quickly decide, oh, yep, shouldn't have done this, should have done this, etc. The biggest advantage in that game was certainly a little mysterious. Sometimes the computer spits out -1. I mean, what does that really mean? That means like a 1-pawn advantage if you follow a specific set of moves, but they never followed the specific set of moves, right? Both guys play what they think is the best move, and the computer sits there going, ah, that was bad, this was bad, oh, that was great, this was terrible, blah, blah, blah. So overall, though, Tanya, Hikaru has come to play. He's defending very well. His time management has been good. He caught up on time there. And even though he's yelling at himself, like, I got to make a move, he's making moves.
As we do a quick action replay, you're totally right about that, Levy. For Hikaru, he's been playing quick, he's been playing accurate, but I will point out that in the match, there are some positives for Alireza as well. Yes, he lost the game, but that was a 1-move blunder. It was a 1-mover. It's not as though he's been outplayed in any of the action that we've been seeing. This is how the day started. Felt very calm here. So many pieces traded off, and we went into game 2. And right here is, we had the London, and then suddenly, everything exploded.
Yeah, this one was a closest game we had to something dynamic, concluding decisively. We could have maybe seen a pawn be taken on h6, and then it looked like Alireza had all of the momentum. Hikaru
right here.
Yep.
That blunder, that brilliancy.
Yep. Hikaru had spent like 30 seconds giving up that pawn, and or rather taking that pawn and kind of willing himself into doing it. But he ultimately got the job done. Here, I really liked Black's position, I have to tell you. But then it kind of stabilized.
Alireza got his chances in this one. The better bishop against the knight, the better piece placement in this one. The pawn's moving forward, but a queen trade, perhaps a decision that he's questioning. But he needs to forget all of that as the headphones come on. Halftime almost done. Hikaru Nakamura will be back on the stage for the remaining 3 games. How important is it, 2 whites for Alireza going into the final 3 games to maximize his chances right here, right now, game 4?
No, I think it's very important, but he had good chances with Black. You know what I mean? You're going to play the Sicilian, you're going to get some good chances. And Hikaru didn't go into shutdown mode in that 3rd game. I mean, he could have maybe played not e4. He knows that the Sicilian is coming. He could have played something else. We'll see if in his last white game he just tries to hold, play some solid queen spawn opening, but Alireza should make it dynamic no matter what.
And let's point out that apart from the first game, which saw a bunch of trades at the start, simplify, go into an endgame, Alireza has fought to get a game regardless of whether he has the white or the black pieces. But it's Hikaru Nakamura who so far capitalized on a blunder as Alireza gets hots from the audience. All the support coming in. Lots of Falcon fans in the building. 2 Falcons going up against each other. One will finish on the podium.
Shout out to everybody who is here with us and everybody watching back home. I mean, you are going to witness 4 of the world's best speed players. Like every year we have different names. This year we had, of course, we had Hans Niemann, Nodjabek Abdustarov, Nihal Sarin, we have Arjun Erigaisi. Some years we have Prague, etc., etc. But at the end it is the same 4 names. Somebody has to make a name for themselves outside of these 4. But for now, it's Hikaru, it's Firouzja. We are back, Game 4 getting underway here in a moment.
Well, let me guess what? There is a 19-year-old who's making a name for himself currently.
Yeah.
He'll be in action later.
He was part of the 4. That's why I know. Lazovic is amazing. And shout out to AGAL, by the way, for picking him up. I mean, he might have played unsigned. Can you imagine? A finalist. So great for them. And they were leading this week. So yeah, Lazovic is but that's coming up next. For now, can Firouzja mount a comeback? I want to see fire in the eyes. I want, he's here. He's in France. Like, let's go.
For Alireza Firouzja, this is definitely not the fight he wanted, a fight for third, but it's the fight he gets. He gets it against none other than Hikaru Nakamura, currently trailing in the match. He has to will himself to come back to respond to the situation that he is in. Let's remind everyone, Speed Chess Championship. It was Hikaru Nakamura leading that match until the very final moments. Alireza knows what it takes to make a comeback against this man. Can he pull it off on the biggest stage?
Yeah, it's going to go one game at a time. He's really going to need... It feels like he might not be able to seize it just yet. It might come, like, randomly. Sometimes it just happens. You play the game, and you get a win out of nowhere, and then you pick up momentum. Game 4 is about to be underway. I think Alireza opens with... Well, he's going to go back to London. Wow.
A win out of nowhere is exactly what happened in Game 2. One brilliancy is all it took for Hikaru Nakamura to take the match lead. And now we are back into London territory. One more time, the same approach by Alireza, but this time the trade denied by Hikaru.
Which is sort of what I expected last time. Hikaru, by the way, played this in 0.4 seconds. I do wonder if he didn't like how the previous one went. And he simply changes it this time around. Now, we're going to get things underway here. Black is going to use his C-pawn and his E-pawn. White is going to play castles, etc.
It was the game that Hikaru Nakamura got his sole win in, Game 2. We saw the exact same setup, but instead of falling back with the bishop, Hikaru had decided to trade and allow Alireza a double pawn, but pawn pushes on the center of the board. But perhaps it wasn't the result, but the nature of the position that Hikaru wasn't happy with. So a switch up of strategy we see here. He brings out the knight.
I think it's just evidence that you don't win games based on openings, right? He won that game because of a really gritty fight and a rook sacrifice and a blunder by white. So this time he changes it. And wow, bishop takes is a shocking move, actually. I thought that white would try to push the c-pawn faster, c2 to c4. But Alireza is just kind of like, he's just playing chess.
And he offers the second bishop up for trade as well. So a potential double-double for the black pieces if that bishop was captured right now.
I guess you play... I mean, white has to play either c4 or e4 at some point. Otherwise, this opening just doesn't work. You have to maybe at some point break in the middle, open things up. Okay, we're halfway there, all right?
You speak about halfway there. Well, maybe black gets full way there. You trade the bishop and you strike in the center with c5 as quickly as you can if you're Hikaru Nakamura. Bishop takes bishop, give a double pawn to your opponents, and then ask questions at the center of the board with c5.
This is a very famous debate at the high level. If black captures the bishop right now and white captures back with the pawn, that doubled f-pawn, is it good or bad? Might be like the Rubinstein pawn structure, something like that, and then white controls the middle but has doubled pawns. Neither guy is taking. They're stubbornly letting the bishops stare at each other.
Who's going to blink first is the question with that bishop trade-off currently, a short castle on the board. Or is Alireza just going to decline any trades with planting his knight to the center of the board? That comes with its own consequences and more double pawn opportunities.
Ali Reza is not breaking through with the pawns. He's maybe going to play a4. He's going to look for something else, maybe bring his queen out. He's kind of winging it with white. Like, it's not as if any of these London games have gotten into what we call cutting-edge territory, which means positions and lines and the openings that have been played throughout the last couple of years. He's just sort of doing random stuff.
Now, I'm going to point out one dynamic in this position. The structure that Hikaru has taken, focus on the right flank here, the G double pawns, it gives a free space on the G5 square for a piece to land on. I think given enough time, Alireza might plant either the bishop or the knight. For example, bishop to G5 right now. You pin that knight, and you're already making sense of that rook transfer to the E file. I want to get that E4 going up the board. There are also often ideas of a knight getting there, a queen shift over to the H line, and you start hinting at ideas along the H file. The G5 square is really something that has to be on the radar for both these players.
Certainly, and if it was Black's move next, you might just push in the center with E5. In general, in London, if Black can achieve the move E5 safely, it's good. Now, you can't achieve it right now because maybe you would lose your pawn on B7. So you defend that pawn, which is currently being attacked, and then you go E5.
Makes a lot of sense, Levy. A rook does line up to make sure there's no queen takes pawn. And that last move by Hikaru, sliding the rook on the E line, definitely hints at a central break with E5, and maybe this is the moment. The bishop's out of the way. Are we going to see a lash out at the center, or will Hikaru try to unpin his queen?
I think, yeah, there might be some issues with the knight that's currently pinned to the queen defending the center. I would maybe play C6 first, but if you play C6, white's going to go E4.
That's the whole point of getting that bishop to G5. You know, all the moves that Alireza has made, rook E1, planting the knight on D2, getting the bishop on G5, all hinting towards an E4 break.
Yeah, sliding the queen over very well could be the best move here for Black, because that way your knight is actually re-enabled with movement. I mean, in theory, it could move now. That would be tragic, though. So if the queen slides over, the knight continues to control the center there as we pull up our analysis board. And everything we're talking about is basically, if this happens now, there are a lot of positions where this knight, this pawn, all these pieces no longer interact as well. And, you know, there could be variations where this happens. Actually, what is being suggested to us is even this. Like, white can just mirror you, doesn't have to capture it. It is, of course, not checkers. Checkers of the Esports World Cup would be kind of hilarious, I have to say. Queen sliding out of the way is a nice move because the knight fights for the middle. Then if white goes here, you have a gigantic trade. And this is nice, and you know, it looks like something can happen. There's nothing. Even if you take, there's an empty space in front of the king, and who is ever getting there? Like, you make all these moves, and suddenly, you know, you're under attack. There is certainly some tactics in the position that you just don't blunder, but Black is doing very well. So, this is a strong move. There might be some moments maybe for a C5 push, Tanya. Like, honestly, B5, you could do anything here.
I want to just point out that you give white a move, and white gets E4 with the black queen stuck on D8, then that really gives Alireza something to play for. You know, you got E5 coming in, forking the bishop and the knight, doubling down on that knight on F6. If you're not trading everything in the lines that you pointed out, getting a successful E4 without the trades, that's a little something. And he does unpin. Hikaru wants those trades.
I was just about to say, by the way, like, you could either move the queen out of the way or you could play this move. I don't like that move. I would have moved the queen. Just feels like you're making some sort of progress, right? Retreating rule. 4 out of 5. This is lateral. Now, of course, it doesn't really matter. There's that move C4, all right? Too little, too late, maybe, but it's still perfectly reasonable to expand.
And let's just point out here that if black wants to expand, you could look at a C5 break. Perhaps you trade first, Levy. I'm not sure if trading is needed, but let's see this. Take that pawn and then strike in the center with C5 as well. Again, you know, for Hikaru, the position looks a bit passive. It looks like you don't have enough space in this position. You're looking for those open files and diagonals to land onto C5.
Oh, and I just want to point out something very cool. Like, I just realized, I thought bishop F4 is very nasty because anywhere the rook moves, you know, the pawn is going to hang. But here, black plays the amazing move B5.
Ooh, nice.
Just leaving the rook completely just, it can be captured, but C4 is then going to be taken. The queen is under attack, and the bishop will perish. And 2 pieces for the rook are basically always better, especially if there's no pawns involved. So that could happen, takes in C5. But You can also go b6. You can play more solidly, try to push for b5. It's one of these positions you almost relax early, and I almost feel that that's happening. Alireza is, again, going to be up 2 minutes on the clock here, and I just hope he doesn't give it away this time. Okay?
We see the trade happen. Has Alireza seen that line? Because the key was to spot b5 once the bishop does retreat. Let's just show that with the arrows.
Yep.
Maybe we don't need to make the moves, or let's do it. Knight takes pawn, c5. This is an easy spot. But bishop to f4 and seeing that you don't need to defend your rook, but you can go on the counter offense will be key for Alireza to play c5 here.
And if this jumps in, this comes
on the board.
And it's on the board. So let's go back to the live position. I don't think bishop to f4 will be played. I mean, I feel like you probably centralize a rook here, or you maybe capture, but you know b5 is next. I mean, an informed Firouzja knows b5 is next. An informed Hikaru also knows b5 is next.
By now, everyone watching knows b5 is next.
I really hope they do, by the way. I mean, if they're watching with sound off.
Say it louder for the kids at the back, Levy.
Yes. If you move a knight into the middle with... The thing is, here I would move a rook into the center. I'd move a knight. I don't want to take the pawn here with white because the knight gets active. My queen is under attack. Yeah, that's sort of what I was predicting. But
and
hey,
b5 is next.
I mean, he's taking over the game. Yeah, b5 is the move. You know, because after that, his next pawn pushes forward too.
Rook comes in. He's eyeing that c5 pawn, but one move too late. If Hikaru Nakamura wants, this is the moment to lash out on the left flank. Push that pawn in front of the rook. Start kicking the knight out. Potentially the queen gets kicked out next with the c-pawn moving up ahead.
Big moment. Big moment for Hikaru.
To take over the initiative.
Absolutely. And there it is. b5 on the board.
Did someone say b5 is next?
In case it's not clear, by the way, at this point. And yeah, that's the idea. Now the pawns join forces. So the queen is under attack. The queen has to retreat. Look, the game is not like over, but this is a major improvement for black. If it was white's move, white would move the knight to c6, attacking the queen and the rook. So now Hikaru will likely slide the queen over. The question is where? I was going to say there because you don't want to be in the line of sight of white's dark squared bishop.
Makes a lot of sense. A bishop retreat would have hit the spot on c7 if it was the most natural square. I'll also point out that eventually in the future, you're looking at that a6 spot to start targeting some of those queenside pawns that Alireza has. A queen a6 in the air.
Honestly, black can even play a6 with the queen or the pawn, make a little pawn chain, and that's what we call a queenside majority. So those three pawns, A, B, C for black, are going to run into A and B for white. And if you cleared off the board, white would be in trouble because one of those pawns will likely become a queen. We are very far from there. But in the long run, that's an idea.
In the very, very long run. Now, it's clear that for Hikaru Nakamura, all the plays on the left flank. I want to make a case for Alireza's position here. You know, with all the minors on the right side of the board, whenever we talk about creating play on the counter side, I'm looking at ideas like the h-pawn moving forward at some point. You want to get h4, you want to strike with h5. If not, you're just passive and suffering for the rest of the game if you're Alireza.
But it's like, do you play h4 now? That's the thing. What do you do here? Because one option is to trade a bunch of pieces. You can trade bishop for knight, knight for knight, etc. The alternative is you generate some sort of attack.
And the problem is, Levy, even if you get h4, achieving h5 is so hard in this position.
Yeah. And again, we are broken records. He had a 2-minute time advantage. It's gone. They're dead even on time. He's actually lower on the clock now. Now, the position's equal, but this was his next chance to play for a win. And Hikaru is just in total control.
It's been clinical, this game so far by Hikaru. Just making sure, giving no weaknesses in the position. He keeps his counterplay on the left side. Just feels like he's so much faster on that left flank is than Alireza to create some magic on the other side of the board. We see a trade. You could pick it up with the bishop or the knight. I'd be hesitant to take that with the pawn.
Pawn might lose on the spot, right? Because there's like a knight sacrifice. But yeah, I was going to say, pawn is crazy. But maybe. He takes with the bishop. Shocking. He doesn't lose the game in one move, which they've done plenty of this tournament, but not right now.
It just happened in game 2, by the way. Just a reminder right there. And the knight comes back to g4, hits the bishop, making sure that the black knight still remains to defend. Again, h4, h5 has to be on Alireza's radar right now. Oh, Knight needed to defend. Did someone say that? It just moved away. Targeting opponent on the other side.
Exactly, yep. And now if pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, knight takes bishop. We have talked about this knight takes bishop. There it is. There it is.
It had to happen.
Alireza has declared hostile intentions against his opponent. He didn't take the bishop, which would have opened the king, because in chess, it's not about general stuff. It's not, oh, there's open squares in front of the king. If you don't have a concrete follow-up, you can't just live on generalities.
Same jersey, same ambition, means it's going to be hostile at some point. And wait, something Hikaru does not like. What happened there? Something's happened on his screen right now. He's calling for help. His screen's gone off. Can we get a look into his screen? What just happened?
Yeah, what's happening? I guess we would, no matter what, we would restart with a specific set of time, but this has not happened, as far as I know, so far in the event.
Not happened before. The headphones come off. There's definitely been a problem on the screen for Hikaru Nakamura. And this breaks your flow somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
He's not happy.
No, both guys. Luckily, the position is not. It's still to be, developed and cultivated further. But neither one of them would have felt like this game would have been, decisive.
All right, you said it, Lavi. It hasn't happened before. What happens now? Do they continue from this point? Do clocks get readjusted? It means extra time. And wait, we have a move, but no move's been made.
Okay, that move was registered after a while.
Okay, felt like Alireza was the one who needed to make magic happen, but magic is happening automatically as the players, they do continue talking to an arbiter. But we have B4, and Hikaru is not a happy man. That is not a smile of somebody who's feeling good.
I vote scrap the game, replay it.
From the start?
Well, I think what happened there was maybe there was some sort of server disconnect, right? And then maybe Hikaru's move was registered after like 30 or 40 seconds.
And he made the move. He didn't see it happen. And
That's
he said,
usually...
I'm trying to make this happen on the board. It's not happening.
That's...
Speculation here, by the way.
Yeah, completely. We are just as lost as everybody else, for the record. We would love to give you the answers. We are not just playing for no reason.
And the crowd is willing them on. A lot of Falcon supporters in the house here.
I think Hikaru has regained time, according to my screen. All right.
We are waiting for a solution at what is happening. See a lot of support for Hikaru there. We want Armageddon is one of them. You know what? I'd love to see this match go down to the wire, but for that to happen, Alireza needs to win a game first.
Yeah, today we are guaranteed 4, or guaranteed 5. I was going to say before the day we were guaranteed 4 games between these two. Now we are guaranteed at least 5. It would be lovely to get 6, and maybe. What comes after 6?
After 6 comes the Armageddon.
Armageddon.
That's the 6.
6 Armageddon. Yes, that would be fantastic. I think they have established the amount of time that Hikaru has on the clock.
So no scrappy games here. You
No.
start from the position that you have. And most likely, again, speculation here, Hikaru made the move, tried to make it on his screen, and it didn't go through. He called for reinforcements there. And my guess would be his screen just froze.
Yeah, that could be, absolutely could be what happened. Alireza is going to get his time reestablished as well, something like 4, I don't know, whatever was the time before that. They're probably explaining to him everything that's going on. And it's going to be kind of like time out, time in.
Hikaru doesn't look happy at all. And one can imagine, you're in a flow. The match you're leading, 3 games remaining. And then this is not what you want. Alireza, meanwhile, ready to go, headphones back on. Looks like Hikaru's ready to go as well.
Listen, they're chess players. There's a chessboard. There are clocks.
Always ready to go.
All of these things must work. And so they're both relogging. You would think, we're at the Esports World Cup the past week. Some of these video games, there's a lot of graphical elements, you know what I mean? I mean, shout out to those teams. There's some crazy stuff going on the screens. And chess, we need a few things to work, so let's make sure that they work and let's
Very
resume.
dramatic stuff here. I just want to point out, we see Alireza's clock ticking, but that is not the scenario. We're still waiting for the final decision. It says 1 minute 5, 1 minute 4, but that's not what's happening. Everyone watching.
Yeah, he's not going to time out in 1 minute, we promise. Then he will be looking upset. Right now, we are waiting for his time to be added back. And I think it has been. Now I'm seeing 340, and we might resume in a moment.
Psychologically, what do you think, Levi? Is this something that affects more the player who's trailing or the player ahead?
It affects everybody. It affects them, us, production, and everybody in the audience. Everybody's affected, except Magnus and Dennis. I don't even know if they're watching. But the game's back on, by the way. Alireza got his time, played his rook move. Hikaru attacked his queen. Hikaru was just annoyed. He didn't even have his headphones on, and Alireza had already made the move. That's what happened. But it doesn't really matter. Their time is both around 3 minutes. They got to refocus. They got to finish the game.
Yeah, maybe when we pull up the analysis board, we can do a quick action replay of the last two moves that just appeared on our board. The B-pawn moving up the board once. The rook slides up for Alireza Firouzja, and now the white queen hit with Alireza's last move finds itself at the center of the board. The queen, the most natural move, and gets an inaccuracy awarded right there. And look at that, the pawns are unstoppable. Hikaru says BC, BC, and it goes on and on. 2 stops away from queening. Pawn takes pawn. Do you simply grab that back, or are there tactics?
Right, Hikaru's plan, I said he had 3-on-2. He had a majority, and now after knight d5, this knight is coming in. It's going to take the pawn next. There's going to be a fork. And by the way, black's pawn is just queening. Alireza's attack has not gotten underway. I mean, Hikaru's very close to just winning game 4.
And that pawn started on b7. In one move, it's going to land on the second rank. Knight to d5 comes with a threat on the board. It's a threatening knight takes pawn with a fork on the queen and the rook. You need to either run away with the rook or the queen.
I think practically speaking, this game might already be lost for white. This is a disaster because the pawn's queening, as you said. The knight is taking the pawn back to fork all of your pieces. Defending a passed pawn is very difficult.
Not only does it fork the white pieces, it assists the queening square on the board. Once that knight lands on c3, there's nothing stopping the b-pawn from getting to home rank.
I definitely think they both were a little bit disturbed by the pause, but the position felt very easy to play with with black. Sorry, I mean the pawns just go, and it's clear that white either has to play stubborn defense or try to counterattack. Yeah, Alireza he's not happy at all. And for the first time, Hikaru's heart rate is like 130. I think he knows. He's winning.
Well, he's close, and it looks like he doesn't only know, he knows the path forward. He's calculated the speed with which he captured the pawn. The queen at the center of the board was hit, not giving Alireza enough time to capture the queen on c8.
This is just over. He can sacrifice his queen. He's sacrificing his queen because now the 2 rooks line up on B and C. It's just over.
It doesn't matter. You give up a queen only to place a new one on the board very soon. That B-pawn, that pawn is worth 9 points currently.
No,
Rook takes queen, rook takes rook, B2, B1 coming in. Hikaru about to win his second game.
And take a commanding 3-1 lead. Alireza will have to win both of the remaining games. This is over. This is over. I mean, Alireza, 4 out of the last 5 moves were mistakes. And that's it. Hikaru just cleaning up.
Now, I'm trying to think of ways that Alireza under a minute can save this one.
Nope.
It's not possible.
No.
You don't see it.
Nope. I think you and I might be able to win this with black because literally all you got to do is take back the rook and push the pawn, Tanya, and he resigns.
Alireza Firouzja gives up. Hikaru Nakamura gets his second win, 3-1, a draw away from a podium finish for Alireza Firouzja going into game 5. Nothing left to do but go all in.
Alireza just does not have it the last couple of matches. He really doesn't. You can sort of tell in the body language. And Hikaru, by the way, he's not happy he's up 3-1.
I just want to point out, this is not a usual break in a best of 6. It's halftime. And right now we see Alireza get up. He's left. Hikaru's asking what's going on. It's all because of what we just saw happen on the stage.
All right, okay. I guess they're going to fix something.
Looks like they need to fix the screens. We're not sure what's going on. But Alireza Firouzja has just walked off.
Oh. And for the record, Hikaru doesn't want to win that way. I mean, of course, normally you win and take a 3-1 lead. You've won 2 games with black. You won in dominant fashion. You're probably happy. I don't think he's happy. I don't think he's happy to win that way, right? And, well, Unfortunately for him, he is up 3-1. Let's put it this way.
But there has to be something said about what just went down, because suddenly, yes, it was a lot more pleasant to be Hikaru in that position with the black pieces, but it was far from over. And just as Hikaru's screen collapsed, that's what we're thinking is what happened. In 2 moves, the game completely fell apart for Alireza. And let's go through those moments. Let's relive this. It started with the London opening.
Yeah, and then we traded pieces. I kept saying we needed C4 or E4. It never really happened. And this clash, this C5, B5, if a player with black can take over a London game like this, it can be very dangerous. I said queenside majority. I mean, what more can you ask for, right? I wish we got to see that played out at the end, the sacrifice of the queen and everything, but just dominant from Hikaru. And Alireza, he doesn't have the touch today.
It feels like that. He's not finding his rhythm, is the Falcon currently. And now, just 2 games remaining. I want to point out that's 2 London losses in Paris today.
Well, I have bad news for you. If he wins the next game, he's going to play a 3rd London. I don't think he's changing it. He's played the London like 20 times over the course of this tournament, which is surprising, I have to say.
We've got some Let's Go Liquid fans, and that's the big one coming up later today, our grand final, Levy. It will be Magnus taking on Denis Lazovic. But it's not all over for Gucci Reza. He's going to be back on the stage. 2 games still remaining. Can he do what he did at the Speed Chess Championship?
This is a lot harder. This is a lot. That's just the truth. Bullet, Blitz, it's different. It's a flow, and this feels a little bit slower. I saw a France jersey there. Is that a Dutch jersey? I have one of those at home. You know why? Because I bought extremely loud jerseys. I have a Brazil jersey. I wore it. They lost. Then I have a Dutch jersey. I didn't wear that one, but unfortunately, they still lost. But yeah, I love the orange. I love the yellow. Didn't have a Spain one. That's why they won.
Yes.
If I put it on, they would have been eliminated very soon.
A commentator's curse there as well. Oh, Hikaru looks happy back on the screen right now. He's got reasons to be happy with the way the match has progressed so far. Levy, what do you think is going on right now? Because I look at our stage. We don't have our players.
You want to go play?
This has never happened. Let's do it. What's your username?
We just go run, yeah. What is my username on chess.com? What do you think it is?
Wait, does it start with G and with S?
No, this is...
it doesn't?
No.
It's not Gotham Chess?
No, it is. It is.
Oh.
It is.
I was like, did I just get that wrong on live television?
It is Gotham Chess. I was wondering if are they still wearing their heart rate monitors? Because I still see both of their heart rates. I see Hikaru. Hikaru's having a blast. Hikaru's just like, he looks happy.
I mean, he's up 2 points. Whatever is going on right now, all you want to do is get back on the board. You're half a point away now, unless they're made to do a rematch of everything that just happened for Game 4. What are the chances that happens?
I know one guy who's not going to be happy to have a rematch of a game that he just won, right?
It was an instant collapse after the technical glitch that we witnessed. A technical pause. And 2 moves later, it was all over. A beautiful finish there by Hikaru, sacrificing his queen, pushing his B-pawn. But Alireza Firouzja walking off the stage. This has never happened at the EWC. Uncharted territory, Levy Rosman.
I'm going to say, I have been sitting at home watching chess broadcasts sometimes that you're casting, or it's David, or, Jovanka, etc. And sometimes I'm sitting at home and I know something went wrong. And I'm just sitting there like, oh man, I kind of feel for them. And now I am living this experience. I also want answers, but I obviously don't have them. Otherwise, we would share them with everybody. Clearly something went wrong, either with connection or computers, or maybe Alireza thought the match was over and he decided to go have lunch. I don't know. But he has to play 2 more games.
Well, I don't know about food, but he needs to be hungry for points right now. Alireza Firouzja trailing by 2 points. If the match restarts exactly where we are, with only 2 games remaining, Alireza has to win the next game and the next one to force an Armageddon. A draw is all Hikaru would need. He's on the stage. Alireza Firouzja still missing.
By the way, is there a default period? Like, imagine at any point one of the players showed up, but one of the others didn't. Do they forfeit at a certain point? Do they forfeit 1 game? Do they forfeit 1 game at a time? Do they forfeit the entire match? Like, what if I'm 11 minutes late? What happens?
You know what? I'd be happy to see these 2 go at each other for the next 10 games if I had to. It's always fireworks. Right now, Hikaru is not happy at all.
And he's up 3-1.
He's getting pretty furious with all that's happening. And that's understandable, Levy. Coming to a best of 6. It's a fight for third place. There's prize on the line. There's pride on the line. And he's played a fantastic match so far. This is not what he wants.
No, he's played great. He's played great. Alireza played very well actually until this point. I thought he was always clutch, always winning. He took down Hans Niemann. He took down maybe the match against Hans wasn't. You need like a tough match. You need to be a little bit battle tested. And the match against Hans was literally decided by a 1-move blunder. Knight takes pawn, and then there was a fork, and 3.
Did you say knight takes pawn? Because that was a story today as well. Speaking of 1-move blunders, it was knight takes pawn in game 2 by Alireza Firouzja. That feels like that's the moment that set the tone for today.
You know where we are going to get an answer to what's going on? In the Hikaru post-match interview, whether he wins or loses. I mean, right now he's a clear 90+% favorite to finish this up, but also in the recap. That's what we know. We're going to get a full breakdown of what actually happened, what's transpiring backstage.
And in today's video, we'll find out.
Yeah, we will. I won't even know. I mean, that's the reality. Look, you have a 3-1 lead. So from here...
Yeah. Yes. And Levy, are you thinking about, at this point, what your recap video will be about?
No.
A lot of drama going on here.
We decide those at the screen. We don't script. We don't edit.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, I talk for 30 minutes, and then the thing is, what it helps me, I love chess. So even if I wasn't casting, I'd be in the audience, I'd be at home watching. I watch all top tournaments, whether it's Hikaru, Firouzja, or top 10, or top 100 players, so I'm always watching.
And we've also been watching the drama that has unfolded on the stage. Never happened before at the EWC. And to break it all down, we go over to Taylor, Anna, and Mike.
All right, so obviously got a little bit of a tech pause. We'll figure things out. Everything's gonna be okay. Karu currently sitting up there waiting for the next matchup, which will in fact be game number 5 out of the potential 6, maybe even Armageddon coming up. Currently right now we've got 2 draws and Hikaru with 2 wins himself. That puts him up 3-1 at the current moment, which means puts him very close to potentially earning a 3rd place finish and therefore being, I believe, $70,000 richer, which would be tremendous for him. Going through the highlights though, there's been a lot of big moments, and Anna, what have we seen so far?
I mean, we saw a fantastic rook sacrifice in that second game. I think that it was beautiful. I hope we get to see it because I was shocked when I saw it. I think that nobody really saw it coming, but it was just a fantastic move.
Yeah, the openings have actually been pretty much straight down the middle. Hikaru in his pre-event reporting gig with John Sargent said that this may open up like the World Cup 3rd place match where, it was really exciting, lots of goals scored. I thought maybe we'd see some exotic openings, but the opening's been pretty standard. Nakamura finally got to show his tactical prowess there in game 2, which was nice to see after getting mostly stifled yesterday.
So we've had some fantastic games, and both teammates, of course, are very, very, very good, both of them. They're teammates at Team Falcons. So this has been a fantastic match, and we're hoping to see the last 2 games very soon.
One thing I picked up on is that Hikaru's demeanor has been so much more calm today. Not even just the lack of perspiration, but he just seems so much more at ease at the board. Obviously, the stakes are a lot less, but I think that might be why he's playing better.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of pressure off of his shoulders. He's not going for the championship, and that's no dig at him. I mean, incredible competitor, but obviously playing for 3rd place, it does hit a little bit different. He went up there, and I think the intention was to have a little bit of fun. After all, it's Falcons versus Falcons, right? So he's got his brother on the opposite side, and for him, it's a consolation match overall. And there was a specific moment, though, that you actually brought up at the beginning. Let's talk a little bit more about it, dive deeper into this rook play.
Yeah, so in game number 2, I mean, we were mentioning it before, but this incredible move in this position, Hikaru sacrifices the rook. I wish that Levi Rossman was saying it, but he sacrifices the rook with rook takes g3. And what a move. What he's doing is that he's eliminating one of the defensive pieces of the king, that pawn, and now that g file is completely open. So Black's rook can come in, and there is no way of preventing the checkmate apart from sacrificing the queen, which of course that's just not something that Alireza can do. So this was just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is one of the unexpected benefits of your own kingside pawn shelter getting destroyed, is that sometimes your king just tucks itself in the corner and the rooks actually use the open file against the opponent. The pawn is pinned here, and if the king takes the rook, the second rook takes the place of the first rook on the g file, and it's going to be pretty much mate. Even the king can't walk to f4 because there's a mate on g4. So really, really nice idea and worthy of double X-Slam, the highest glyph we have in the chess.com ecosystem.
And both of these players, like we said, they play for Team Falcons. Of course, Team Falcons wanted to have somebody in the finals, right? For the points. However, they're securing a lot of points by having both Alireza and Hikaru here in the third place match. So it's still a good result for Team Falcons.
Yeah, we did the math, and you were doing some crazy math as we did the pre-show this morning. What was the math that we came up with?
Well, if the Falcons had both won yesterday, then they'd be guaranteed 1,000 for first, 750 for second. So that's 1,750 in my world. But because of the fact that they both lost, there's going to be a 500 and a 300, which is only 800 points. 1,000-point swing, that's tantamount to somebody winning Rainbow Six or any other game, 1,000 points.
Yeah, 1,000 points is a lot of points, right? Because that is a championship number that could be earned by AGAL with Dennis Lasvik or even Team Liquid Magnus Carlsen. Of course, that narrative will be taking place in just a little bit. The crowd cheering, and I do believe maybe Alireza has returned. Not just yet. That's okay. He's going to be up there in just a second. Irregardless, though, for Alireza Firouzja, he's played decently well. Obviously, some frustrations after the tech pause, but they do happen in live environments. But I want to say, I think he has the ability to come back. But the reality is, Mike, he's going to have to come back, right? Because there's only 2 more games remaining in this match. And then ultimately Armageddon. What's the win condition for Alireza?
Well, this is not unprecedented in sports. I mean, in American baseball, there's rain delays. And in fact, I've seen lightning in other sports where sometimes pauses do happen and you have to regroup mentally and get back in the swing of things when you come back. Obviously, emotions are riding high. And when he does return, and we hope that he does, he's got to put this incident behind him. I think the unfortunate thing is that his position was relatively stable, or at least close to equal. And then it went downhill very rapidly after the pause. And so I think that already he might be struggling a little bit internally with this pause in the break.
I agree. That's something that we saw very clearly, that the position for Alireza was fine, but after that first technical pause, it went downhill very quickly. So something happened there. Alireza, it's clear that he wasn't feeling great after it, and now we're seeing where he's at. But hopefully he'll come back, and maybe the craziest comeback of all time will happen, which would be him coming back on stage and then winning the last 2 games and then getting a crazy Armageddon. I mean, can you imagine what a story that would be? So that is what we're all hoping for here.
It would be a great story, and it's one that we're hoping maybe potentially happens. After all, we just want to see the best of the best compete with competitive integrity, and that's what it's all about. And hopefully Alireza Firouzja will come back on that stage, play against Hikaru, finish up this match, and determine who officially will get 3rd place. After all, it is esports, and things happen sometimes, especially when you're playing in a remote environment, but it is what it is, baby. It's going to continue on. Don't you worry about it. Game number 5 should be coming their way very, very shortly. And when it does come to game 5, though, it is going to be a battle because, again, for Alireza Firouzja, he's going to have to come back in a big way. Is the win condition 2 wins now? With the score being 3-1, he has no choice but to win the next 2.
He's going to have to win both. He can be a little bit mercurial, but just to show you how much of a gamer he is, he actually hurt his leg pretty bad. I don't have a doctor's report on that if he broke his ankle, but remember, he actually played an over-the-board event from his hotel room bed recently. So he is not one who likes to give up. He wasn't actually able to finish that tournament, but he will play through some struggles.
All right. Well, from what I'm hearing, Anna, you did something with Levy. I don't know necessarily what it is. Maybe it's a game, maybe playing some basketball. Levy apparently can shoot some hoops. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was amazing. Maybe we can pull it up later, but let's go and send to that piece and see what they got up to.
Ali versus Frazier. CLG versus TSM. Gotham Chess versus Anna Kramling. These are the 3 biggest rematches in all of... I can't see. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't breathe. I can't walk. I'm all hooves in this thing. Are you guys ready for your rematch?
Yes, very ready.
Fantastic. Yes. Well, no help from your mom this time, right?
No, she's in Sweden.
Now, what's going to be a little bit different this time around is as you're playing, I went ahead and researched a couple chess terms myself. So I'm going to be asking you a couple questions as you play. Allez le chess.
I'm going for my rematch this time.
Anything except the horse outfit.
I appreciate that you use the horse first. I identify as a horse myself.
That was a dedication.
It is the horsey or the knight, as some call it. And speaking of knights, which knight of the Round Table was pure enough to fully achieve the quest for the Holy Grail? Was it A, Sir Lancelot, B, Sir Galahad, or C, Sir Gawain?
I'm gonna go with Gawain.
That is incorrect. It's actually B, Sir Galahad.
I see.
Well, you chose
thank you for that thought-provoking question.
Of course.
Who are all of those people?
You don't know what the Round Table is?
No, this one is rectangular.
Can I just say I love this? Please keep doing this for
Do
the
you know what the
whole
Round
game.
Table is?
I'm not listening. I'm just playing this game.
It's not just me.
And I'm
It's not just me.
All right, fine. You know what? I'll ask you a question here, Anna. One of the most famous horse stories is told in Homer's Iliad, a series written in declectic hexameter and divided into 24 books. So my question to you is, how long is the runtime for Christopher Nolan's Odyssey? Is it A, 2 hours and 3 minutes, B, 2 hours and 34 minutes,
so much
or C,
easier.
2 hours and 52 minutes?
Oh, never mind.
You know the answer?
This is a very easy question.
What do you mean it's a very easy
I was actually going to
question?
interject and say Anna doesn't read, but then it was a movie question.
I read
What's the last thing you read?
I am reading a book right now
On?
about the life of Joseph Frank, a designer.
Okay, so answer the question.
2 hours and 50, was it 4?
52.
52, 2 hours 52.
That
good
is
guess.
correct.
That is a
There
good
we
guess.
go. You're
Yeah.
failing the questions and I'm getting them right.
I don't think you would have gotten the first question right.
You have no idea about that. We will never know.
We will never know.
What is widely recommended as the best initial move when meeting a date in person for the first time? Is it A, give them a warm, brief hug and greet them with a smile? B, offer a firm, professional handshake? Or C, immediately sit down and start looking at the menu?
Don't do C.
As a seasoned veteran of being married, I would say go with option A.
And the answer is A, give them a warm, brief hug.
Look at that,
Greet
chess
them
players with
a
social
smile.
skills.
Is that the opening move that you used?
She wasn't my wife when we met.
Is this? You need to win now. You know that.
I
right?
know, you're rooting
You
for
need
me,
to
right?
win. You
This
need
is what I have to
win.
deal with at any
Check.
one time. Oh wow, that's okay. I'm not scared of this check. I'm not scared of this check. I'm also loving that she is not asking me any questions right now.
Fine, I'll go ahead and I will ask Gotham another question. In internet culture and meme terminology, what height threshold is traditionally considered the upper limit for a man to qualify for short king status? Is it A, 5 feet 5 inches, B, 5 feet 9 inches, or C, 6 feet?
It's 5'5".
5'5"?
Yes.
That is incorrect. It's actually 5 feet 9 inches.
No
The
chance.
girls on the internet are ruthless.
They picked that because I'm 5'8" and a half. So I'm a short king.
In chess, you do anything to protect your little king. Which famous military leader is frequently cited in pop culture as a quintessential short king,
my-
despite actually being around average height for his era, 5 feet 6 inches? Is it A, Louis XIV, B, Charlemagne, or C, Napoleon Bonaparte?
I'm gonna go with Napoleon.
And that is correct.
You see those, Tommy?
I knew the answer before the question was
You
even asked.
cannot tell me that you always know the answers.
And now here.
Why are you so boring right now?
You have to make Pia proud.
Mom, please don't get mad at me. You know that endgames are my toughest spot. Okay, I have an idea. I think she would do this move. Check.
Never. I know. I have eyeballs.
I just wanted to say it. You cannot do that.
I can do whatever I want.
Oh,
I am not a horse.
Okay, you can do that. Oh, but I have this idea. Bam.
That is pretty good. Yeah. Check.
Ah, wait, sorry. Okay, there we go.
This is getting very intense.
Yeah. I am not having a great time. Let's
So many
take this.
equations popping up through the air.
Ah, no! I messed up royally.
This is going to be such an iconic finish to the game. It's just going to be 2 kings on the board. Wow. Look at that.
Okay, 2 kings on the board.
Draw.
Okay, draw.
Totally not scripted.
It wasn't scripted.
You don't even know what's going on.
What just happened?
Wasn't it just fascinating?
Okay, give me the quick rundown.
It was a good
That's
result.
insane. Wait, I think they're trying to get your attention over there.
That helps
That was
me.
there the whole time.
I'm playing black.
No,
Wait.
give me
That appeared out of nowhere.
There we go. We did it.
There we go.
Wow! match of the century won by the horse. What do you want to say to her mother?
You're a legend, and I have tremendous respect for you as a chess player. And now I can finally say the same about Anna. And it's not because the horse is holding my family hostage.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Hey guys, we are here with Damascus and Rob, returning for another chess lesson. Are you guys ready?
We're locked in. Let's get it.
Always ready to learn.
Let's go. So this is the game between Denis Lazovic and Nordebek. Denis has to win because it's Armageddon. He's got the white pieces. And have you guys heard of all rook endgames are a draw?
Yes, I've heard that this week.
All right, there's some caveats to this though. A lot of rook endgames are a draw, but in this exact situation, white has an extra pawn on c3. And it just so happens this extra pawn is a pass pawn. Now, Damascus, what happens if you promote a pass pawn?
It becomes a queen.
Well, it can become a queen, but yeah, it can.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right. So in this situation, what do we want to do with this pawn, hypothetically?
We want to promote it.
There you go. Okay, so in this position, Nordebek makes a mistake with king to d5. It looks inconspicuous, right? You're just moving your king up. But it's really interesting because if you want to promote your pawn, are you able to play pawn to c4 right now?
No, because the pawn is pinned.
Exactly. So the pawn is pinned and the rook on c8 is currently defending the pawn on c3. So why don't we move our king closer to the pawn and defend it to free up our rook to do other things? Or in the situation of this game, for example, Nordebek actually gave up this pin. So here, what would you play with the white pieces?
Oh. Well, do we just check? Hold up. What if we? Okay, if we play c4 check, trade. Yeah, that works, right? Well, don't you win at that point?
Yeah, you do. Wow. Are you
Bruh,
serious? You're like 1700 already.
1700, baby.
1700 already.
Bro, that's just like.
Look at this. So this is a completely winning king endgame now. Not all rook endgames are necessarily a draw, and especially not all king endgames are a draw, because in this situation, the king is going to just take that g5 pawn, and then you'll be able to promote the g pawn. You're just trading one pass pawn for another pass pawn, and that will help you win the game.
Can you go back to the first move, like the first position?
Mm-hmm.
I would never play the king to e3 in the. To be clear to everybody, the king to e3 in the first place, I wouldn't think to play that.
Well, now
I'm like,
you
that's
will
the hard.
think about
now
it.
I will. Yeah,
You will.
That's a lot.
Because you gotta think, if you want to promote your pawn, how do I help it promote, right?
Yeah.
That was the key identification. That's our goal. How do we achieve our goal? Well, we can't move the rook away, so let's use our king to help our pawn. And, to answer any viewer questions that may arise, what if the rook just stays on b3 or something? Well, in this case, you can just go king to d3. Now this pawn is protected. Now if the king tries to come to e5, you can simply play rook to f8 and then threaten rook to f5 and take the pawn on g5. And with two pass pawns, which is, eventually what happened, Denis Lazovic was able to win this game and advance into the semifinals.
That is amazing.
Mind you, this happened in a few seconds, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes.
bro, there's absolutely no way, bro.
There are levels to this, bro.
Yeah, that's amazing. But regardless, I think this counts as an honorary extra 126 elo.
126.
Come on.
I'll take the 126.
Okay, 1726.
Come on.
We got those.
Let's
Road to
go.
2000. Still alive.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. It's finals day for chess, and I got an update for you. Do apologize for all the issues that did in fact occur, but it is official. Alireza Firouzja has in fact abandoned the match. Therefore, he's been issued the loss. Hikaru is the official winner of the 3rd and 4th place matchup. He will get 3rd place. Alireza Firouzja has left the building. He is now gone. So Hikaru is in fact the champion of the 3rd place matchup. Well done to him. He played incredibly well. That's just the way sometimes it goes.
Yeah, we would have liked to have seen more chess. Really unfortunate when a match ends this way. It should be said that Hikaru would be a prohibitive favorite had the match resumed, being up 2 games with 2 games remaining. So, but we would have liked to have seen Alireza, give it a chance to make this, Herculean comeback. Anna?
But anyways, big congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura for that 3rd place. Alireza will finish 4th in the Esports World Cup this year. But we still have the finals to come, and it is going to be the most epic finals of all time.
That's right, Anna. Yes, it's going to be Denis Lazovic versus Magnus Carlsen, AGAL versus Team Liquid. And I bet you that one's going to go all the way, guaranteed. Nobody's going to be abandoning that one for sure. But hey, it is what it is. Once again, congratulations to Hikaru for toughing it out and playing all the way through. But I must say, it's been a great event so far. And imagine, there's still $1.5 million on the line, including $250,000 for first place, which is quite tremendous, really. One of the biggest prize pools when it comes to chess.
Yeah, if anything good has happened is we get a little bit more time to guess about who's going to win the upcoming match and for us to chat about how we would spend $250,000. Of course, there's no chance of that happening, but we get to hype up what is going to be an epic battle of generations. I mean, it's a decade and a half that Magnus has on Denis. That's not a small thing in the chess world. Going to be exciting.
I really think this is going to be a very, very special finals with the #1 in the world, Magnus Carlsen, facing the 19-year-old prodigy, Denis Lazovic.
That's it. It's going to be a great matchup for sure. To be 19 years old, right? And to be competing for a championship at his first Esports World Cup, mind you. Of course, talking Denis Lazovic, that is such a tremendous thing. And it was said during the cast, Levy, of course, Tanya, mentioning the fact that AGAL taking a risk, picking him up. I mean, what a historic pickup for them that obviously gave them now the opportunity to be in first place when it comes to the club championship race, currently at 4,100 points. Now, what does that mean? What is the club championship? Well, the club championship means a lot for the clubs here at the Esports World Cup. We're talking over $30 million in prizes. First place, where AGL currently sits, is $7 million. 7 million ways to upgrade or enhance your organization, enhance your club. That is a big deal. And one of the main reasons why so many clubs get involved with the Esports World Cup, of course, with the 24 different games that end up taking place. But chess, truly a special one and so fun. Anna, I know you do well in life, okay? But $7 million, you'd happily take it.
$7 million. I mean, this is, just incredible. I mean, in the chess world, this is like unheard of. It's amazing. And imagine for Denis Lazovic, 19 years old, if he's able to help AGAL, his club, take that huge prize pot.
Yeah, $7 million will buy you a nice chateau in the Loire Valley, and I think you'll be getting a steak dinner from AGAL's GM. Already, it's been a fantastic pick. I mean, okay, everybody knows Hikaru and Magnus, and those are not hard signings, but to go out and find someone like Denis just shows the depth of the chess world and also how the youngsters can compete in the online arena. So quite a find, and we did see an interview with the AGAL GM yesterday.
Right.
We got to get him up here. I'd love to hear how he found Denis, picking him out of all the other players that he could have selected.
And I think the best part of this is that this is just the beginning of Denis' career. I mean, he's only 19 years old. He has so many more things that he can achieve. I mean, who knows? He could even become world champion one day. We don't know that. So it's absolutely incredible to follow his journey all the way from now.
In fact, if we had an award for most unflappable competitor, him and Arjun Erigaisi would be 1 and 2. They just seem so calm on the stage every single time they play.
Well, chess is tremendous, but we have plenty of other games taking place throughout the Esports World Cup and plenty of opportunities for you to get involved. And we've got a special thing coming up for you. Guys, this is really cool. One-of-one chessboard signed by Faker and Chovy, legends when it comes to League of Legends. And you, in fact, can make a bid on it to get your one-of-a-kind chessboard signed by those two esports legends. It's truly special. It's actually at the front of the venue, so anybody listening here, you guys can see it when you're walking up towards the merch. And we saw it during that AJL interview as well with Trav and, of course, the member of AJL. It was just right behind him. But such a cool piece of history. Scan the QR code, get your bids in. I'm thinking about making a bid myself. Anna, what about you?
I saw it in person, and trust me, it looks even better in person. It looks incredible. I really wish I could take home that chessboard, but I think it'll be probably someone else.
probably be Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, with $250,000, you could probably buy a few, except that it's one of one. It is the real thing. Faker signed it, but it's the real thing. Sorry, dad joke. Had to throw it in there. But I am not going to be bidding on it just because, I don't know. I think I'd like to have a luxury watch a little bit more.
Well, fair enough. One-of-one chessboard. It's truly special, and it's a piece of history, and you guys can get it. Let's go to esportsworldcup.com. If you haven't already, check it out. Plus, there's plenty of things to do there. EWC Play. You can vote on the tournaments, earn some points. There's over $300,000 in rewards when it comes to EWC Play. Truly a tremendous thing when it comes to Esports World Cup. It's just a special product. But hey, right now, we've got a lot of things coming up, including grand finals, including the winner who's going to lift the trophy, $250,000 on the line. All that coming up and more after the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to EWC Hardcore Trivia. Today, we have the gentlemen from Core joining us, Stable Ronaldo, Jason the Ween, Adapt, and Marlon. And today, we're going to figure out which one of them is the smartest. Just by looking at you guys, I don't know.
I had a 2.1 GPA. It's not bad.
I got an associate's degree of arts.
4.0.
You graduated?
Oh,
high school.
My God.
Graduated high school with a dual credit degree.
I didn't even think that was possible. Either way, this is how it works. You guys have already figured out the buzzers. We have a couple trivia questions here for you. Now, for round number one, each one of you is going to be able to answer one question, and you can pick your category by ringing your buzzer, which you can begin now. Stable, well, no, honey, that was just a skill diff. Stable Ronaldo. Go ahead and choose your category first. And I
Food, I want food.
Food? All right, food. Name the bitter compound in oversteeped Darjeeling tea.
What? What the Easy, yeast.
Oh, okay. Maybe the answer was yeasty, but not really. Answer is polyphenol derived tannins.
That was my next guess. That was my next guess. That was actually my next guess.
Minus 30 points for Ronaldo there.
Oh my God.
Bro, it says minus 30. Right?
And feel free to buzz in to choose your next category.
Guys,
Marlon, for you.
I'm gonna go geography. You're
Geography.
Geography.
All right, we like geography. What is Gland Switzerland's official 2025 population within 100? We'll give you 100.
Gillians. You don't know this? Switzerland. Population
We were just
by
talking about this.
100.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, so obviously that's a city. Obviously.
Facts.
Well, it is 168,000.
Oh.
168,000.
It's close. It's close.
That is fairly close, but is it within 100?
Come on, 100.
The correct
We
answer
could say
is
100,000 maybe in between.
13,700 residents.
Oh, you're close. You're close.
I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad answer.
You were right there.
All right, now between Jason and Adapt.
Oh, bang.
All right, Adapt.
Movies.
Yeah, I'll do
There's no Oh, there is movies. I can't read for a second here. All right. In the movie The Lion King, what kind of animal was Simba?
What the
No,
Gotta be
this is okay. So everybody got like Einstein questions.
I got
and then you got that third grade question.
Damn. I'm gonna go lion.
And the answer is actually a lion.
Yes.
That is correct. A point for Adapt on the
How
board.
do we get like the hardest question of mankind? Yeah, go ahead.
Jason, and your final question for history. This gives you the opportunity to tie up with Adapt. Name Henry VIII's third cousin executed in May 1541.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Oh, no.
I think I know how this is gonna go.
Darren Watkins.
No, it's Samir Woods.
Ronnie Nets.
Was that just like a honorary degree that they gave you?
Oh,
You don't know
my God.
You don't know Darren Watkins?
Clearly, you don't know Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury.
Oh, Jason, dude, Mark, come on. Of the Salisbury, yeah.
Disappointing, incredibly disappointing first round for everyone besides Adapt. Now, Adapt, as the winner of this round, you get an incredible opportunity here. You may eliminate one player from entering round 2. You have 5 remaining seconds. 5, 4, 3,
Jason to win. Yeah, get it. Jason to win.
Jason, you're gonna have to stand there in sorrow, sadness, and silence.
No.
For round number 2, you will be answering questions in the same category, so buzz in whenever you're ready. And Ronaldo is first. What is the escape velocity of Earth?
Oh my God, that's so easy. 32,000 meters per second.
Ooh, I'm sorry, but we are actually looking for 11.2 kilometers per second.
I mean, honestly, not bad.
Right there.
It was actually right there.
You were fairly close.
I was very close.
But that is incorrect, and that's another minus 300 points for you.
Oh, God.
You got him on, yeah.
Are you like delayed or something? Like, what's going on there?
No, you got it.
Okay.
Your question. What is the 3rd closest galaxy to the Milky Way?
Oh, it's so easy.
Third closest galaxy. You got the Milky Way. You then got the Segway.
The Segway.
I'm gonna go that way.
Yeah,
That way?
I'm gonna go that way. Yeah.
And while you were close, the answer we were looking for was Tucana 3.
Oh my God.
Bro, Tucana. Now wait, Adapt. What are you
Right, Adapt. Come on, bro. Lock in, man.
We also would have accepted Safeway.
Oh.
All right, and Adapt, your question. What is the bright yellow object at the center of our solar system?
Oh, bro.
Some may perceive it as orange.
I feel like it's the sun.
And the answer is the sun.
Wow.
Adapt, that's another 300 points
Fire.
for you.
Gotta respect him, man.
Yeah, you two are kind of struggling. For the 3rd and final round, Adapt, you get to select who your final opponent will be.
We'll give Marlon a break, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me stable.
You were right. All right, even though he's at like negative 300
Yeah.
points.
No. He plays the next round, me and him one-on-one.
Marlon, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna have to take your buzzer and you must stand there in sorrow, silence.
Okay, Marlon.
Shame.
Welcome to the team.
Suffering. And for our 3rd and final round of EWC Hardcore Trivia, we have 2 potential categories for you to choose your question from.
Oh, who gets the pick first?
Adapt does because he is currently in the lead.
I see you go for the.
I'm gonna challenge myself. Let me get gaming.
Okay. Yeah.
Gaming? All right. We're going to go to you first, Ronaldo. What landmark particle was discovered by the LHC in 2012, proving the existence of an invisible energy field?
I mean, bro, come on. We had a conversation about that on the bus.
I'm going I think this is like a trick question. I'm gonna go dark matter.
Dark matter?
Yeah.
And the answer is the Higgs boson.
Okay. I mean, not too far. Not too far.
You were right.
Minus 47,000 points
my God.
for Ronaldo.
I don't know if that matters.
And the final question for you for the win. What color is Mario's hat?
I'm gonna go red.
And the answer for the win. Red. Adapt has won EWC Hardcore Trivia. A round of applause from all of his competitors. Nothing but salt
Smartest.
from Ronaldo, unfortunately. Tell us how you really feel.
This is. Okay, give me a gaming question.
All right, your gaming question is, what was the release date of the first video game console ever commercially released?
Yeah, go yourself.
Unfortunately, this seems like a skill diff for poor Stable.
Adapt doesn't know this. What is it?
Listen, I already won. I got nothing to prove.
Would you like your question? If you get this answer correctly, not only will you have bragging rights over these 3 for all of perpetuity,
Go ahead and ask it, bro.
they will have to sit in economy on their flights home.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to take the risk?
I mean, take the risk, bro. What is the?
What do I got to lose?
Let's hear it. Might as well, bro.
All right. Partially built right here in France, the LHC has led to breakthroughs in particle physics. Though not intuitive, the first letter of both particle and physics are the same. What is that letter?
P. It's P.
And the answer is P. Gentlemen, I hope you brought your comfy neck pillows, sweats. You're sitting in economy, or rather, maybe in the cargo hold. Adapt, anything that you'd like to say to your losing
No, I
colleagues?
knew I was going to end up on top regardless.
Core, thank you all so much for joining me. And Adapt, when can I be expecting my check in the mail?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna connect you with Griff, and we'll sort it out after this.
Fantastic. All right. Make sure those 2 extra zeros that we discussed. Thank you all so much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Bye.
Appreciate it, y'all.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. We do, in fact, have an interview with Hikaru ready to go with John Sargent. Let's listen in and hear what Hikaru has to say.
The start of the match was also quite entertaining, and I think it's fair to say you had the upper hand as well. So maybe talk to us up to then. How's your level been today? How did you feel your match was so far?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting match. I think one thing that I did a lot better than I did yesterday is I didn't panic. I spent too long to play this queen takes b2 move in the second game against Alireza. I should have played that move in probably 5 or 10 seconds. So I used a little bit too much time, but I controlled my nerves in a way that I didn't yesterday against Dennis. Not to say that the outcome would have been different, but I think in 2 of those games, I got down to 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes. I'm I'm already freaking out and just completely losing my mind. And in the game against Alireza, I had 2 minutes, I used 30, 40 seconds, and I still was able to keep my nerves. So that was probably the big difference. And I'm very happy with the way I played, especially in the second game. And the ending, of course, is terrible, but it's not my fault. What can I do?
Look, we appreciate it's not the ideal circumstances, but at the end of the day, you played well, and I think a lot of people will very much agree that it's well deserved. So for what it's worth, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thank you, John Sargent, as always, for the great interview, hearing from Hikaru after that matchup.
Yeah, we didn't learn a lot about the technical issue, but we did hear what we suspected, which is that how he looked visibly on stage is also how he felt internally. He felt much more calm today. We saw it, he admitted to it, and that allowed him to stay calm when his time was running down and find moves like rook takes g3. So good to see Hikaru back on form today.
Yeah, looking great. Again, Hikaru, just a long lineage when it comes to esports competitions, chess competitions as a whole. Talented streamer. When I think about myself in esports, Hikaru is one of the top competitors that comes to mind.
Hikaru has done so much for showcasing to the whole world how a top player thinks, and I think that is incredible. He streams so much, he's played so many blitz games, introduced so many people to online chess, and yes, like you said, Mike, today he was really able to keep his nerves calm, and he was very happy about that. And we could see it in his chess, because that's how much psychology affects your own chess play as well.
Yeah, he's so much of an OG. He won, I believe, the original Speed Chess Championship. He's won 5 of them. So this goes back a long time with him, and he continues to grow chess. You know what? His day's not done, because for as long as I've known him, since COVID days, he's going to go home and stream right now. He's going to go home and give us more thoughts.
Which is so interesting and has honestly helped really explode the popularity of chess as a whole, right? Chess has always been special to me. I mean, I can remember being 5 or 6 years old, my dad teaching me how to play. But then I think about, years ago, you mentioned COVID time, right? And it's I think about all of the streams on Twitch, on YouTube, and the influencers getting involved, right? And I mean, you also yourself starting to create content, but you've been a long-term chess player too. And just how special that has been for kind of integrating, or at least combining, the traditional chess scene into what is now, the online culture.
It makes me so happy to see how many people both love playing chess, but also love watching chess and love watching all these players compete at the highest level. And I mean, I get so fascinated when I see what Hikaru and all these players can do. He's calculating 15 moves in advance, and he's doing all these arrows. I'm sure many of you have seen it at home, and it's just completely incredible.
Actually, 15 moves, really? Because I've heard 2 or 3. They can do 15?
Yeah, when he gets done drawing the arrows all over the board. It looks like, Kandinsky drawing a painting. There's just stuff going everywhere. But, Anna has taken chess creative content to new heights. And, speaking of COVID, Dennis is basically a COVID chess baby. I mean, his formative years were when everybody was locked down playing online. We could directly make a one-to-one relationship between everybody being locked down and Dennis's ability to get good at online chess.
So many people then were at home, of course, just not doing anything but studying chess. It gave people so many times, players like Dennis, so much time to study and really become the best chess players that they can be. And now we're seeing Dennis just being one of the very top players of the world.
Which is really special. For me, though, one name comes to mind, and I don't know how good he really is, but Tyler 1. I can remember him coming onto the scene right as a streamer, starting to play and compete when it comes to chess. Miraculously, though, big brain on him, bigger than his biceps, he ended up actually doing quite well in the tournaments.
Yeah, he did. In fact, I know this is going to be clipped if I get it wrong, but I think Tyler's online rating is over 2,000, which is really saying something.
Actually excellent.
For a PogChamps player to get their actual rating over 2,000, it must be some kind of record. You've been involved in PogChamps.
I am so excited right now because Tyler won. I mean, he went from like 200 rating to 2,000 rating. You know how, Taylor? Playing the cow opening. The opening I came up with a few years ago. I remember that he told me, Anna, I saw this short you made where you're talking about the cow opening. And you said that you win no matter if you play with white or black. And I said, no, I didn't say you always win. I say that you can play with both colors. He thought that it means that you're going to win every single game. But you know what? It's worked out for Tyler 1, and I'm very proud of him.
Absolutely. And I still need my lessons, and I'm going to take you up on it. You need to teach me the cow opening because I want to be better. Right now, should I say what? I'm not going to say what I'm at right now, okay? But you guys can make some educated guesses. It's either between 0 and 3,000, okay? Hey, check it out. EWC play is incredible, and so is EWC as a whole. Let's take a look.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
EWC, 24 different games, $70 million in prizes, plus the $30 million club championship race. It's an incredible product, truly, and the coverage has been sensational, and we also owe it up to Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The club championship race is getting interesting, and because it's week number 6, only one more week remains. We broke it down when it comes to chess, but we need an overarching view from some of our other stages. Trav, give me the CC update powered by Aramco.
We're over here in the Kadir City grid. The drums are banging and PUBG Mobile is well into its final phase. But it seems there's only a few CC relevant teams kind of left in competition, Lauren.
There are. We're now in day 2 of the competition. We're 7 matches in as well. And right now, it's E-Arena that are actually at the top of our leaderboard, which from the CC side of things is not very helpful, right? The 2 teams we're keeping our eyes on still are Aurora Gaming and Vitality. However, they've still not really popped off yet. Still been a little bit slow. There's still 5 matches left today alone, so an opportunity for them to get some points on the board, and they will still obviously head into our 3rd and final day of finals, but I need them to find some sort of a rhythm soon if they're looking to get some points on the board.
Yeah, seems to be the case. Vitality is still fighting out in Rocket League as well, so might be able to bounce up that leaderboard if they do well here too.
The fans is what makes Esports World Cup special, not only in the venue, but also all around the world. Let's check in with our Saudia superfans. Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. It's day number 4 for chess.
My name is Antoine and I'm from France. Yes, it's the first event I've been to only as a spectator.
My name is Amin. No, I'm Iranian, but I study here. I study in France.
I'm Marius, I'm from Paris. Yes, the first one I've been to live, so I'm pretty excited about that.
My name is Maëlys Manouvel. I live in Lyon. I come from France. I played chess when I started at 4 years old. Yeah, it's my first big chess event. I love Magnus Carlsen, Ali Reza, Nepomniachtchi. I took pictures with all the players, so I was really happy.
My name is Mehdi and I'm from the north of Paris. Yes, first time watching chess also. It's very, very nice, very nice. There's a lot of other esports.
So my favorite player is Ali Reza Firouzja because I'm Iranian basically and he plays for France. Well, I'm going to support Ali Reza, but I like Hikaru too. Yes, it's my very first chess event and really excited looking up to it.
I'm here to see Ali Reza mostly, supporting him, but I'm excited to see everyone, also Magnus obviously. I'm rooting for Nodiebek as well.
Obviously Magnus Carlsen, and I also like Ali Reza Firouzja.
I think the environment is really great. It seems to be well organized. The arena where Rocket League is played seems really huge. I expect to hear a lot of noise.
Chess at the Esports World Cup is incredibly special, and we owe a lot of that to our special guest on the desk, Danny Wrench, co-founder of chess.com. Also, you recently published your own memoir, Dark Squares. Great to have you, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thank you for having me. This is amazing as a fan and as someone who's a part of it, but this is just awesome.
Absolutely, man. Great to see you. It's been a wonderful event. My first chess event in my career, been doing it since 2012, and I've had an absolute blast. You've been here at EWC. You've been watching all the action go down. It's been 5 days of great competition, and chess is now one of the biggest esports stages, the Esports World Cup, an incredible product brought in with chess. And I got to ask you, man, how has your experience been? The chess merger coming into the Esports World Cup, what has that been like for you?
I would say it's exceeded expectations that we could have had. I think chess sits in a really unique position where it is simultaneously this incredible piece of human history and it's also now an esport. And I think we've been kind of navigating not just how the fans would feel about that, how our community would feel about that, but every aspect of being a part of this, I think has been bigger and better than we could have imagined.
I still remember when you announced on stream that chess was going to join the Esports World Cup. Now in year 2, when you look at where we're today, has it developed the way you hoped it would?
Yeah, again, I would think it's developed even better than we thought. I think the idea of how the broader online ecosystem now is part of this story, from Title Tuesday, the Speed Chess Championship, the events that we run online in a cohesive way already are now leading to something. I mean, you just look at this place, right? And you see the fans. This is something that is what chess deserves, I think, in the modern era. And so again, there's been a lot that goes into that. You talked about, you remember announcing it. I was catching up with Mike, who's the COO, and he and I were both laughing that was a very crazy time. This all came together very fast, and we were thrown on stream together to talk about the partnership before either of us knew each other or really knew what to expect. But we were standing right there watching you guys just a little bit ago. And the truth is, we're already so excited, not just about what we've done, but about where this is going and what's next. And so, yes, and then some.
And so when you look a few years into the future, where exactly would you like to see this partnership and chess's place within esports going? Yeah,
well, to share as much as I can about what we're discussing, I mean, what is happening right now is great. We're really excited about even more involvement of the team elements, I guess you would say. You see the players representing Team Falcons, Team Liquid, AG, everyone's up there, and that's great. But from my point of view, I think that in the annual storyline that exists, and in terms of how the community is thinking about it, more than just what they've known forever that we know, which is Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, the individuals, but really trying to do more to get fans involved with the teams. Are there ways we can have them battling against each other on a weekly, monthly basis, and just helping chess take that step? Because I think that caring about the teams more than maybe the most individual sport in history is a big part of why we believe in this. And again, without getting too much into the details of that, that's something that we think is a big part of where we're going to go.
And just kind of extrapolating on that, I mean, we've already seen great changes to the format from last year to this year. How involved is chess.com in those changes? Just developing in general the EWC format, because it's such a unique product, again, on one of the esports biggest world stages. What is it like to experiment with competitive chess in the format when it comes to chess.com?
Yeah, I mean, we're super involved, because that's been the best part of the partnership, is that the EWC folks came in and were like, hey, you guys have been doing this for a long time, like, help us understand what will immediately resonate, and then what is innovation for you guys? What would you do, rather than thinking about what we've done forever, which is amazing. We are a service tool, a service platform that covers the Classical World Chess Championship and our World Cup, the more classical chess World Cup. I can name a million events that we've been covering for years, and those are great. What would you do with an online esports product if you were kind of hitting the reset button in some areas? And so they've been very supportive in asking us. So the answer is, we've been very involved in the format, and we will continue to be. And at the same time, we trust them as well. I mean, they have a more global view than we do in many ways in terms of what resonates with the modern esports fan, and they're looking at other games. We can take learnings from what you're seeing in League of Legends or in Counter-Strike, and across the board, chess also has things to learn as far as things that will help grow the game in that kind of demographic. And so we are very involved, but the partnership is exciting to learn from both sides.
And following up on that, you and I know chess already had its own big universe of fans. Now we're tag teaming with the EWC ecosystem, and we're seeing a lot of big EWC teams investing in chess. We've got All Gamers, Gen.G, Liquid, Falcons, Navi. When chess combines with EWC, are we having new ideas, new audiences? Is there a different competitive culture that EWC brings to chess?
Yes, and a lot of, again, what we talked about is we feel like we're kind of just at the beginning. This is currently a very, like I said, individual format with the teams represented by kind of the jersey the players wear and the amazing, they do care about the teams and they're investing in the content. But again, we think there are other formats that are maybe a little more team driven. The EWC folks are already doing that with the ENC, which I'm super pumped about, in November. And there are other types of team formats you can do, maybe more creators involved, maybe other ways that we design a competitive ecosystem where it doesn't just come down to Magnus and Lazovic or whatever that looks like, right? And not because this isn't amazing, and chess will always be this ultimate one-on-one battle when you're actually on the board, but are there other ways we can bring fans in and lean in on that? So yes, we're thinking about a lot of things, not changes necessary to this format, because I don't want anyone to be scared. People are like, oh my God, here they go again. They're going to change things. It's not necessarily about changing this format, but thinking about things to maybe test and try and see whether fans like it.
And speaking a little bit about the players, Danny, what player here at the EWC has impressed you the most?
I have to talk about Denis Lazovic. I feel like I was hired to be a part of this guy's PR team without knowing it. But, I mean, this kid grew up on chess.com, like a lot of them. So did Ali Reza, so did others. But a lot of people don't know he was the first FIDE Master, which in chess is the third highest title behind International and Grandmaster, ever to win a Title Tuesday. That's kind of a big deal now when you think full circle that Title Tuesday is a part of this ecosystem. When he won that Title Tuesday as a young player, I will say that there were a few top players who maybe thought that there was some cheating going on, and we said no. He's very clean. In fact, he's very talented. Get to know his name, and here he is playing in the finals against Magnus Carlsen. And so, I mean, you know Magnus, you know Hikaru. A lot of people are asking, when will be a day where it's not Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura winning a Rapid or Blitz event? A lot of people have said maybe that name is Alireza Firouzja, but maybe that name is Denis Lazovic. At some point, somebody is going to knock one of those guys off, and I think Lazovic deserves a lot more than he gets currently in the community in terms of love and appreciation about just how fascinating his career has been.
And Danny, let me ask you this then. You pumped up Denis, right? He's about to go on that stage and play Magnus Carlsen. Do you want to throw your hat in the ring and give a prediction of who's about to win EWC 2026 when it comes to chess?
I pumped up Denis because I believe in him, but I'm also too much of a I used to do the commentary job. I'm not going to make a prediction that is not the reasonable one, I guess. I mean, Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen.
That's right.
He is Magnus bleeping Carlsen. He's the GOAT. It's his world in chess, and we're all living in it. I mean, that is the truth. And,
That's right.
And until somebody does do the thing, fulfill the prophecy that we've talked about, who will that person be in the next generation? There's no world where you pick against Magnus, and I think I expect Magnus to win this one and once again be the repeating champion here at the EWC.
All right, well, let's find out together, right? Because I'm sure you're going to be watching over in the stands. Danny, thank you so much for coming on and giving us some insight into chess.com and the history with EWC and maybe even some of the future. Well, the competitors are arriving, and John Sargent had a chance to catch up with Denis before stepping on stage.
All right, here we go. The players will be arriving any moment now for the grand final. I've given up trying to get to the bus. They're all faster than me. Denis, walk with me. How are you feeling today? Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm ready to play.
Last time I spoke with you, I think at Speed Chess, it was the third place match I was talking to you about. It's the grand final today. How do you think you'll do?
Well, I have the best conditions. Like I won tomorrow. I won a couple of great matches, and I feel very confident. And I think like yesterday I played my best chess, so I feel great.
Only getting better and better. Denis, we're looking forward to the match. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's about that time for grand finals to get started. Two Titans ready to battle it out. One just 19 years old, representing AGAL after they took a stab at him, and it seems to have paid off. The other looking to go back-to-back, the best in the world. It's Magnus Carlsen, and he is, in fact, going to take that stage. He is, in fact, the champion, but the question we all have is, can he be defeated?
6 months ago when they played, Denis won the first game against Magnus. Then we saw angry Magnus. He went on to win the next 7 decisive games. We're going to see if Denis can sustain his ability to play against Magnus for a full several hours.
Magnus literally #1 in all retrospects when it comes to chess. I mean, he is the #1 in the world. But Denis doesn't care about any of that narrative. He truly thinks he can take the Titan down. I know Magnus is the favorite, but Denis is going to be coming in hot and heavy. And yesterday, as he was crushing the key of who he defeated in semifinals, saying, I don't really care who I have to play.
Denis Lazovic never cares about who he has to play. He just wants to win. He's 19 years old, a chess prodigy. He's already defeated some of the very best chess players in the world. Hikaru, Noterbeek, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Sina Movahed, and he's here to defeat Magnus Carlsen as well. He's gonna give it his everything, and I can't wait to see if he's able to do so.
Speed chess champion, and matter of fact, he did lose to Hikaru in groups, snapped right back, beating him when it mattered most during the playoffs. It only shows, even though he's he's only 19, his composure is real.
Yeah, the fact the only game he lost was to Hikaru, and he was out-blitzed in King and Rook versus King and Rook. Of course, Magnus used the clock as a weapon yesterday. Dennis cannot afford to get behind on the clock against Magnus.
That's right, Dennis Lazovic, Magnus Carlsen. Do you want to take any last chance predictions? I don't know. It's going to be hard. I want you guys to think with your brain, though, not your hearts. Let's start with you.
I wouldn't be up here if I picked somebody other than Magnus. I would just be trying to sound smart by picking someone else. So Danny did a lot of cheerleading for Dennis. We're all rooting for a close match, but if I had to put real money down, and I'm not, it's got to go with Magnus.
I have to agree. I will say Magnus, but listen, if Dennis Lazovic wins here today, history will be made, and it would be incredible. I'll go with Magnus, but I'm always rooting for the underdog.
That's right. And for me, I'm going with the underdog. I'm going Dennis Lazovic. And the reason why is I believe in his story. At 19, you don't fear anything in life, right? Everything is ahead of you. Nothing is behind you. So for Dennis Lazovic, I believe in him. Plus AGAL, one of my favorite organizations out there and a great organization. But for Team Liquid, this is a big moment for them for the club championship race. Winning today for Magnus Carlsen means that puts them up into about 11th place, which we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars going to Team Liquid's organization. That is a big deal, especially given the fact that they've only really been successful this week. They started this week at 0 points. They got some in Rainbow Six, but here in chess, they can earn 1,000, but bare minimum, they're going to be walking away with 750. Again, I go back to the composure of Dennis Lazovic. When you think of Magnus Carlsen and the aura that he has when he steps on that stage, it's tremendous. And some people crumble under that aura, but Dennis doesn't seem fazed by it. He looks like he's going in pretty strong.
Magnus has admitted in interviews that he's already ahead the minute he sits down from someone else because he knows that they're afraid of him. And if he can find an opponent that is not afraid, and it sure looks like Dennis could be that opponent, that could be great. And you know what? Magnus is a big fan of sports. He likes rivalries. He loves rivalries. He's been waiting for somebody to rise up and challenge him. For many years, he thought it was Ali Reza. He doesn't want to lose today, but I bet he would love the idea that somebody gives him a close match for years to come.
Magnus Carlsen even praised yesterday Dennis Lazovic and said that Dennis is a player that doesn't beat himself, which basically means that he doesn't put himself in a losing position. He always puts his pieces on good squares, he always finds good moves, and he doesn't really make any blunders.
I feel like Dennis has been getting a lot of praise, really, from nearly everyone, Magnus included, because he's been playing so incredibly well. I think everyone's a big fan of his story, you know, and his rise so quickly, too. I mean, to go from coveted to where he is now, I mean, that's such a great story.
It's incredible. And you know what would be an even better story? It's the fact that he was almost predicting maybe a win. We saw the little trophy situation the other day.
Oh my gosh.
So I think that clip, if he ends up winning today, that clip will stay forever in history as a crazy manifestation.
That's a good callback, Anna. These two players do share one thing. They've both put their winner's key in the trophy. The difference is that Magnus did it as the actual winner. Dennis was a bit of a blunder, but, you know, maybe that was his way of saying, you know, even subliminally, my key belongs here by the end of the week.
Absolutely insane. Craziest moment, I would say, out of the 6 weeks that I've been here in the Allianz Vault, for sure. But thinking about Magnus Carlsen and how dominant he's been at the Esports World Cup, winning last year, but he didn't just win by dropping, you know, a game here or a match here and there. No, he went undefeated, and he's undefeated once again.
Yeah, he's never lost a match in the Esports World Cup. I mean, if Dennis Lazovic is the first player to be able to beat Magnus in a match, that would be huge. Like we said, Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he is the #1 player in the world. He's good at every format. He's arguably the best chess player that has ever been on this earth. That's how good Magnus Carlsen is. So, yeah, he's never lost a match in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, normally I'm like, oh man, we got to tone it down, but he really is that good. I mean, he genuinely is the best. And the fact is, FIDE rating, classical, rapid blitz, #1, which is just truly sensational. Magnus clearly understands chess at a level that nobody else in the history of chess has been able to comprehend.
Yeah, there's a recent documentary where he kind of just said, this just happens to be the one thing that I'm good at. It may not translate to other parts of life, but he's just like, I just happen to have this preternatural ability to just know where the pieces go. He almost seems like apologetic that I accidentally came across this ability, but we're very rich, much richer for it in the chess world that we found him.
Yeah, what held the classical world championship title from 2013 to 2023. And then after that, that's when the rumors started spreading. Oh, is Magnus still who we think he's supposed to be? Is he still that competitor, that dominant champion? Well, clearly he is, and he's about to step on stage. Grand finals, what's at stake? $1.5 million, $250,000 for first place. Denis Lazovic, only 19 years old, representing AGAL, trying to take the trophy for himself. But on the other end, Magnus Carlsen is looking just to add yet another one. Another trophy, a back-to-back championship. Is he going to get it? Let's head to the stage to get our grand final started.
A breathing room.
This is unbelievable. Hikaru's giving up. The black rook cuts off the white king. The black king assists the black pawn, which is going up the board. This is the final few moments of Hikaru Nakamura's run at the EWC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day number 4 for chess, which means we've got our top 8 players, and we're getting ever so close to the grand final.
I often reach the final, even if I'm not in my best form.
I will be much more confident and much less nervous than I was before the tournament. It's almost impossible to get such level as Magnus. Magnus just plays better. Maybe you need to have some a bit different mindset against him. If you're not good chess player, it will not help you. I'm playing on such level for quite a long time, so I think it's hard to underestimate me. He's very talented, much better than others.
For this year, I'm hoping for bigger and better, and ultimately it comes down to skill one way or another.
If he will not be able to play his best chess, and I will be playing my best chess, maybe I will have some chances. But of course, in general, he is better than me, so I need some luck to win him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you have all been waiting for. For everyone watching from home and everyone here in Paris, France, make some noise if you are ready for grand final!
Oh, Rob, I like that, but you know what? We're gonna do it one more time. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour la grande finale?
This is a clash of titans. This is, of course, the two best players left in this event. We started out with 16, and now of these two, only one will punch their ticket into history.
Both of these players had to fight through fierce brackets over the last few days, fierce matches going on to get all the way to these grand finals, but only one of them can put his key into that trophy and lift the winner's trophy here at EWC 2026.
Well, Damascus, that's enough said. It is time for us to get to the action. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the main event of the evening. And there is no time like showtime!
And is there a better showtime than an absolute clash of titans from the absolute titan of chess, Magnus Carlsen himself, taking on the child prodigy, 19 years old, Denis Lazovic.
These two players, of course, have slashed through the competition from top to bottom. Some would look at this as if it was Dennis versus Goliath, but we do know just how that story ended.
Absolutely, and as Magnus Carlsen is rising up the entire crowd, everyone is there to watch the champion. There is a huge story here to become the back-to-back.
The energy in here is absolutely electric as you see the challenger, Denis Lazovic, entirely unfazed by the pressure and showing that he has no fear.
Absolutely no fear, the confidence of youth stepping onto the stage, taking on the absolute titans. The two players are with us. It is time, Rob, for grand finals.
Magnus. Okay, Magnus, to start out this event, you seemed a bit under the weather on day one, and then it seemed as if your confidence increased over the event. Maybe you just felt better. What version of Magnus Carlsen are we getting today?
We'll see. Yeah, obviously I'm still not 100%, but I feel like I've been getting a little bit better the last few days, and yeah, getting some positive experiences over the board always helps.
So there's been a lot said about your opponents maybe even fearing you, a lot of your opponents, because of how strong you are. Do you think Lazovic fears you?
No, I think he plays his own game, and I think now for a number of years, the way he has played in events, especially in speed chess and online, like he's beaten a lot of names that are a lot bigger than his has been, and you cannot do that if you don't have that kind of quiet confidence that you can do it. So I don't think he fears anybody.
Okay, Magnus Carlsen officially fighting to become the back-to-back EWC champion for chess.
But against him, someone else is trying to etch his name in history. Magnus himself thinks he does not believe that you're scared of playing Magnus, as you always show that cold calculation and that confidence. That's what transpired of our interviews, our couple discussions throughout the week. So how do you feel today? How confident do you feel taking out the absolute titan, the title defender?
I feel confident. It's a very special moment for me. That's why I play chess, for such moments, so many people watching, and it's definitely a great moment, and it will be a great match.
All right, listen, this is a great match, and we're not going to make you guys wait any further. Denis gonna have you stand there for the pre-match face-off. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready for grand finals, give it up for Denis Lazovic versus Magnus Carlsen!
We are ready for the final showdown. We have Magnus Carlsen, a guy who has won nearly every single title there is to win, and his challenger for today, 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. It's going to be the biggest show in town.
Boy, my colleagues were convincing me Denis had a good chance in those pre-game interviews, although Magnus obviously the favorite. Yesterday, right before Denis played Nakamura, one of my colleagues said to me, I think Denis is going to win this match. And I looked at him with a funny look at my face, and I'm like, yeah, sure, and Carlo's going to lose. And then as the match progressed, turned out my colleague was right, and I was ashamed. I didn't realize how strong Denis was. Denis has good chances in any match. Obviously, Hikaru winning that match was a small upset. Beating Magnus would be an upset of much bigger proportions. Magnus is the reigning champion. Magnus hasn't lost a match. He didn't lose last year, didn't lose this year, and I think both players are ready for the upcoming grand final.
Absolutely. And Dennis, if he wants to win, he's going to have to defeat a man who has gone through this event unscathed. He hasn't lost. Magnus has not lost a single game in this competition so far. And here it's going to be a best of 3 matches. And we see Magnus playing with the white pieces. What does he have in store? First up, what can we expect from such an epic match?
Well, somebody in the audience yesterday asked me, what do you and Jovi have in common with Magnus? And I gave them a good answer. I said, none of us have lost a match. We're all perfect. We haven't lost. Luckily, we haven't played. Otherwise, my answer would have been different. Boy, if you're asking me, how do you beat Magnus in a match? I don't know. I never see him lose. Every time I watch Magnus play a match, he wins. So this would be a Herculean effort if Dennis can take the title. And for somebody who had just recently wasn't even a grandmaster, this will be by far the biggest prize fund he's ever played for. For Magnus, this is matter of fact. 250K, I just throw it on the pile. But for Denis Lazovic, 250K would be by far the biggest prize he's ever won.
There's a lot of motivation for the youngster. He'll be also etching his name into the history books and also winning the heart of absolutely everyone in the arena as we await the biggest final in town. Magnus Carlsen, he's so strong. You know, he has been world #1, 5-time world champion, world rapid champion, world blitz champion, online speed chess champion. I mean, the accolades are just pouring in. So for Dennis to overturn that, it's going to require a lot of confidence, a lot of calculation, and some unpredictability.
It's not going to be easy. Magnus is the reigning champion. As you said, Magnus is the champion of every time control, every format. And we have a different format, actually, this match than the last one, Yofi. We have 2 4-game matches instead of the 6-game match we saw with Hikaru and Ali Reza. So we're in for some chess. We're going to have several hours of amazing chess. Hopefully Dennis can keep up and we can see a really close match, one that's really interesting for the spectators. And of course, Dennis showing great form. And I think the 2 players who played the best this event so far are in the final. Both sides are worthy. Obviously, Magnus, we expect to be in the final. Dennis is a little bit of a surprise, but not the way he's been playing. The way he's been playing in the tournament, it's no surprise at all that he made the final.
And we're about to get lift off as Magnus thinks for a little bit. Don't think too long. Don't keep us guessing. And he opens up with a Queen's Pawn. Dennis there. He's a very classical player. He's going to develop his knight and stake that claim into the center. And we have an opening, which is the Queen's Gambit. Whether it's going to be declined, whether it's going to be accepted, well, we have an answer. The bishop comes out, sets up a pin, and dynamic is at play from Dennis, because this is the most aggressive response. Now here, plenty of options for white. You can come out with your bishop, set up your own pin. You can also take the pawn in the middle. You can also throw in a check with the queen. He goes for that pin and gets immediately questioned.
It's funny, bishop b4 is probably the most common move in that position on move 4, but we haven't seen it a lot this event. Queen a4 check, forking the king and bishop, forcing black to block their c-pawn with knight c6. This is a pretty common line. Black has the 2 bishops, but black's bishop on c8, as per usual, in the queen pawn openings, isn't very active. Magnus, as per usual, going for the safe, solid advantage and try to outplay his opponent slowly in the positional part of the game. And typically, the younger player, in this case, obviously, Lazovic, wants to play more tactically and more aggressively. Magnus is going to avoid that by playing safe, solid, and sound and try to get a small advantage.
But that's exactly what Dennis does himself. He likes to take those positions which are super calm, super solid, doesn't take too much risk, and relies on his speed in the later stages of the game. And we're seeing here a nice decision from Magnus, just delaying capturing that pawn with a bishop, and again asking the question to Dennis, what are you going to do next? I'm expecting Dennis to look after the dark squared bishop and eventually break out in the center to liberate his own light squared bishop that needs to get out.
Queen e7, a little bit of an unusual retreat. And typically in these openings, if black can't get the move c5 in, black tries to play e5. And I'm wondering if Dennis is going to retreat his bishop, keep the 2 bishops. Oh, he plays knight a5, attacking the bishop on c4. that explains why Dennis played queen e7 earlier, defending the bishop on b4. And I was wrong as usual. Instead of playing e5, it seems like black is going to play for c5. That's why he moved his knight away from the c6 square. So we're seeing some to and fro. Magnus has to do something about his bishop. Seems a little bit perplexed. Moves it back to safety to e2. White has a tiny advantage because white has a nicer center, but black has the two bishops. Well, he had the two bishops. Now he's trading. He'll play b6 to fianchetto his bishop on b7 and try to equalize the game that way. I still like white a little bit, Yovi, because white has more center pawns than black.
Yeah, exactly. And gotta say, this is a really nice idea from Dennis. It's been played before, so he's just simply repeating what he knows. And that bishop is going to get liberated onto its beautiful light squared diagonal. Now, if he can achieve that, then everything is going to be hunky-dory. But if he doesn't do that, if he doesn't manage to put any pressure, then we can see that Magnus is simply going to be equal. So here I'm expecting Magnus to jump in with his knight and start to ask those questions.
Yeah, this looks like, again, Magnus has a slight advantage. Got the knight in the center. He's trading off the bishop on...
Yeah, he's going to trade off the bishops. As soon as that's going to appear, there's going to be a jump in with the knight to the center. And now here, you can't let that beautiful bishop still exist on the board. So this is why you initiate a trade. And white is going to argue, it's a matter of a small margin. He's going to say, well, okay, this is all moot, Ben, because the players have not gone for this. There's been no jump into the center.
No.
Instead, Magnus is just taking his own path, and we're going to be seeing an exchange of queens. But Dennis there just saying, hang on a second, if that trade is going to happen, it's going to be on my own terms.
Exactly. There's really to and fro here. White trying to get the smallest of advantages. The engines really like the way the players are playing. White, Magnus trying to get a small advantage, trying to get those better center pawns. Black trying to develop the bishop, then play c5 at some point, putting pressure on white center. Very equalish kind of position. I think Magnus is happy with the kind of structure they have where he can try to slowly outplay his opponent. Typical Magnus play. Dennis has a really solid position. Both players are playing pretty quickly. Not many tactics in the position, just a slow build-up, Yovi.
It is a slow build-up, I'm going to say, but it's actually going to be easier to play black here, because now the rooks are going to just align into the center, and the pawn break that you mentioned is just to attack the queen, break open with the c-pawn, and then black is going to stand really well. So this is why Magnus saying, I don't like that light squared bishop, let's make the trade.
Yeah, Magnus going to play bishop f3 at some point, trading the bishops. The knight can head out to c4 or b3, get rid of the knight on a5. And eventually, Magnus wants to push one or both of those center pawns by playing c4 or e4. Probably not both. That would weaken the d4 pawn. And as you said, black wants to play c5 at some point. He just has to time it right because some of the queenside pieces could be a bit loose. So he plays rook a c8, preparing to play c5 later. Magnus has to make sure Dennis can't play c5 and equalize the position. Plays knight b3. He wants to recapture with the a pawn, getting rid of his isolated pawn. And he's threatening right now to take that knight on a5, especially since the b pawn is pinned. And he's defending the c5 square. So very logical play from both sides. Not the most exciting position. I think Magnus and Dennis like that. They like to slowly outmaneuver their opponents and gain small incremental advantages and not play for big tactics right away.
Exactly. I mean, both of them are fighting with the same sword to effect. So we're seeing Dennis just attack the queen. Super good. Keeping the tension still alive in the position. And now the queen just has to move. Now, big question on the board. Going to make the trade. And Magnus answers with the affirmative. Yes. And now, in turn, very quick response. You could have taken with a rook.
Yeah.
But take with a pawn and just release the rook. And what a position so far. It's going to be a famous Magnus grind as he tries to lock out the bishop, take perhaps a big center, and Dennis is going to have to fight against those small margins.
Yeah, both sides are going to move their kings to the center. King f2, black plays king f8 to e7. Magnus is going to push his pawns. The question is Magnus going to play e4 and have a bigger pawn center? Black's putting a lot of pressure on the C line. Black is considering playing d5 or b5 at some point. Here comes the king. I think Lazovic's king is going to move to the queen side also with king f8 to e7. I think it's about equal. Both sides try to outplay each other, test the pieces out the first game, but pretty equal so far, Yovi.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty even, but I gotta say that there are two rooks bearing down against White's one. So immediately there could be some challenges to that pawn in the middle, but instead some gentle improvement. And Magnus, being crafty, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna set up the idea of breaking up the left side of the board by lifting up my own pawn, making a challenge. And this is very clever stuff.
Yeah, Magnus is considering playing b4, putting more pressure on the queen side. And as you pointed out, Yovi, Black had the double rooks on the c line, bearing down on Magnus's rook on c1. He just moved it off the file, and now Lazovic realizes that Magnus was considering playing b4, puts pressure on the c4 pawn. It's a to and fro game. It's not easy to do anything. Lazovic does move the king to e7, which I indicated would happen. The question is, can Magnus get more space and play e4, king e3? Or is he going to be okay just maneuvering around in his own lines and accepting equality? The engine likes White a little bit. I think it's equal. We're going to see if Magnus can improve the position on the board. Well, he does play e4.
He does go for your plan of just slowly making those improvements. Now the king is getting ready to go into the middle of the board. And you've got to watch out, because this is the moment where Magnus creates those magical moments. Look at that. You know, how is Black going to challenge that pawn wedge in the middle of the board? How is Black going to break through and just liberate the pieces? It's not very easy at all.
No, it's not clear. Black has 3 pawn breaks, d5, b5, and e5. The question is, does he want to do any of those or simply wait for Magnus to do something of his own accord? And both players have about 5 minutes left. The time is about the same. Yeah. Again, Black has all these possible pawn breaks, but Black could just wait too and not do anything and say, Magnus, you can't do anything. I'm happy to just wait here and see if White can try to do one of their pawn breaks of their own. Obviously, Magnus is going to play king e3 pretty soon and then try to move the pawns in the center. There's not really many places to go. Black is so solid, Yovi.
It is definitely very solid for Black, but at the same time, it's not easy to play with less space. And you know, us humans, we want to be bursting out into the position. So I'm actually expecting Dennis to blink first and maybe challenge in the center immediately with the move d5. And once he gets that, then suddenly the whole position changes.
Yeah, that's right. It looks simple now. Once a pawn break is made, players have to think a while. And he played the other pawn break, Yovi, e5. Magnus moved his king up into the center as expected, king e3. White has an advantage. White has more space in the center. Dennis is just chilling, waiting for Magnus to do something. And I think from Magnus's point of view, probably playing something like f4 at some point. And Dennis blinks. This actually surprises me that he gave up his e-pawn on e5. That was such a strong pawn. Now Dennis is saddled with the weak, isolated d-pawn on the half-open line. So now I think actually Magnus could have a serious advantage if he can put pressure on the d6 pawn.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. And he's going to make those small improvements first. So first up, take the space as he's just done. And then he can keep his opponent guessing. You know, maybe he's going to put his rook double up, start pointing at that lone pawn. Maybe he's going to be also breaking out on the left side of the pawn. These are so many things. There's so many things that Dennis has to be considering. And it's not easy to sit there and wait for your opponent to strike.
No, Magnus doubles rooks, as you suggested, putting pressure on the d6 pawn. And the question for me is, now that Lazovic has played e5 and captured on d4, is he going to play b5 and put pressure on that c4 pawn? Or is Dennis going to be happy to wait and say, you can't do anything, I'm really solid here, this position is just equal? And so far, looks like Dennis is doing a good job of equalizing the game and making it difficult for Magnus to break through anywhere.
It's equal, but it's not quite equal because Magnus is the only one that is trying. And already he's setting up a sneaky idea. You see, he had eyes against that bishop. That's why the bishop dropped back, just to prevent White from breaking open the left side of the board. And still the thing is, White is the only one that is slowly improving, whereas for Black, it's not easy to break out. So Black is more or less in wait and see mode.
Yeah, usually it's not a good tactic against Magnus to have a passive wait and see kind of position and be slightly worse, which is what Black has chosen this game. White has more space with all of Magnus's pawns on the 4th rank. Lazovic only has 1 pawn on the 4th rank. So White has more space. White's king is a little further up the board. White has more options to do things. White has more time on the clock. Advantage Magnus, just a small advantage, but that's all Magnus needs to get victory usually, Ovi.
Exactly. And I got to say, it's now really tempting to make perfect geometry on the board, advance the other pawn and get 4 pawns on the same line. But no, we have more waiting from Magnus. Moves with the bishop, and the king starts making some way towards the left. Maybe there's some ideas of eventually breaking open. These are the things that are keeping Dennis guessing. And you know what? It's costing him some time now, under 3 minutes on the clock. And there's no way that Magnus is going to be repeating this position 3 times.
No, Magnus is trying to figure out a way to play b4, either by playing king c3 first or playing rook b1, opening up the lines for the rook. Right now, they're just moving back and forth, not doing very much. Magnus can't seem to find a good plan. Looks like Magnus wants to put his king on d4 instead of his rook. Then he can move his other rook to the b line, and that's what he does. Try to play b4. Magnus's king on the 4th row, Lazovic on the 2nd row. Lazovic just moving back and forth. He's saying, I have a perfect position. You can't break through. There's nothing you can do. And Magnus says, just watch me work.
Exactly. And this is the Grinders Manual 101. What do? You just keep your opponent guessing. You keep things flexible. You don't make a pawn move. And you only do it when your opponent is down on the clock and they can't assess the consequences. So this game is going to go for a long, long time. We're already on move 43. I'm expecting it to last until move 80. And some more shuffling going on from our players as the rook lines up. And, again, Dennis is going to have to guess at every single turn. When is that pawn going to advance? When am I going to have some action?
Magnus trying to play b4, but Lazovic attacking that c4 pawn, making it very difficult. Magnus trying all he can, everything he can to defend that c pawn, so he can play b4 and break through. Seems like b4 is his only breakthrough, but Magnus can't seem to figure out a way to get it in. Lazovic defending against the b4 breakthrough by putting all of his pieces on White's c4 pawn. White's c4 pawn defended really well by the pawn on b3. But we've seen some repetitions. Magnus better be careful and not accidentally repeat 3 times. Then he'll be pretty upset. Magnus has a time advantage. He has a space advantage. But Lazovic is solid this game.
He's very solid, so it's going to be a question of when Magnus is going to break through. When is he going to make his move? I mean, at the minute, he's been maneuvering with the rook. I'm expecting him to drop his bishop one more time, and maybe, just maybe, we're going to be seeing some inroads happen. Oh, okay, I spoke too soon, because here it comes. Here is the action. He is breaking through. Now, big question, how is Black going to be handling this? Is he just going to drop his rook back, attack the white rook, or can he play anything else? Because one thing for sure, you do not want to be capturing that pawn, because if you do that, the 2 rooks are going to be lined up perfectly.
That's right. Black doesn't want to take on b4. Lazovic is probably considering rook takes c4 check with an attack on the rook on a4. Be a lot of trading then. He decided not to do it. Instead, he discovered attacks the rook. Now Magnus safely got in b4. Magnus is attacking the a and b pawns. Magnus's advantage on the clock is growing. It's almost 1 minute. And it looks like Magnus's position is improving. Now Black has 2 weak pawns, the pawn on b6, the pawn on d6. Magnus is going to go to work. Slowly but surely, Magnus is inching his way in, attacking those weak pawns.
Yeah, and this is a thing of beauty as we see him again, just shuffling, but now he starts maximizing the position. He's got full control here as Dennis ticks down to under 1 minute and a half. And the only thing Dennis can do now is wait. And it's really interesting to see in the lead up to all of this, he set some tactical questions to Dennis and said, hey, how about you make some trades and then I can start to infiltrate. And look at this, the king steps back. Magnus ever so patient. He's in his element here.
Right, Magnus puts the bishop on f3, and he's putting pressure on the rook on b7. White could play e5, discover, attack the rook. Right now, the pawn on c4 is under attack. Magnus defends it. So Black attacks the c4 pawn. Magnus attacks the b6 pawn. Now Magnus is going to trade rooks and try to get his king to go to the b5 square and attack the b pawn that way. Slowly but surely, Magnus is inching his way into the queen side. Magnus has a time advantage. So far, it looks like a typical Magnus game, taking a slight advantage, making it a clear advantage, and eventually breaking through on one side or the other.
But hats off to Dennis, who is resolutely holding on. He is holding the door, making sure everything is closed. And it's ugly chess. It's really unpleasant to play, but he is still doing it. Look at this, now under the minute, and here he comes. He's breaking out. Is this enough to equalize as the bishops come off the board? Check. And I think Dennis is doing it.
Yeah, Magnus seemed pretty unhappy when Dennis played b5. I think he misunderstood that. And now black has pretty much equalized the game. Magnus still has a better king, but the pawns are coming off the board. They're all on the same side. Magnus threatens checkmate with his king. All the pawns are going to come off. It looks like Dennis equalized the game just at the right time with b5, and he's probably going to hold the draw.
Yeah, some nice moves there, especially with the king running to the right, making sure it's getting shelter. And Magnus just offering up some trades, is not happy with himself because usually he wins those types of endgames, but Dennis showing him that he's also a good positional player here, and now it's going to be very difficult for Magnus to start improving the pawns, but he goes for it. Now comes
Magnus has a passed pawn, but and he blunders into the lost king and pawn ending, blundering in time trouble. Now white's winning.
Oh my goodness.
Both players shaking their heads, Magnus realizing how lucky he was. Dennis overlooked rook f5 check, getting into a winning king and pawn endgame.
And this is the problem. This would be stalemate, except there is a pawn that Dennis can move, and Magnus wins the game. Right when it looked like it was heading to a draw, Dennis makes a big blunder.
Just as it looked like Dennis solved all his problems, made a blunder with very little time on the clock, and ended up losing the game. Magnus obviously very happy about the turn of events. Really nice, solid defensive game from Lazovic until the very end. And boy, it's easy to blunder when you have less than a minute, Yovi. I do it all the time.
It's super easy to do, especially when you've been holding on for such a long time. And Magnus there with a lot of support. And indeed, he does make his crowd proud. Now, gotta say though, for Magnus, he's going to be feeling really happy because he won that game. But Dennis, will he be tilted by that kind of a blunder? Because it's very painful to lose in that manner.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He defended so well for so long. And as soon as everything looked like it was all set and he was ready to draw the game, a one-move blunder going into the lost king and pawn ending, Magnus wins. Magnus probably surprises anybody. He won that rook and pawn ending. That's typical Magnus, winning drawn endings, winning positions nobody else can win. And we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Dennis has to equalize right away. Dennis has white. He's going to want to win the game. And they play the same opening as last time, except now Dennis is white. Magnus plays h6 instead of bishop b4. So we have another variation this time, Yovi.
Exactly, and this is somewhat of a Magnus specialty. He likes to play this pawn move. It's just to eliminate certain lines. He also likes to do it on the other side of the board as well. But the big question now for white is, what are you going to do? And Dennis opts for his trusted fianchetto variation. That's something that Dennis does very regularly. He just goes for positions with small pull, but not that much risk.
Yeah, it looks like a Catalan variation where Magnus has played an early h6. So still, both players are in their preparation. White has a slight advantage. Magnus takes the pawn on c4. Typically, white wins the pawn back relatively quickly with knight e5 or queen a4. And Magnus will start attacking the center with c5. Sometimes the bishop fights the other bishop, goes to the diagonal.
Yeah, absolutely.
With bishop d7 to c6 or b6, bishop b7.
Yeah, there's so many possibilities that white has, but most of them center around the fact that this light square bishop is so good, as we see the knight does jump in. Very quick reaction there from Magnus. And now here, the whole idea is that, yes, you are returning the pawn, but you are maintaining that stronghold on c4. So here we're expecting this. And now I think the best move in this type of position is you can come out with your queen, but you can also grab that pawn, triple pawns. We often call them drunken pawns. 3 pawns in a row.
I like to say triple pawns are 3 times as good, but usually I'm kidding. Nobody wants to have triple pawns. But black is ahead of pawn until white takes one of those pawns back. As you pointed out, Yovi, Dennis does play queen a4, putting pressure on the weak c pawns that black has. Magnus, by taking on c4 and c6, can get his bishop out and maybe trade the white squared bishops. Black has the solid d5 square for his knight. White is slightly better, but Magnus feels like if he equalizes the game, he could then play for an advantage with black.
Yeah, and this is a full-on gambit, though, because black can pick up that queen and take that pawn in the middle. And there's going to be some questions there on how to actually get compensation for that. Magnus currently thinking as to what to do. He has many options. He can just sidestep with his rook, get out of the potential firing line. He can also develop the light squared bishop. But big decision. Do you go into this theoretical battle, take the pawn? Or do you try to drift into unfamiliar
We're
waters?
both pawn grabbers, right, Yovi? So we take the pawn on d4 because we like taking pawns.
Yeah, we're both pawn grabbers, so we do like this concept of grabbing the pawn with the queen, whereupon the queen will be chased around the board. But nonetheless, we will be very satisfied because we have that extra pawn in our pocket. So that's the main move. We will see whether Magnus plays it. He seems pretty chill at the minute. And Magnus knows a lot, though. He goes for the second alternative, which is just a sidestep with the rook. And there, white does have 4 pawns you can snack on.
Yeah, both c pawns are under attack. The a pawn's under attack. Magnus puts his rook on the open line so that if white ever moves the bishop on c1, the b2 pawn will be weak. So very double-edged position. Black is still a pawn ahead. Pawn structure is not very good for black. Very double-edged position, which I'm sure Dennis likes. Dennis has to get off the back foot, doesn't want to draw games and lose the match. He wants to win and equalize the match. These matches are 2 sets of 4 games each. You don't have a lot of time once you lose a game. Dennis needs to win this game and get back to an equal match.
Yeah, and a lot of people would be like, well, hang on a second, there's 4 pawns up for grabs. Which one of those should white be taking? And most people have actually taken the A pawn, attack the rook, and then black is going, well, let me try and trap the queen. So it gets a little bit complicated. If Dennis wants to be super fancy, he can actually move his rook towards the middle and defend his own pawn. And his big idea is that, hey, black is material up. But let's face it, you're not going to be writing too many
that's not the extra
nice
pawns
things
that you
about
wanna
that
have.
one.
No, that's
Exactly.
right.
I mean, look at them. They're awful.
Yeah, terrible pawn structure for Magnus. But Magnus activated his rook on the B line. Magnus is still a pawn ahead. Magnus can still attack the center with c5. His position is not much worse by any means. Still, white has that Catalan advantage with that nice bishop on g2 on the nice diagonal. Better than Magnus's bishop on c8. So Dennis can still try for an advantage. And it seems like Magnus seems to know the opening ins and outs better than Dennis this time. Dennis taking a lot of time in the opening. We're pretty early in the game, move 10, and already Dennis has taken 4 minutes on his clock. That's a lot of time for the first 10 moves of the game.
Yeah, and actually, I think you're right. We're going to be seeing Magnus here in his preparation because this is predictable. Dennis does like his Catalan formation. He loves putting this bishop on this long diagonal. So I think this would have come as no surprise to him. So we will see. What is white going to do? I mean, one of black's ideas is actually to lift up his rook 2 squares and just cement his pawns together. But Dennis has to make a move. I mean, he can't afford to let himself go so much down on time.
No, Dennis has a much higher heart rate too than Magnus, which isn't surprising. Magnus has been there, done that, won this tournament last year, going to win this tournament this year. This is Dennis's first time. Dennis's heart rate getting a little high. He's thinking a long time in the early middle game, not sure what to do, a little unsure of himself. Advantage world champion, advantage Magnus, champion of so many formats. And he plays an unusual move. Bishop takes c6. The engine doesn't like it. Seems like Dennis is out of his prep. And now Magnus can seize an initiative by playing an aggressive move, taking that pawn on d4. Not only does it take a pawn, but it defends the pawns on a7 and c4. So I think Magnus is going to take on d4, still have an extra pawn, and Dennis has to show what his compensation is.
Yeah, it's certainly the most tempting moves, especially for those of us who like the extra material. Grab that pawn in the middle, and then you can use your queen to cement those weaknesses. Because I gotta say, Black's big pawn there on the c4 square is a big asset to the position. It's just locking down its counterpart there on b2, and the black rook is mobile. Now, big question is, will Magnus take up the gauntlet? Will he grab that pawn? He doesn't need to. He can also trade off bishops. That's also good enough. But will Magnus take it?
I think Magnus is going to take on d4, hang on to his extra pawn, put the onus on white to figure out how to get compensation. Magnus is thinking a while, too. He's obviously not familiar with bishop takes c6, which doesn't have high marks. Magnus does take on d4. And it seems like in this game, opening battle won by Magnus, he has the black pieces, and he's already fighting for an advantage, Yovi.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad that Magnus made his move, because I was going to take a bet with you. I was going to say that he challenges the bishop, but I would have lost that one, and the queen does come out to the middle. And now here you have to use the time, the lead in development. So Dennis has to now go on the front foot. He has to start chasing away that queen and then somehow or other generate compensation. And it's not going to be easy, because how do you do this? Okay, out with the queen. Queen has to step back, preferably in the middle of the board. Queens want to be centralized. That way they can point every single direction.
And you were right, Yovi. He played queen e5. So it's funny, bishop e3 attacks the a7 pawn, but bishop e3 also undefends the pawn on b2. So Magnus, even though it's a double pawn, is still a pawn ahead. The pawn is attacked on b2, c4, a7, and it looks like Dennis maybe going for repetition with the bishop moves. Well, the c7 pawn is hanging also. So lots of queens getting attacked from Magnus. The queen goes to c5. Will Dennis keep trying to repeat and play bishop e3, which he did, or will he try to take one of the pawns? And the question is, can Magnus play for a win?
Oh, well,
and he does.
He does, because look at that. That queen is now staring at the white king. This is going to be backed up if white is careless, with the knight jumping in to the g4 square. And there's going to be some attacks against the bishop and the pawn. Whoa, this is getting exciting already, because how do you handle that? I mean, you can't instinctively fight it.
No, black wants to play knight g4, threatening queen h2 mate. Magnus playing for the attack on the king's side. Magnus also has open line on the queen side with his rook on b8, bearing down on the pawn on b2. Lots of initiative for Magnus. The engine says white is okay, but black has lots of threats. Queen takes h2 mate, rook takes b2, black is already a pawn ahead, and Dennis says, I'm going to attack your queen every move. Stop attacking me with your queen, and the bishop attacks the queen on h5. And we have another possible repetition with queen h3, bishop g2, queen h5, because the queen keeps getting attacked. Magnus doesn't have a ton of squares for his queen. He only has a couple of options.
He also can block that attack by going on the front foot himself. He can jump in with his knight, and there we're going to be seeing a different type of position where that bishop is going to be forced to trade itself off. And I got to still say, it's now an open position, and those bishops are going to be deadly.
Yeah, Magnus will be really happy to trade off Dennis's Catalan bishop, the white squared bishop. And then Magnus has his own white squared bishop, which he can fianchetto and put pressure on Dennis's king. So I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus plays knight g4, threatening the mate in one. But he also could move his queen to a safe square. And it seems like the pressure's on Dennis this game. He has much less time on the clock. Black has all the initiative. Black's a pawn ahead. Oh, I don't like the move h4. Put it in h. The engine doesn't like it either. As a grandmaster, I don't like it more. I'd be way too afraid to play h4. That's too scary. But it was even scarier for Lazovic to get rid of the two bishops.
Well, that was a quick response there from Magnus, because actually that wasn't the best move. As we can see, it was actually better to challenge that light square bishop. And now Dennis getting greedy, and suddenly it's still really finely tuned because white is threatening to drop back with the queen to the center, and there is a pin in town.
That knight is pin, perpetual pin. Yeah, Magnus played rook takes b2 pretty quickly, Yovi, and the engine doesn't like it. So the engine thinks the players are nervous. Magnus has a pretty good heart rate, 85. Don't tell Arjun that. Magnus has more time on the clock. Still, Magnus is a pawn ahead, but his pawns on c7 and c4 can be captured soon. Knight on g4 is under attack. Magnus playing on both sides of the board. Queen h5, knight g4 on the king side, rook on b2 on the queen side. And we have a very complicated position where when both sides get down to a minute or two, we're going to see heads roll.
We're going to see heads roll. I mean, that will be certainly something to witness. And Magnus just thinking, maybe he can take advantage of the fact that that white queen is out there wandering on the wrong side of the board. If he can't find a response, then it's going to be all about unpinning himself. But it's so tempting, right? To go on the front foot, to go aggressive, especially whilst the white queen is on walkies.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Magnus should have challenged the bishop on f3 by playing bishop e7, and that's why Dennis took on a7, stopping black from playing bishop b7. The queen attacks c7. Both queens are on the side of the board, infiltrating their opponent's position. Magnus just had a really long think and decided to unpin his knight, threatening to get the two bishops. Black doesn't have a mating attack anymore. Black is trying to get the two bishops. But still, Magnus is a pawn ahead. It's a doubled pawn, but Dennis isn't going to want to be a pawn down for much longer. So it's possible he plays bishop d4, doesn't want to give up his bishops. So a very to and fro game where pieces are getting attacked and moving out of the way. The queens are getting attacked. The queens are going to the opposite side of the board. Very double-edged position. Both sides have 3 minutes. Anything can happen. Magnus doesn't look as happy as he used to look. Dennis looking more solid. Things are turning around, and I think Dennis's position is okay now.
And you know what? I reckon Magnus is now calculating with a queen offside. Okay, there was the possibility of actually sacrificing the bishop. That would have been super complicated, but Magnus goes for the positional response, the minimum risk. And now he starts improving his pieces, and maybe he's going to try and take it to an endgame again.
Yeah, black should be better than ending with the extra pawn, with the passed pawn on c4, the rook on b2. Dennis does a discovered attack on the rook on b2 by playing knight c3. Dennis also wants to take that bishop on f6 with his knight and get the two bishops. Very complicated move. All the pieces are hanging now. They're all in the center. They can all be captured. This typically in a slow game, classical game, the players would be thinking a long time, but they don't have that luxury. They have to play quickly. And as you pointed out, Magnus is trading pieces going into the pawn-up endgame. We'll see if Dennis wants to go into the endgame, or instead he takes on c4 and equalizes material.
Yeah. And it's no prizes for guessing which one I would personally go for. It would be just take that pawn, restore material balance, and then go into an endgame. Because absolutely, if the queens get traded off and the c-pawn has disappeared, I would say that actually white is that little bit better. But as it stands, you got to do the job in hand. And Dennis just thinking, he must not let himself get too far down on the clock. That's when blunders happen, because time trouble makes fools of us all.
And that's actually happened in the first game. Dennis got very little time on the clock, blundered in a drawn ending. He did take the pawn. Finally, Magnus developed his queen bishop, which has been on c8 the whole game. Black's pieces are super active. Material is equal. The engine says it's about equal. The only difference is Magnus has a minute more on the clock. Is Dennis going to get in time trouble again and make a mistake? Or can he hold on and draw this game? It's a two-result game just because of the time situation. You don't want to be a minute behind against Magnus on the clock. But unfortunately, that's what's happened the first two games.
No, you don't want to be too slow against Magnus. He's shown how he is ruthless. And I've got to say, love Magnus's last move. That bishop developing, also targeting the knight, so that if there is bishop takes knight from white, well, then black can also do the same. And this is the big question for Dennis. He does take that knight, and now bishop is going to recapture. So Magnus saying that white's king is a little bit more unsafe, and there we see another trade. But I got to say, in terms of pawn structure, because pawns are the soul of the game, I got to say, White's is the one that is a little bit shaky because that lone pawn is not far advanced, and it is problems with the king. Be careful.
Last move, Black was threatening queen takes g3 check with a brilliant checkmate. Instead, they traded to a draw and ending. The players are going to repeat and agree to a draw soon. Magnus doesn't have any winning chances, really. White should have plenty of time with 53 seconds. They're just trading pawns. Everything's the same. And Dennis, I think, did that on purpose, wanted to trade everything because of the time situation wasn't looking good.
No. And there's some nice moves there from Dennis as he just maneuvers his knight. And the big question is, how much effort is Magnus going to be putting into prolonging this game? I don't think...
No, he looks disgusted, like he just wants to draw already.
Because you had the advantage, and now with the trade of rooks, it is 3 pawns versus 3, and this one is as drawn as can be. Rooks just shuffling, and maybe the players are going to repeat 3 times. Still not finding. Is Magnus trying to play this one out on the clock? Still more Madumus. Agree a draw, guys.
We're analysts, we have nothing to analyze. They just move their rook back and forth until either 50 move rule or 3-time repetition.
Well, okay, Magnus is saying, watch out of the clock. You know, you got to be careful because I am prepared to grind this one out. I'm prepared to use the clock as a power. And now are we going to see more shuffling? Okay, a draw by repetition.
He was trying to win. He played e5 to get rid of the 50 move rule, but then he repeated by accident.
That was cheeky.
Yeah.
But it is part of the game as we see the second game finish in a draw. Still 2 games remaining in this match, and Denis Lazovic is still playing catch up.
Yeah, that game looked like Magnus, I thought, had the better chances throughout the game, had more time on the clock. Dennis eventually decided to trade everything to make sure that he wouldn't get into bad time trouble and lose. Looks like the players are going to take a little break. Or is Magnus going to walk off and never come? No, that's not going to happen. We can't have that happen every match.
No, the players getting a break. But, you know, Ben, talk us through first game, Magnus with the white pieces. It did look like Dennis was never really in trouble, but he was on the passive. He would have been feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, Dennis had like a slight disadvantage in the first game. Nothing too serious. He had a slight time disadvantage, and adding both of those things up went to a full point to Magnus when Dennis blundered in time trouble. Dennis wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. He got in a worse time situation this game as well. The position was equal. And even though Magnus tried at the end, he accidentally repeated, was a little upset with himself. And a draw was the fair result, though. So far, 2 pretty solid games. 1 blunder from Dennis in the first game. Magnus has the advantage in the match. And in the first set of games, we could actually have a winner of the first set. If Magnus wins game 3, it's best of 4 games.
It is best of 4, and I gotta say, I'm loving the crowd. I'm also loving everyone's signs. Look at that. Go. A lot of supporters for Magnus. Go Magnus. That's what I'm seeing. Any fans for Dennis? Give us a cheer.
I like one of the signs. It says go Ali Reza. Ali Reza's crossed out, and it says Magnus. So
very nice.
That's why pencils have erasers, so we can change who we root for.
Yes.
What about go Yovi and go Ben? Where are those signs at? Come on, people.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time, Ben. But, you know, when it comes to the second game, I'm going to say that I feel like Magnus had a serious advantage there. And that's something that I think in this break, Dennis is going to have to go back to the drawing board and just think about how he's going to respond to this particular opening try by Magnus, because he did not get a good position.
No, White got nothing out of that opening. It was a Catalan-type position. Magnus seemed to understand the ins and outs a little bit better, was the one fighting for the initiative, and eventually seemed like Dennis was pretty happy to draw.
Yeah, high five time there from Magnus as he makes that beautiful entrance into the playing arena. Well, it's not every day you go and play a chess match to the sound of the drums. And this is what is at stake. $250,000 championship trophy. And as the king comes in, I mean, this is, I thought, could potentially be a heartbreaking moment for Dennis, because right in this moment he makes a really elementary blunder, goes into a lost king and pawn endgame, and that was it. But he recovered.
Yeah, he didn't continue his losing ways. He steadily drew the second game. He's got to draw or win the third game to keep the match going. Magnus tried to win on time, but there was just too little material in the position. It's funny, they got rook and 4 versus rook and 4 in both games so far. Both games got to a rook and pawn ending. Magnus was able to take advantage. Time trouble blunder in game 1, no blunders in game 2, repetition, a fair result. And I think the score of the match is pretty fair based on the way the games have gone so far, Yovi. I think 1.5 half, that's probably what it should be right now.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you know, maybe Dennis should really have gotten 2 draws. But as it stands, he is trailing by 1 point, so he does have to play catch up. As we see Denis Lazovic walk into the room and getting ready for game 3 of match 1. Remember that the final is a best of 3 matches. Oh. Even playing in such a star-studded auditorium, I mean, the players still have to go through the
I saw players
checks.
getting wanded before. I used to live in St. Louis and work at the St. Louis Chess Club. I've seen a lot of wanding in my life, Yovi. There's a lot of wanding, making sure there's fair play, nobody's playing unfairly. Obviously, in this event, nobody would do such a thing, and the best players in the world, they're playing for huge amounts of prize money, so we have to make sure everything's on the up and up. You know who they don't wand? They don't wand us. So we can use the engine and have good analysis. So that's good they don't wand us. Otherwise, we would be suggesting blunders every move.
That is indeed quite likely. But as it stands, we see everything, we hear everything, and we cheer for everything. As we, again, just fantastic scenes here in Paris for the grand final of the 2026 EWC. And here comes defending champion Magnus Carlsen. He's getting ready to play with the white pieces. In game 1, he opened up with the queen's pawn. Will he go for the same? Will he try something different?
It's hard to beat somebody who never loses a game. If Magnus would lose a game once in a while, then you could get some confidence. But it seems like he just draws and wins every game. His opponent's always on the back foot. Magnus always has more time. Magnus is more confident. Magnus has been there, done that. It's always difficult playing Magnus. Advantage, Magnus.
Yeah. Well, he's a man with a history. He's got an impressive track record. I mean, I don't think it's ever been matched in history. 5-time world champion, multiple-time rapid world champion, blitz world champion, Fisher Random world champion, defending EWC champion. I mean, I could go on and on. Magnus Carlsen has won everything, and now he is up against 19-year-old Denis Lazovic, and this time we have a change. It is opening up with the king's pawn, and Denis keeping it symmetrical. 4 knights on the board.
And those of us who are watching us live, if Magnus wins this game, this set is over. Magnus wins 2.5 half. Denis has to draw or win for the match to continue in this set. First to win 2 sets wins the match. We have a 4 knights scotch, lots of theory. Magnus is playing a really solid line that isn't considered to give white very much. Sometimes white trades on f6, goes into the end game where black has weak pawns and the 2 bishops. Will Magnus go that way, or is Magnus just going to put his rooks in the center? No, he does go that way. Goes into this ending. It's considered this ending is about equal, but Magnus likes to play against those pawn structures, Yovi, those isolated and doubled pawns.
Well, interesting choice, because I was going to say that, yes, this endgame is considered just a little bit better for white, but at the same time, black is still doing okay. On a practical level, it's going to be very difficult to make use and start targeting those weak pawns. And very traditionally, you know, as black, you start taking the open lines, you put your rook there on the open lines, then you start possessing the center and the bishop pair. It's kind of considered like a half-point advantage. And Denis there, just considering exactly what to do.
Yeah, at the Super Grandmaster level, most players don't try this with white because it's considered that black is equalized already with the two bishops and so many trades. But Magnus likes to go for those small advantages. Magnus is going to try to trade off minor pieces, get rid of white's two bishops, then take advantage of the pawn structure and hopefully put some pressure on those weak, isolated double pawns that Dennis has. Dennis plays very solid, getting his center pawns forward, putting his bishops in the middle. Magnus puts his rook in the middle, and the game is about equal.
Yeah, you make it sound like a formula. Put your rooks in the middle and then just start improving your pieces and boom, boom, Bob's your uncle. Game is over. And here, okay, knight just coming. It's getting ready to jump into the center and still the players are following the path that has been recommended. You just got to be going forward with your pieces, opening up the diagonals for the bishops. And now here, this bishop comes out. And so if black wants to trade off bishops, is unadvisable because the knight would be sitting very, very pretty there on the f5, as we know from Ben. It's a knife on f5. But what black tends to do is just develop the pieces and you just say, hey, if the trade is going to come, it's going to be on my terms. You can correct my pawn structure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this will be a very funny pawn structure if Lazovic takes the knight on g3. White can take fg, defending the bishop with the rook, and then all the pawns for both sides are weak, but black's pawns are weaker. Dennis doesn't want to give the two bishops away. That's a nice advantage. He's like, Magnus, if you want to trade bishops, you're going to have to straighten out my pawn structure and take on e6, which obviously Magnus doesn't want to do. That would get rid of black's doubled f pawns. So instead, Magnus is probably going to play something solid and not take on e6. Magnus thinking a long time, trying to find some kind of advantage. Black very solid, bishops in the center, rooks in the center, and says, I got two bishops, what you got, Magnus? And Magnus doesn't seem like he's playing all out for a win. He's just playing solid and hopes when they get into time trouble, he can outplay Dennis again.
Yeah, this has been a really cagey match so far. No spectacular fireworks at all. It's just been all about the endgame grind. And one thing that I was maybe expecting is the rook to lift up all the way to the middle of the board and maybe set up some checks against the black king. That's one potential plan. Honestly, I'm kind of struggling to think of anything else.
Even in the end game, Yovi's trying to checkmate the king. Get to the open G line, the open H line, rook D4, rook G4, rook H4, and put pressure on black's king. Not a bad idea. That black king does have an open line in front of it.
Well, what can I say? I'm an impatient person. This is why these guys are paid the big bucks. And instead we have that trade of bishops. And now Dennis has been provided the opportunity to correct his pawn structure. And now here, no hesitation whatsoever. You just recapture the pawn. And then you just centralize the bishop and start posting your pieces up to the most active squares. So what is Magnus got planned? Maybe he can still do what I was wanting to do. Lift the rook up, start attacking some pawns.
And he does.
Yes, I get what I wanted. It makes me very happy. So now, big question actually for Dennis. How are you going to defend that pawn?
Magnus got rid of his opponent's two bishops at the cost of undoubling his pawns. But black still has a lot of weak pawns that Magnus can go to work on. Magnus can double rooks on the D file, can play knight e4. There's a lot of black pawns we can attack. Magnus still fighting for a small advantage. The engine says he doesn't have anything, but Dennis will have to defend accurately. Both players have the same amount of time left, 7 minutes. Both players playing very quickly. Dennis doing a lot better this game than in game 2, where he got in time trouble pretty early. Dennis has a lot of time on the clock. And if he can navigate the complications in the end game and not lose any of his weak pawns, he should be just about equal.
But that is the question, right? Because how is black going to be defending that pawn? Because if you move the rook, the bishop is hanging, and that is not a good trade. Magnus not quite happy. So Dennis, I guess, probably has to give up the pawn and get active with his own rooks. Okay, he takes the knight, check from Magnus, and now we see a recapture towards the center. Magnus following the rules. And what happens next? Where is Magnus placing the pressure? Aha, I see his plan. If you just defend the pawn with your rook, the rook that is not working next to the king is going to move into an open line, and Dennis, of course, playing much more precisely, advancing his pawn.
Yeah, we have another rook ending. It's our third rook ending in a row. This one has 2 rooks. Is Magnus going to trade rooks now, which I think he will, then put his rook on the open B line and try to attack Dennis's pawns? Pretty symmetrical endgame. The engine says it's about equal. I think Dennis has done a good job solving whatever problems he had this endgame. I think Magnus is going to be displeased that he couldn't get any advantage. He surprised me by playing rook D1. I thought he'd play rook B1 because black can play king E7 in this position and stop Magnus's rook from infiltrating. But he doesn't really mind. He wants to play active himself, rook B2, take the pawn on C2. Dennis looks pretty comfortable now, Yovi.
Yeah, I'm going to say this opening has really not gone that great for Magnus. Okay, we're looking now at this probably finishing in a draw. I'm going to be seeing that the pawns are just going to get liquidated on the left side, and it's going to be 3 versus 3 in a rook and pawn endgame. King has to step up, and this is Dennis's idea. Rook takes pawn, going to be also met by a capture, and we're seeing it right here, right now.
This is our third game in a row. We've had rook and 4 against rook and 4. I'm going to call my bookie and tell him rook and 4 versus rook and 4 in game 4, because it seems like every game is going like that. Magnus still trying to get an advantage by moving his king up the board. He played G4. He's going to play king G3, but there's nothing really here. This should be a fairly easy draw for Lazovic. Magnus doesn't really have any pawn breakthroughs, can't really attack anything. This should be a fairly simple draw, and we're going to go to game 4 of the match with Magnus with a 2-1 lead, with Magnus needing a draw to win the first set.
Yeah, so this is really clever approach from Magnus. He's actually maybe going to try and draw out the remaining 2 games, say, hey, I'm going to take the first match, and then that's it. Because in the next game, if this is just a comfortable draw, then Dennis is going to have to go all out for the win. Okay, as we see, more pawns get traded off. Rook and 3 versus rook and 3. And the big thing is that the kings are more or less the same.
Yeah,
and the players are repeating. This is going to be a draw. And now going into game 4, Dennis is in a must-win situation.
Dennis is in a must-win situation, Yovi, but he does have the white pieces, so that's good. Yeah, Magnus got nothing out of that opening. That opening doesn't have a reputation for giving white an advantage, and we saw why. Dennis, with accurate defense, didn't have to take very long. I'm sure Magnus is going to be a little unhappy he couldn't get any advantage at all. And Dennis draws easily with black. Now Magnus has to hold the draw with black to win the first set.
Yeah, and Magnus really going into business mode, right? That was effortless from him. Easy draw. And now the pressure is on Dennis because he has to beat the world number 1. Got the white pieces. The white pieces did not work out well for him in game 2. He was the one. Dennis was the one that was scrambling for that draw. He has to shake things up. He has to take the game into unpredictable waters. Something that Magnus is not able to navigate clearly and smoothly.
It's funny, in game 1, Magnus played D4, then Magnus changed up to E4. Dennis can do the same thing. Dennis played D4, didn't get any advantage. I wonder if he'll play E4 and try to mix it up like Magnus playing E4 in game 3. We're going to find out pretty shortly, Yovi. Here comes game 4 right now. He sticks with D4, and they play, so far, same opening as the first game. Oh, we have an IMSO Indian. I haven't seen a lot of IMSO Indians this tournament.
Yeah, well, this is actually a sign from Dennis that he wants to shake things up. Dennis traditionally favors opening up with the queen's pawn. So now we're going to be in territory where things are going to get sharp. And look at this. Magnus, he doesn't actually go in with the queen's pawn. He challenges in the center with the c pawn, and decisions to be made here. Does Dennis play very carefully? Does he reinforce that center? Does he go for some other idea, something that he particularly likes, which is to develop the light squared bishop, fianchetto it, or will we see more aggressive going into the center?
Yeah, typically the aggressive way for white to play in this position is to play G3 and fianchetto the bishop, which I think is to Dennis's liking. So I expect Dennis to play G3. Seems like he's not super familiar with this position after C5. Maybe he was expecting D5 and getting those more normal queen pawn openings. Instead, Dennis plays a surprising move, surprising to me. Takes the pawn on C5, little shrug of the face from Magnus, like that's not the most common move. Now, black can play aggressively with either knight e4, queen a5, or simply castle or take the pawn back on c5 and play sort of a more boring, standard way of playing. Let's see what Magnus is in the mood for.
Yeah, and Magnus has his choice. As you mentioned, you can develop the knight, you can also castle, and you also can take the knight. We've seen the triple pawns once before. Why not see it again? That's also a possibility. You can also just simply recapture. Those are the main moves. Magnus is a very principled guy. I'm expecting that he just goes with his knight to the edge of the board. But, ooh, Magnus just trying to remember the theory.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Chess has so many possibilities. Even on move 5 or 6, players can be confused, not really in their main prep. And advantage Lazovic if Magnus can't bang out a few dozen moves in the opening of his prep, get an equal position. Magnus makes another move I didn't consider, just developing his knight to c6. He wants to take back on c5 with his bishop instead of with his knight, as you were suggesting. And eventually, white has to decide whether to play e3, bishop e2, or g3, bishop g2. And possibly, he might even move the bishop on c1 first. So, very unusual Nimzo-Indian. The players seem like they're both out of their prep. And Magnus shaking his head, very confused.
Yeah, what seems to be bugging Magnus there? Well, white has plenty of moves, a lot of them that you suggested, Ben. You can also just take the time out to defend the knight. You can move the bishop up 1 square. You can also come out with your queen. And maybe Magnus and Dennis understanding that actually the game is transposing into a line that perhaps Magnus didn't really want to be going into. Main move here is to come out with the bishop all the way, pin the knight.
I've had white in this position many times in my career because I play queen c2 Nimzo-Indian. A3's a little passive move. Bishop g5 is more common. Bishop f4 is also played. I play bishop g5 myself. I've actually had this position too because I've played a3 with the bishop on b4, then they take on c5 just for a different move order. Typically, when white plays a3, Lazovic is thinking of playing b4 and fianchettoing his bishop and gaining space on the queen side. And black has 2 ways to play now. Black can play an early d5, or black can retreat the bishop to e7 and fianchetto the other bishop, play sort of a hedgehog structure. Magnus is trying to figure out whether to fianchetto his queen bishop, which is what he did, or play d5 right away, which he can still do later. But Magnus wants to play bishop b7, rook c8, and have his rook oppose the queen on c2. This is one of white's main problems in this opening, is the c-file is half open, and the queen on c2 can get harassed by Magnus's rook.
And ironically enough, Dennis's heart rate is actually at a low, because usually we see him around about 120, 130 mark. Now he's down to 110, so he's feeling kind of calm. He's managed to unsettle Magnus. Magnus is the one that has used up some time in the opening, and now big decision for Dennis. Remember, Dennis must take a decision quickly. He can continue as he started, just pick up his queenside pawns and start harassing the dark square bishop, or he can come out and set a pin. And he goes for another move. Okay, this is normal as well. This is also good. But at some point or another, you have to do what is necessary. And here it comes. That bishop is now going to place itself on the longest diagonal on the board. And now Magnus, he is fighting a space disadvantage. He needs to react.
Yeah, I think I probably had white in this position before, just by transposition, because I play queen c2 Nimzo so often with white. And often my queen has to move away from c2 at some point before black gets to play rook c8 and d5, and my queen is misplaced. The queen sometimes goes to b1 after the white rook goes to d1 first, or the queen can go to b3. Right now there's no threats. Magnus just castled. So black can play bishop e2 and short castle, put the rooks in the center, and with more space on the queen side, white's slightly better position for white. So Dennis should be pretty happy with the result of the opening.
Exactly. So let's just put it on the board, exactly what white wants to do. You can go anywhere you like with the bishops. You can step up 1 square, even 2 squares. But either way, you're going to be castling the king to the right and just taking the center with the rooks and just arguing and saying to black, hey, you don't have so much space, and there is going to be an opening up of the center eventually. So I think it's a good position to have when you're in a must-win situation with the white pieces.
No, if I was white here, I'd be happy if I was Dennis. Dennis has a position where he can get a slight advantage. Magnus is a little passive, not clear what black should do. And Magnus has to make a decision in the next 3 moves whether to play d6 or d5. And it's not clear what he should play because it leads to different kinds of positions. And I'm not sure what Magnus is going to do. d6 is more of a long game, playing a hedgehog kind of pawn structure we talked about yesterday, where black's pawn's just sitting on the 3rd rank. d5 is more aggressive. Magnus isn't making the decision. He's moving his queen to b8, getting out of this place of the rook. The other rook can go to d8. Magnus isn't going to decide for a couple more moves whether to play d6 or d5. But Magnus doesn't seem very happy. He keeps shaking his head. I think he knows that he's slightly worse and that white has more space on the queen side. This isn't the opening kind of position that Magnus wanted.
Yeah, one of the problems with this type of position is as white, you're looking actually to unleash the dark squared bishop. So moves that you want to be doing is jumping in with your knight to perhaps the g5 square, moving, or maybe moving the knight to e4. If you manage to transfer the white queen and pick her up, put her on the right side of the board, that is going to be a fearsome attack against the black king. That is the theory. Whether it will be done, as we see these 2 little luxurious take care of your king moves being played.
I like luxurious. I wasn't thinking that, but that.
But they are. There's the kind
really
of
well.
moves that you make after you completed development, and still no concrete decision from both sides, except there is no longer going to be any attack towards the black king because the white queen has stepped off that diagonal. And here it's going to be, again, another long game of maneuvering.
Yeah, and I've had these kinds of positions a lot with white. The c4 pawn is often weak, so I like the queen on b3, bishop on e2, protecting the c4 pawn. Magnus plays queen a8, lining his queen and bishop up on the long diagonal. White played rook d2, which indicates he wants to double rooks on the d file, putting pressure on d6. Typically, white plays bishop f1 at some point, defending the g2 pawn from the queen and bishop. But Magnus doesn't let him play bishop f1. Magnus plays knight b8. He's going to reroute his knight to d7 so that his queen, rook, and bishop on the queen side aren't blocked anymore. The knight usually wants to be on d7, not c6, because the knight on c6 is blocking all of black's pieces. So Magnus maneuvering his pieces around, slightly passive position, but as I've had problems my whole career, hard for white to do anything here. White has more space, but how do you increase your advantage?
Well, I gotta say, black's position is like a spring that is waiting to uncoil, right? So now the knight is gonna get rerouted, maybe even go and step next to its monarch just to hold it in complete defense. And then the whole thing is that black will eventually break forward in the center, and suddenly this queen and bishop, beautiful battery, is going to be pointing at the light squares. And I'm going to say that black is completely fine, despite the fact that that queen is there in the corner. We don't advise that queens are living their best life on the edge of the board. And okay, the rook steps up. What is Dennis's plan? And Magnus just keeps on playing the waiting game.
Yeah, typically black plays a6 earlier in this structure to stop white from playing knight b5. But Magnus wasn't worried about knight b5 because then he would counterattack in the center with d5. So white played rook d4, not really sure what white's plan is. He could trade white squared bishops with bishop f3. Okay, so he did. But I'm not sure that gets him anywhere. Black doesn't mind trading and being slightly passive and solid and awaiting developments. For some reason, Lazovic has been taking quite a long time trying to figure out a way to build up his advantage. As a consequence, Magnus has 2 extra minutes on the clock. That could be important later in the game. We can't have this happen every game, Yovi, that Magnus is ahead 1, 2, 3 minutes on the clock. That's not going to bode well for Lazovic.
No, and there you're seeing Magnus, he's maximizing his queen, she's moving forward. The target is that weak pawn, the pawn that cannot be defended there on c4. That's exactly what Magnus is thinking. Maybe he's going to even triple on that half-open line, and there's going to be huge pressure for Dennis as the clock ticks down. And remember, if Dennis wants to take this match to Armageddon, if he wants to level, he needs to win with the white pieces. And the problem is there's no easy point of attack. Everything in Magnus's position is well defended. This is the description of overprotection.
No, this is really nice maneuver using the first rank. Super Grandmasters are great at using the first rank to maneuver their pieces. Knight b8 to d7, I've seen that before. And now Magnus very quickly plays b5, putting pressure on the pawn on c4. And once the c and b pawns are traded, then Magnus can play d5 later, and the rooks on the d file are sort of hitting on that strong d pawn. I actually like black's position now. I'd rather have black. This doesn't look like white can do anything. And not only that, Dennis is taking a lot of time. Looks like he's really getting outplayed this game. Black has the advantage. Black has more center pawns. Black has 3 extra minutes. So far, advantage Magnus. And it's a must-win game for Dennis. Dennis is down 2-1. It's a 4-game match, the first set. Dennis has to win to force Armageddon. Otherwise, he's down 1-0. So far, it's looking like all Magnus this game, Yovi.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that. The knight comes in, it's going to post up into the middle of the board. And the thing is, and this is going to be Dennis's biggest challenge, is that his strengths are the same strengths that Magnus possesses. They have very much the same style. It's very clinical, very patient, and we see why Magnus is the world #1. So decision here, do you recapture with the knight? That looks very logical. Or do you just start to change the nature of the position? He takes with the pawn, and now I'm expecting those pawns to start advancing.
Yeah, I like this. I like what's transpired here, and perspired for Dennis, because the game is really tricky now with game becoming completely asymmetrical. Black's position is still better, but at least White has 2 passed pawns, something you can look forward to later. Magnus is going to have to play his best game now to make sure White doesn't advance those pawns and make sure Dennis doesn't blockade the queenside pawns. Magnus played the moves he thought they were the best, but maybe this made the game trickier and puts Dennis back in the game, even though Dennis has a big time disadvantage. Maybe he can catch up if Magnus can't figure out how to prosecute this initiative in the center.
Yeah, he doesn't have to rush, though, because it's not going to be very easy for White to mobilize the pawns on the left. You know, if you step up with one pawn, the bishop is going to come in, perhaps capture, perhaps start eyeballing some squares. So this position definitely has gotten a lot riskier for both sides, but Magnus still has some time. He does improve his king, and Dennis needing to win, he starts to grab space on the right side of the board. But the left is where it's all happening.
No, I think Magnus still has an excellent position, but I think the match dictates that since White must win, things have been improving White's position for that perspective. I think there's more winning chances. Pushing all of his pawns on both sides of the board, Magnus trades the knights. Magnus shaking his head, doesn't like the way he's been playing this position. The engine agrees. The engine actually likes White now. White has a nice blockade in the center. Ooh. White's playing aggressively on the king side. F5, very aggressive move from Dennis.
Yeah, but what a beautiful move, because suddenly, what are you going to do about the pawn that's under fire? If you step up, chase away the white knight, well, it leaves behind a weak sibling there in the middle. That's not going to be easy to defend. And suddenly, just like that, Black's pawns could have become immobilized and now sitting targets. And we could here be seeing perhaps the start of Dennis taking over. Tax the rook. Rook has to move. Now you can come over with the other pawn, and it's going to be White's 2 pawns on the left that are going to be racing up the board. Dennis, 1 minute and 26 seconds, and he has to generate play. He has to put the pressure. He doesn't play the pawn move that I wanted. Instead, he challenges in the center. Is this the right direction, though?
Dennis is making a lot of pawn moves, F5, B5, E4. The engine likes some of them, doesn't like other ones. It says the position's about equal. Dennis still has a problem on the clock, but this is a 3-result game. All three results can happen. Both sides have lots of passed pawns. Magnus sacrifices the exchange, getting rid of White's dangerous passed B pawn. Now Black has two dangerous pawns. Magnus is pretty happy with himself. I think he likes his exchange sack because he has the beautiful pawn duo on D4 and C4.
Exactly, and he's going to take over because it's not about what the pieces are, it's what they do. And take a look at that pawn center that Magnus has. They are primed and ready to advance. And Magnus doesn't even have to rush. He can do things in his normal trademark style. Just start improving the king. He can also improve the knight. It's going to be such a difficult task for Dennis to win this one. Magnus advancing the pawn. So maybe Dennis can do the same in turn. Maybe he can sacrifice some pieces.
Boy, Magnus is really excited at this point in time. He's really yelling at what's going on. C3, the D pawn is pinned. The D4 pawn is pinned. The bishop on C3 is pinned. Everything is pinned in the center. There's a lot of tactics. King E8, the engine likes that move, defending the knight. We couldn't take the bishop on C3 because the knight was hanging. Now both sides have passed pawns.
But definitely, I got to say that Dennis is improving his position as he's gotten rid of Black's biggest asset. But we're seeing Magnus, he's just holding firm. He does have plenty of material for that sacrificed exchange, the rook, and now the rook coming down. I mean, he's got a lovely fortress going on, and just take a look at Dennis's time, under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. 27 seconds. Magnus has a minute 49. The position's about equal. Black has more than enough compensation for the exchange. Magnus is putting his knight in on F4. Magnus has the better king with King E5. The engine says Magnus is taking over now. White's rooks are really terrible behind all those pawns. All of White's pawns are hanging. Magnus is now winning on the board and on the clock. Magnus's pawns are too strong, and White's in a lot of trouble. Here comes the F pawn. Here comes the D pawn. Here comes the Black king. As we like to say, Black is a king ahead. White's king isn't playing. Black's king is on the 5th rank. And
there comes another one, a beautiful
Bishop C3.
block.
Beautiful move.
Yes.
And several seconds left. Lazovic didn't see Bishop C3. Lazovic resigns. Magnus wins. Really complicated game. Lazovic had his chances, Yovi.
Well, Dennis definitely had his chances there. I mean, at some point it was looking really complicated with passed pawns galore. But Magnus there in the end showing his class, sacrificing his rook for the piece and the pawn and getting such good compensation in return. And you just see how he levels up when the clock starts ticking down.
Yeah, basically the secret to EWC, I figured it out. It took me 2 times coming here to do it. Don't get paired with Magnus. That's the secret. If you don't get paired with Magnus, then you're okay.
Yeah, and Magnus still keeping his untouchable record alive. He hasn't lost a single game in this event.
This tournament's unfair because Magnus doesn't get to get paired with Magnus. He gets unfair pairings. Why can't Magnus get paired with Magnus? Then we can see how strong he really is. Instead, the other players get paired with Magnus, and you can see they're already on the back foot when the match begins. Magnus winning pretty handily, 3-1. That was the first match they play. They play another 4-game match. The only way Dennis can come back is if he wins the second match. Then they play a third match of 2 games, and he has to win that match as well. Is Dennis up to the challenge, or is Magnus just too Magnus?
And there we're seeing Magnus in clinical mode as he blocks those checks. He gets himself into that advantageous endgame, and we're seeing here it was just a case of those killer pawns. Nothing can stop Magnus, as we are going to go straight to the studio.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Grand finals for chess is well underway here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France, as Magnus Carlsen manages to win the first match. Now 1 match away from going back-to-back and also staying undefeated when it comes to the Esports World Cup. Denis Lazovic, representing AGAL, needs to make a comeback, but he's going to have to do it quick in the second match. Welcome back to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, and Tanya joining me on the desk. You know, looking at that, Levy, it's like, could you tell that he's in pain? Is he enjoying himself? What is he feeling? I can't tell.
Nobody can really tell, to be honest, but it doesn't matter because he won 3-1. And I have to say, Denis Lazovic is an extremely strong positional player, very good at static positions, very good in the endgame. He's just facing someone with 15 years more experience and basically his style, but better.
What do you call him? What is his nickname?
I said he's like Magnus Light. I mean, he's Magnus at that age, and over the next 15 years, he's going to become a really well-rounded player.
Right.
But he's on the biggest stage right now, and right now, it just doesn't look like he's ready yet.
19 years old, he's got plenty of time, but not necessarily a lot of time, Tanya, when it comes to this overall grand finals. He needs to turn it around in the next match, but he did have a big blunder in game number 1 that put him behind, that ultimately led to his defeat.
That's the one that set the tone. But I just want to say, Taylor, Denis Lazovic has already made a massive statement here in Paris, making it to the finals, and the route that he had, taking down some of the biggest names. He's facing Magnus Carlsen now. It's a different stage. It's a different format, different generation, same question. How do you beat Magnus Carlsen? And I have to say that first game, you know, it wasn't a blunder out of nowhere. In chess, blunders don't appear out of a vacuum. It was incremental pressure that Magnus put move after move. Eventually, Denis cracked.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Denis cracking in this moment. And we go back to game 1, where it was a bit of a big blunder, right? Because ultimately it might have ended in a draw, which who knows, we might have been seeing Armageddon. But regardless, though, for Denis Lazovic, he falls a bit flat.
And it was right here. It was 80 amazing moves played by Denis Lazovic with the black pieces. And chess is brutal like that. You could play 80 insanely good moves, but one blunder will cost you the game, walking into this lost king-pawn endgame. And we played it through, and we see that what Denis had actually missed was that at the end of the line, what often looks like a stalemate as the king did come forward, the pawn moved forward next. It wasn't really a stalemate, this final position. Now, if you take away the 2 pawns, the 3 pawns on the right flank, it's a draw on the spot. But unfortunately, Denis still has a move, and it all fell apart right here. One blunder, but not out of nowhere. That was Magnus doing Magnus things in an endgame.
And it's not even a blunder like, oh my goodness, Denis blundered a piece or a checkmate. He blundered a trade of rooks. There were 2 pawns remaining per player, and Magnus had further king positioning. Black was running out of moves backing up, and just mathematically, just systematically, geometrically, whatever word you want to use, you just lose the game. But that's what I'm saying. Magnus puts people in these situations that Denis puts everybody else in the world in.
You know what, Levy? What Magnus has been doing this entire match so far, what was clear to me in set 1, is what Magnus has coined and termed as anti-young player chess.
Yeah, old man chess.
Explain this further, because what is this?
So the first 3 games, as quickly as Magnus could, he went into an endgame. And this is what Magnus does in these equal-looking endgames. You know, he goes fishing in a dried-up pond and comes out with the catch of the day. And in that, we saw him do this time and time again. The one game that Denis got a chance was this last game that we just saw. Why? Because there were more pieces on the board. There was more tension. It was a messier middle game. And I think going into set 2, that's what Denis needs to do.
Okay, fair enough. Catch fish out of a dry pond. If you figure out how to do that like Magnus has, please let me know. He's playing Magnus in finals. Here we go. Another one. Magnus versus Magnus would just be the most insane in-game grinds ever.
I mean, I've done, Stockfish versus Stockfish, ChatGPT versus ChatGPT in chess, Martin versus Martin. Recently, there was Zachbot. Magnus versus Magnus simulated with...
Magnus.
I think Magnus. I think the fans win. No, I mean, look, what we are seeing here is not just this old man chess. Imagine a starting chess position had like 4 or 5 less pieces at the beginning. How would that change things? There would be a lot less checkmates. There would be a lot more long-term grinds of complexes and weak squares and things like that. That's the way that he's defeating Denis Lazovic.
All right. Well, it's still another match ahead of us, and there's a lot about to go down. However, for all of you out there, we've got something special for you. Now, that is a special one-of-one Faker Chovy signed chessboard. It's up for grabs, and all you have to do is go to esportsworldcup.com, check it out, put your bid up there. If you want to get a part of history, you've got the opportunity to do so. When we think about the greats when it comes to esports, Faker is at the top of our list. Although Magnus Carlsen is at the Esports World Cup, Faker's been in esports for the longest time, and he's been dominating ever since. Go ahead and scan the QR code, get your bid in. It's phenomenal. And if you're in the venue, like I said, it's right up there by the merch at the front. You can go ahead and check it out and look for yourself. It's such a great piece of history for sure. Levy, you going to put a bid on it or what?
When I saw that Faker and Tyler 1 had played some chess, I called everybody. I was like, guys, I'm on my way. I'm on my way, but they weren't here anymore. Came for their games, and then they were gone. But we got to make that happen. First of all, just from that game, Faker's an extremely strong chess player too.
I mean, how could he not be, given his esports history, being a competitor? Like, he probably doesn't sit down casually, just a game.
It's
like,
not guaranteed, It's not guaranteed you're going to become a really strong player, but just looking at him and Tyler 1 play was really cool. They had to call an end to the game on the clock, on the human clock, because they were called for other commitments. That's an amazing board. I don't want to take that away from anybody, but I hope whoever wins it, treats it really well.
That's right. It's up for grabs. You can go ahead and submit your bid for it if you want to try to take home a piece of history. I think there's still 16 days left. Plenty of time to give some thought behind it, but a great board nonetheless. We have a lot of special things happening at the Esports World Cup for sure, and our co-streamers are putting in tremendous work behind the scenes, and we need to check in with one of our talented co-streamers that goes by the name Anonymous.
Been an incredible experience being part of the Esports World Cup and co-streaming the chess competition this year. What really stood out to me throughout the tournament is just how much intensity there is in these matches. You have some of the best players in the world, but with the fast-paced tournament, every decision matters, and one small mistake can completely change the momentum of a match. We have seen some amazing performance throughout the tournament, and I think the biggest storyline for me has been seeing these players adapt under so much pressure. The Indian players have also given the community a lot of playoffs, and now everything we have seen, we are finally at the biggest stage, the grand final. The level of competition has been incredible, and I'm really excited to see who can handle the pressure and make those crucial decisions and become the EWC chess champion. Good luck to both finalists, and I hope everyone enjoys what should be an incredible final.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
The Esports World Cup is massive. 24 different games, $70 million in prize pool, and Level Up Season 2 has got everything you need to get you caught up to speed.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Esports World Cup is a special product for all the competitors and fans around the world, but it wouldn't be possible without our founding partners. The Allianz Vault has been absolutely lit. The competition's been incredible, and it's not done just yet. But we need to head over to another stage, Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, to get a club championship update powered by Aramco.
I'm over in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and it's Rainbow Six Siege this week. The third-fourth game has just wrapped up, which, Chris, means some points are on the board.
Yes, it does. For GK, they're going to finish in fourth. That would have been nice for them to get a hold of some points, but Darkstar will take them down, so that is a good win for them to get through. But realistically speaking, we all got eyes on the final. Two Brazilian teams coming in, Brazilian rosters, I should say, FaZe and Furia. As mentioned, you'll probably have heard them if you've been walking around the venue. The drums have been extremely loud, and I'm struggling with every single question they asked me, to be honest. But huge moment for both those two teams. Kind of want to push themselves into that top 10. A win would help a long way to help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Furia might be on to do the double whammy if they can get it done in both Rainbow Six and in PUBG Mobile. We'll keep you updated as the day goes along.
Thank you, Ton and Trav, for the club championship update. Now let's get back into grand finals. First match is out of the way. Magnus now leads 1-0, but the question is, can he close it out here and now?
I mean, honestly, I think this has a lot to do with Denis Lazovic, because Magnus clearly has shown his level. Two very long, grinding type of end games. Denis is going to have to show up and honestly just believe in his chess. He's got the ability. It's not, I understand it's not just believe, conceive, achieve, and so on, but I don't know, Tanya, if he has it in him to summon up some sort of dragon-like element and just
the dragon.
Exactly, and just walk down the board and win.
It really is about the belief, especially when you're up against this guy. Now, one thing's clear, that Denis has shown that he belongs at this stage in the finals with the run that he's had. The only thing I feel about this second set, which is a must-win set for Denis, is you can't out-Magnus in those endgames. He needs to find a way to keep the pieces on the board. Denis Lazovic does. He needs to play openings which are more combative. He doesn't need a revolution in this set. What he needs to wait for is those opportunities to come, keep the tension on the board, and they will come. You'll probably get one or two of those moments against a player like Magnus Carlsen, not more than that. That window will be there, but you have to be ready to walk through that. Then you can't go cautious, you cannot be positional, you cannot be solid.
But how can you outplay Magnus when Magnus himself sometimes plays randomly because he just fills out the board?
Well, we've been waiting for this for a long time. Ultimately, Alireza Firouzja has a playing style that makes the game really messy. Our generic IC has something that makes the game really messy. Hikaru Nakamura has a lot of experience, so he knows Magnus' style. He will try to take positions where he might think that he's not so comfortable. Denis Lazovic has a very particular playing style. If I was his coach, it's going to be one of those moments that's going to go viral because I'm just believe. I'm not giving any I'm not giving any actual feedback. He's going to need Magnus to maybe loosen up a little bit in this set and kind of take it easy, and he's just going to have to step up his level, play up pressure on the clock, keep pieces on the board, because if we see rooks and pawns and that's it, it's going to be another 80 move Magnus win.
And that's what Magnus has been doing, right? He's been taking the sting out of the position. And to Denis's style, it's been so impressive, but it almost feels like it plays into Magnus's hands.
It's good. It's going to be a wild ride, though, for sure. And for Magnus, he is currently in the driver's seat. And how can you out-Magnus without being Magnus himself? That's been the question we've been trying to answer for more than a decade at this point in time. But for Denis Lazovic, one of the things that impressed me yesterday is he doesn't fear anyone, it seems. He's only 19 years old. So going into this, he might be down, but he's not out. And as long as he has faith, he's going to continue to drive forward.
That's the most important thing for some of these young players. Firouzja yesterday, after the Final Four were not picked, but qualified, said, no, I'm just happy to have made it to the Final Four. Everything after that. And it's like, what? No, we need you guys to believe that you can be the champion. That's what we want to hear. Lie to yourself. Get a mental coach, No mental coach will allow you to settle for, I'm in the semifinal. I mean, I did my job.
Not this guy, for sure. And I'll also point out, the first set that Denis lost, there is a lot of encouragement in that right there. The first game was a one-move blunder after a fantastic 80-move hold right there. Game 4, he had his chances as well, right. Denis Lazovic does. He's shown he has it in him to compete right at the top.
Well, this is grand finals, and what's at stake? $1.5 million, $250,000 for first, a 1-in for Team Liquid for Magnus Carlsen. On the other, AGAL for Denis Lazovic, only 19, first EWC, but he's got to fight back. He needs to win a match to stay in the grand finals, or else Magnus will be back-to-back. Let's get match number 2 started.
And the challenge is on for our players. For Magnus Carlsen, well, will he try to clinch it in the second match? And for Dennis, he has to make a comeback. He has to beat Magnus. How can he do that? Well, it does look like mission impossible. But one thing for sure is you do need to unsettle the giant.
No, I think the one thing that Dennis has going for him is his age. He's 19. He doesn't know that he can't beat Magnus, thinks he can. He lost the first set 3-1. He has to win the second set to bring it to a third set. Magnus looks like he's in the groove. He's ready to go. Dennis has to win this set. Dennis has white the first game. Dennis has to come out strong. And I think the style of the first few games was really in Magnus's favor. I think Dennis has to be more aggressive, play more tactically, put Magnus on the back foot, and get an advantage that way. I think the slow maneuvering game is right up Magnus's alley, and I think Dennis has got to change it up if he wants to change the direction of the match.
Exactly. He doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. He doesn't have to make a radical change. He just has to be prepared to hit that chaos button a little bit more. It's in the dynamics that Magnus Carlsen is perhaps a little bit sensitive, but for Magnus Carlsen, he's in business mode. When he gets going, and he's just saying it is all going in my direction.
Yeah, to win this set, we have to win one game first. Nobody's beaten Magnus yet. Magnus is the reigning champion. He's in good form this tournament. Seems like each day Magnus gets better. Back to business for Dennis, back to D4. We've seen this in the previous games. And Magnus seemed a little bit upset at the opening last game. This game's different. White plays same-ish variation with A3. So we have a dynamic kind of position. I think this is a good idea for Dennis to get the position more dynamic and not so boring, Yovi.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't want any rook and 4 pawns against rook and 4 pawns. So that's why we're seeing Dennis. Actually, he's heeding the words of wisdom from us all. He's just saying, you know what, I'm going to try and establish a big center. And we'll see whether that pays off, as Magnus just establishing his pawn structure, everything tight, compact for the time being. But now it's going to be a question of castling and getting that light squared bishop onto the long diagonal.
There was a game played a couple of days ago between two of the top American players, Caruana and Wesley, and they had this position, and Wesley was black and ended up winning a very long, complicated game. I wonder if both players are familiar with that game because it was just played recently, or if it was too recent and they're not paying attention to other tournaments that are going around. Usually, guys at this level, they know another 2,700 players are playing, and they're ready, and they're really well prepared. And in that game, and in this game, Magnus is going to play knight a5 and bishop a6 and rook c8.
Yeah, exactly. And just go for that weak pawn there that's completely alone and undefended. So this is the typical, what we call the Nimzo Indian plan. You put pressure against this, whereas white has got all the pieces on the other side of the board, and we could be seeing liftoff there. You don't really care about a pawn. It's all about the attack and the flow.
Yeah, black wants to win those isolated queenside pawns. That's what Magnus did. He played knight a5, putting pressure on c4. Bishop a6 is coming, rook c8, and white's going to play on the king side and the center by pushing there and trying to get an attack. And I think this is what Dennis has to do, is get this kind of complex position, possibly sacrifice a pawn, and try to get Magnus thinking early to a very complicated position.
Yeah, exactly. And this is actually what we're going to be seeing right now. So a big decision on the board, take the pawn, or do you want to be doing something else? I personally would capture, because that pawn structure is very beautiful. And now there's nothing you can do about that c-pawn. It is gone for good. Mm-hmm. So what you do instead is you start to just either expand, or you start to initiate some kind of pins.
Yeah, white's going to have to play on the center and the king side, take advantage of Magnus's uncastled king. Magnus is like, I'm solid, I'm going to win the c-pawn. This is a Magnus type of position, and Dennis has to make the game double-edged, complicated, sacrifice a pawn, attack Magnus's king, and try to get Magnus in time trouble. So far, Magnus playing really quickly, as is Dennis. They both seem to understand the ins and outs of the position. But yeah, the c-pawn's a goner. Magnus is going to take that soon. The only question is, will Magnus castle first or leave his king on e8?
Yeah, and also Dennis has to play very accurately right now because one of his most important pieces is that light squared bishop. You want to preserve it. You don't want to be allowing bishop takes pawn and then seeing the trade happen because that is one great attacker. So a good move is perhaps to lift up the rook so you're prepared to move away. Other moves that have been tried is to develop that dark squared bishop and set up a pin, but you shouldn't go into battle without a sword. You need to know what you're doing as white in this position.
Yeah, Dennis doesn't want to trade pieces. Of course, as you pointed out, if Magnus takes on c4, he'll take with the bishop, getting rid of white's 2 bishops. Dennis can move the rook off of f1, so the bishop can retreat. Dennis can also play bishop g5 here, and instead he plays another aggressive move, f4, wants to play e5 and start attacking Magnus's king. Magnus looks a little disturbed by f4, a very aggressive move. I really like the way this game is going for Dennis. He doesn't have a better position, but he has the kind of position that I think leads more to wins and losses than the draws and slightly worse positions that he was getting in the first match.
Exactly. It marks a change of style from Dennis. He's just saying, hey, I'm not going to go down without a fight. No more groveling for me in an inferior endgame. And now after castles, we are going to be seeing maybe from Dennis, yay, he's going gung-ho as he just starts to launch an attack against Magnus's king. And, well, Magnus saying there will be no pin in town as that g5 square is covered.
Yeah, Dennis wanted to play bishop g5 and knight h5 and e5, and Magnus is stopping bishop g5. We could see some sacrifices this game, Yovi. We could see some attacks against Magnus's king. Can Magnus defend? Or is Dennis going to break through on the king side? Dennis thinking about his different options. Should he play e5? Should he do a rook lift? He does the rook lift. Rook f4. He wants to play e5. He wants to play rook h4. He wants to play knight h5. Wants to attack on the king side. Magnus quickly takes the pawn on c4. Magnus wants to trade pieces. Magnus could take either way on c4. They both look reasonable. Magnus is a little unsure. Decides to take with the rook, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. Magnus won his pawn, that doubled c pawn. White has the initiative on the king side. Magnus looks pretty perturbed. He looks like he's unhappy with developments. Dennis looks cool and calm. The engine says white's better. It likes white's attack. Can he prosecute the attack and get on the scoreboard, or is Magnus going to win and draw again, which he's done every match so far in this event?
Exactly. You know what I'm going to say? Actually, this is a game for 2 results. Now, not going to be a win or a draw. Actually, the position has gone so bold, so crazy, that either Black is going to hold the defense and win, or Dennis is going to crash through. Now here, I got to say, you got to be a bit careful because there are sacrifices in town. There is a bishop takes pawn in the air, followed by some destruction of the king side. And now it is really critical for Magnus. Magnus needs to take some time out to protect his king, but Magnus not feeling happy with his position.
No, Magnus doesn't have that good poker face he usually has. He's gesticulating wildly. Looks like he's unhappy with his position. Looks like Dennis is attacking, playing the right style. Magnus seems pretty unhappy with the situation. It's actually typical of this line in the Nimzo. White sacrifices the c-pawn and plays for an attack. So it seems completely normal. But Magnus thinks that things have worked out in Dennis's favor, that Dennis has the advantage. And boy, Magnus really looks forlorn. This is the most unhappy Magnus has looked in the EWC. White's position isn't winning by any means. The engine says Magnus' position is fine. Magnus just doesn't like it.
No, Magnus not entirely happy with his position, but okay, it's not bad. He just has to make sure that there are no sacrifices in town. I mean, one natural thing is that the queen and the rook, they are on the same diagonal. So if you do move the knight backwards, then the rook will have to move. And there we're seeing Magnus, well, he's spending some time, and this is entirely understandable because where do you go with the knight? Do you go towards the right, towards the king, or do you go in a different direction? Either way, the problem is that, okay, he moves towards the center. Okay, well, this is an interesting move. Okay, oh, the engine's is saying...
Engine doesn't like anything, although it was a good idea to attack that rook on h4. The question is White simply going to move the rook and keep the initiative, or is Dennis going to move his queen into the territory on g4, h5, and continue making threats against Black's king?
Yeah, you know, I think the 3 is the magic number when it comes to attack. And that's exactly what Dennis is building up. I mean, it's very natural, I gotta say, to move it. Okay, I was gonna say move the queen in. And now here, not the best move, but big threat in town. Bishop takes pawn. Now, one thing that I would be tempted to do, just because I'm a chicken and I don't like being attacked, is actually rook takes bishop. I was thinking about doing
sacrifice
that.
The exchange.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that when if the queen were kind of come in that direction, but maybe this is just me being desperate. No, it happens.
Magnus heard you.
Okay.
Double exclam. Good job, Yovi.
Well, we have to show why this could be a good move. So if you capture with the queen, then there are some forks in town. So let's have a look. Queen takes rook. Now, first up, you can't jump in there because the queen will actually come and take the pawn on h6. Well, that's not the best move.
Well, queen f6, the engine still says it's okay because white's pieces are all attacked.
Okay.
This is too complicated for a non-engine. Well, all the pieces are attacked. If you trade queens, then both rooks are attacked.
Still, looks like it's actually okay for black, but it appears that black had something better. But I just got to say that there's so many ideas of the knight dropping back, the knight jumping in, and suddenly the situation has turned completely because black has neutralized white's attack. So I don't think you want to be capturing with the queen. If you capture with the rook, then...
There's another fork.
Oh, it's relentless. Beautiful move, beautiful move. And after the queen moves, knight takes rook, and it's already, I'm going to say, better for black, courtesy of being extra material up.
Yeah, rook g4, not a very precise move from Dennis. Magnus takes advantage of it by sacking on c1, a move that you predicted. Now Dennis is thinking a long time. It's one of the first double exclam moves of the match, and it's looking good for Magnus right now.
Yeah, but what a move. And now the knight comes in and starts attacking the queen, the rook, and it's going to be very difficult for Dennis now as he does go down a pawn. And what a beautiful shot there from Magnus. So quick. Rook takes bishop. Just seeing those tactics, those forks, almost instantly.
Yeah, almost as quickly as you saw it. Always sacrifice the exchange. One of my favorite rules. Now, is Magnus going to play queen g5 and try to trade queens, or queen f6? He's got to move his queen somewhere towards his king before white plays something like knight h5 and f6. Queen f6 defending g7, attacking the d4 pawn with check. Magnus is a pawn up. Dennis is trying to attack. The engine says Magnus is better. It loved his exchange sacrifice. He got the exchange back. Now, Dennis obviously overlooked the exchange sacrifice, taking a lot of time to figure out the ins and outs of the position. And now Dennis, as per usual this match, has a lot less time, not a recipe for success.
No, not a recipe for success, but I mean, the choices are really unpleasant here because first up, do you want to put your rook behind its own pawn, and this is going to allow the black knight to infiltrate. Also, I would be tempted to go with my rook, with the black rook, and try and take an open line. Knowing Magnus, he might just simply try and swap off queens and just argue that, hey, he stands better.
But his knight e3 worked out so well before, maybe he wants to play knight e3 again. So knight c4, threatening knight e3, the same queen and rook fork with the queen and rook in reverse positions. You don't see that very often. Instead, was rook c8 played, or that's analysis? Oh, that's analysis. Okay. So, yeah, Magnus is still thinking. It seems like the logical moves are rook c8, taking the open file, or knight c4. But as you pointed out, Magnus might want to trade queens, g5, and the engine doesn't like it. The engine says he shouldn't play queen g5. The d4 pawn's not attacked anymore. So here comes rook activity. And this is a two-result game. It was win or lose, but now it's win or draw for Magnus. Magnus is still a pawn ahead. White doesn't have much compensation. White has the active rook, but black has the extra pawn. Black's king is really safe. So far, things have worked out in Magnus's favor since he sacrificed the exchange.
Yeah, And there is some compensation for Dennis here, I gotta say. You know, the active rook, that's annoying for starters. And it's not gonna be very easy for the black rook to get into the game. So natural moves that you really want to be playing is like coming in with your rook, taking control over the open line. But this is going to be met with ideas like the knight's coming in, the pawn takes pawn. I mean, and the white rook can just be really awkward. So we see Magnus instead just anchoring his knight to the middle of the board. And yeah, but what is a good move for white to start to hold it together?
Yeah, if I was white, I would be attacking those B and D pawns. I see my engine friend wants to play A4, A5 and trade off and try to draw the position. But I like black's position. Magnus is not only a pawn up, Magnus has that beautiful knight on D4. Dennis, not to be outdone, wants to reposition his knight to D5, which takes a while, but the knight on D5 is going to be really strong for white. Unfortunately, Dennis has a couple of weak pawns on A3 and E4. Magnus plays knight B5. The engine doesn't like the way either side is playing now. Both sides have a lot of pawns that are loose. It likes knight C3, attacking the E4 pawn, which not only wins a pawn, but it defends the D6 pawn. Then Magnus will have a passed D pawn, and probably with that a winning position. Things are going in Magnus's favor the last few moves, Yovi.
Exactly, and I just love the way that Magnus quickly went on that knight odyssey. He didn't even pause. And the whole idea is that, yes, you give up one pawn, but once the knight grabs that pawn in the middle, it becomes an octo knight, and it's the white king that is in serious danger. I mean, you almost have to go on the complete passive, and if you have to do that with your rook and your knight, then there's no way that you're going to be holding this position a pawn down. So what can Dennis do to hold on? He's got less than 1 minute 32 seconds on the clock. The king comes up, but
there's
knight
a move
takes
I
pawn.
wouldn't have thought of.
Exactly. He's giving up the pawn with check.
Yeah, not only is Magnus on an Odyssey, he was also on The Simpsons with Homer. That's how he knows so much about the Odyssey. And one of the few players who's been on a cartoon about chess. Magnus is so famous. The Simpsons were lucky to have him. He was better than Homer, and looks like he's better than Lazovic this game. Another end game. This time they have knights. Magnus has two connected pass pawns in the center. It's a matter of technique. Magnus has an extra minute and a half on the clock. Somehow the game went from complicated, double-edged tactics to Magnus figuring it out, sacking the exchange, getting rid of Dennis's attack, and going into a winning endgame. Typical Magnus. He's really in good form this match, Yovi.
Totally. And look at Magnus go. He's going to start just advancing his pawns in the middle. He doesn't even have to be precise. Either one will do. And now I'm expecting the other pawn to start attacking. Let's get going. What should you do with passed pawns? You should push him. Even you can allow a check with the knight, because the king will step up and attack the white rook. Forktown does not work for Dennis. And look at that. He just does it. He's cold-blooded. He's calculated it all out.
Yeah, it's looking bad for Dennis. Those pawns are too strong. This game's not going to go much longer. Dennis down to a minute. An auspicious start for Dennis in the second set. Brilliant game from Magnus. Brilliant exchange sacrifice. Great endgame technique. Played faster. Just more of the same.
Yeah. Magnus showing us he is number one. And I like the way that he's setting up the tricks, because here I would be doing this, knight takes pawn, but Magnus doesn't even need to push his pawn. He just pins the knight, and that knight is going to fall. He takes it. Okay, well, maybe there's still some kind of chance for Dennis, you know, if he manages to swap off all the pawns. A rook and knight against a rook is going to be a draw, but to be honest, that is just a wishful thought.
No, Magnus brilliantly defends his G5 pawn. Doesn't care about the A pawn. He'll win that later. He just wants to make sure he keeps his two pawns. Rook F5. Magnus must not have seen that, because he seemed upset about that move. He really tried hard to keep his G pawn. Rook F5 was the last chance. Magnus should still win the rook and knight when pawn versus rook and two, but it's not so simple with just one pawn on the side of the board.
No, exactly. Knights are actually really difficult. It's really difficult to defend those rook pawns, because now the knight is going to get chased around, and now the white king is going to step forward. That's the only chance. And the black king, Dennis, going for different technique.
Zugzwang.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no move in that position. Any move white makes will make his position worse. He was in Zugzwang. Really nice technique for Magnus. We say that a lot. And time advantage on the board, outcalculated. I mean, it was a good try by Dennis. It just looked like when he played rook g4, he wasn't really in that position. He missed the exchange sacrifice, and Magnus took over after that.
Yeah, a great showing there from King Magnus, as our crowd call him. And what a game it was. You know, rook takes bishop being the killer move. And the way that he navigated those complications, he looked a little bit flustered at the beginning, but once he got going, he won, and he takes the advantage in the second set. So for Dennis, he'll have the black pieces. Magnus has shown us he's willing to open up with the king's pawn, the queen's pawn, and Magnus is also ruthlessly practical. He's been locking down the game. He's going into business mode and just making sure that Dennis doesn't get any complications whatsoever.
Maybe Magnus is just lucky, but he's lucky every time. That's the problem. So if you're just joining us, Magnus won the first set, 3-1. This is the second set. Magnus is up 1-0. Both players having a tough time after that first game of the match. Chess is a tough game, and players are really concentrating on the second game, which is about to start any second. The crowd's cheering. They can't wait for game 2. Magnus has the white pieces after winning with black in game 1. We're about to start. Will Magnus play d4 or e4? He seems equally comfortable in both. Plays d4 this game, and we're off.
We are off, and a different approach from Dennis. He's come to this one determined as he takes on the King's Indian. No more classical chess. It's now going to be all about imbalances and taking risks. Dennis wants this. He wants to win. And we're seeing from Magnus, bishop developing nicely. Now, what is he going to... Oh, he's going to kill the game.
Oh, he's playing my line. This is what I play with white.
He's going to kill the game. He's going to be straight into the end game. Look at this.
Wow, you can play bishop g5 or knight d5, and I play bishop g5.
Okay.
This is my line. I do this on my stream every day.
Well, you can take us through the ins and outs of this one, Ben. But one thing I know is that for sure you must not chase away that bishop, because that would not be the best.
No, rook e8's the most common move. Knight d5 is more common than castles. I usually castle in that position. Now black plays c6, white plays bishop c4, and black has to decide whether to play b5 or not. They actually do completely different positions. So bishop c4 will be played. b5 is the more interesting move. Taking on d5 right away is the more solid move. I lost a game about 6 years ago to Alexander Shabalov. He played b5 and he knew more theory than I did. b5 is the more interesting move.
Okay, chasing back the bishop. You said this was the most interesting.
Yes.
So Dennis needs to go into this one. It's a ride or die time for Dennis, because the last thing he needs is for Magnus just to coast through the remaining 3 games with an easy position. Okay, well, there's ideas of chasing down that light square bishop even more. So I'm expecting white to say, hang on a second, let's also seize the space. And indeed, it does happen. And now for Dennis, how is he going to keep that spark alive?
Yeah, a4 is the right move. When I played against Shabalov, I played a3, and in the game he told me that was wrong. So, and then I got a disadvantage and was outplayed and lost. But a4 is the right move. This position is just equal. White doesn't really have an advantage, but it's very hard. Unless you're me, it's really hard for white to lose. So again, Magnus is having a true result game, trying to get a slight advantage. He'll either win or draw. Black is trying to equalize the position by trading the pawns on the queen side. Magnus can take either way here. They're both theory. Takes with the bishop, pinning the pawn on c6, bishop d7, and we're going to get a pretty symmetrical pawn structure that's pretty equal, Yovi.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, how do you avoid white just trading off the minor pieces and then just also trading off the rooks? It just feels like this position is going to fizzle out. As we see, pawn takes pawn. Now, for me, bishop takes pawn makes the most sense. It's the most natural. I don't think you could be doing anything else. And what will Magnus do? Will he finally castle? Will he actually go bishop takes bishop himself?
A lot of times white plays king e2, because you want your king in the center in the end game, and the rook can go to c1. The bishop can't take on e4 because it's pinned to the rook. So typically white doesn't castle on this line. White just leaves the king in the center, and black trades pieces and tries to equalize. The engine says it's equal. I'd still rather have white because black has to get finished developing. The bishop on g7 is a little iffy, but the position's about equal.
Okay, so equal position. But the problem for Dennis is that it's a relatively simple position. The clans, as you highlighted, are very clear. You step up with the king, you trade the pieces, you put those rooks on open lines, you swap, and Magnus coasts ever closer to winning the second match because he is a pawn to the good. And Magnus going for a new idea, well, new-ish, dropping the bishop back and saying maybe he wants to have the better of that draw.
Yeah, he's trying to put pressure on the a5 pawn. Magnus doesn't seem too happy with himself. The bishop can go to c3. White can play king e2. White can put pressure on e5 and a5. But black should equalize with accurate play. It's not really much for white, but Magnus wanted to make sure he didn't get a complex position in a King's Indian. He wanted to keep it simple, but maybe he kept it a little too simple.
Well, we'll find out as the rook moves. And now there is a big threat. Bishop takes pawn, and Dennis has that in the bank, so Magnus has to do something about that.
Yeah, typically in this opening, white plays knight d2 at some point, defending the e4 pawn, and the knight can go to c4 and b6 and d6. That's why Magnus was very unhappy with his bishop d2 move. He took that square away from his knight. Now, as you pointed out, the e4 pawn is hanging.
Wow. Big vibes here in the arena in Paris as we are playing in the grand final of the EWC. Magnus leads by 1-0, and Dennis now finding himself in a position where he is perhaps slightly worse, in a position that Magnus is going to feel extremely comfortable. He castles the king, that rook is going to post up to the C line, and big question for Dennis, how is he going to generate any winning chances? The answer is going to be super difficult. So we might be looking at this game fizzling out and everything being perhaps decided in game 3.
I think at this point, Dennis would be happy with a draw. He doesn't have any winning chances. He's just trying to complete development. Black's trying to play knight c6 to d4. Magnus is putting pressure on a5 and e5. The rook is coming into the game, stopping Dennis from playing knight c6. Slight advantage to Magnus still. Black has to solve some problems. Bishop takes, e4 is unplayable because of rook c8 check. So black played knight a6. Once again, Dennis is threatening that pawn on e4. What's Magnus going to do about it? And the position is about equal. Both sides have weak pawns. Pawn structure symmetrical. Very well played game so far, Yovi.
Yeah, Magnus doing Magnus things, and if he actually turns the screw and wins this one, Dennis Lazovic is going to be in huge trouble, and Magnus is going to be on the brink of retaining his EWC title. He improves the rook, and now Dennis has to find a way to maneuver his pieces. His bishop is locked in on the right, his other bishop on the left doesn't have a purpose, and white is primed and ready to jump in. This is actually really complicated, really difficult to untangle for Dennis.
Yeah, the a5 pawn is weak. If Magnus can win that pawn and have a passed b pawn, he'll be well on his way to victory. Dennis putting pressure on e4, Magnus defending and attacking, defending the e4 pawn, defending the bishop on a4, and attacking the a5 pawn. So far, this is really Magnus territory, this kind of position. The bishop on g7 is still blocked. Black is still doing okay, but the onus is on Lazovic to defend properly and equalize the position, which was not his intention when he played the King's Indian. He was hoping for double edge attacking play, and the way Magnus played the opening took him out of that. Trading queens. I like to play this way with white, so my opponent doesn't get the attack they like and not get the position they like. even if the engine says you don't get an advantage, you get the type of position that you like more than your opponent, which is important in 2700, 2800 level chess.
Right, and it's also anti-young person chess. There is no complications.
Are you saying old man chess? Is that what you're saying? Are you calling me an old man?
Well, this is perfect strategy. Look at that. You have killed any energy in the game for black. Black cannot get mobile. There's a problem with the pawn on a5. The bishop standing there on g7, the dark square bishop, isn't working. The other bishop isn't really doing anything either. If the black knight jumps into the game, then suddenly the rook is going to post up to its perfect row. So this is why actually we see some improvement of the dark square bishop, but this does allow white to win a pawn. And the first thing that I will be looking at, what happens if white grabs that pawn in the middle?
Yeah, Magnus can take either pawn. Taking on a5 looks dangerous because of knight c5. All of Magnus's bishops are attacked. But yeah, I think you're right. Knight takes e5 actually makes sense. Magnus is a pawn ahead. He does play knight takes e5. Black has compensation. Black plays knight c5. Lazovic attacks e4 and a4 and is putting pressure on... Whoa. That was what we call the drunken bishop. And Magnus saves his bishop on a4. Got to have the two bishops. Defending his pawn on e4, and will Lazovic continue to play the initiative with a4 or bishop a6? Or is Lazovic going to try to get his pawn back and play rook e8 and attack on the e line? He does play bishop a6. The rook doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. Black has an initiative for the pawn, but a pawn is a pawn, and once again, we have a Magnus-type position, Yovi.
Yeah, we do have a Magnus type of position, but look at the way he is holding things together. He is an extra pawn up, but Magnus for now, Dennis rather, for now does have the initiative. He's going to start to ask questions of the white knight. So now it's time for Magnus to go into solid mode and just make sure everything is knitted together. Make it all concrete. So I'm expecting the bishop to start improving. Maybe the knight can also, oh, it comes forward. Okay, keeping an eye of this b4 square, stopping the bishop from posting up there. What is Dennis going to play? He chases that bishop, he chases the knight down.
Yeah, also the knight on c6 was defending the d4 square, which was a nice square for Lazovic to go. Magnus seems not very pleased with himself. After knight c6, he started shaking his head. Doesn't like what's happening after bishop b5. Magnus is pretty passive, although I do like the fact that Magnus is up a pawn. So Black's position is okay. Black has some counterplay. Black's pieces are more active. White's very passive, just trying to keep his extra pawn. But Magnus doesn't seem to know what to do since his knight on c6 is virtually trapped.
Well, Black has some ideas, right? You can post the bishop up, attack the rook, and just try to open things up and target the white king. So that's why the white king just gets itself some air. Everything is okay. You can still start harassing the white rook as well. Post it up on the long diagonal. Get that center pawn to block. What else can Dennis do? It's okay. He
As
goes
you
for
suggested.
that. He goes for that, but okay, what happens next? I'm expecting Magnus just to block the attack with a pawn. And you can even maybe give up some material.
One thing Magnus could do, because he likes to trade off the pieces, is play knight e7 check and rook c8 check and trade off the rooks. Magnus plays your move instead, e5, keeping in the extra pawn, although now the pawn is attacked.
Yeah, now perhaps there's some questions, because now the knight comes in, attacks both the rook and the bishop. Okay, Dennis regaining his pawn, but we see Magnus, he just wants to go in business mode. Maybe he can just attack that bishop. Okay, instead he just moves that pawn forward. He's just going to argue, you know what, my pawn is going to be weak, but so is your pawn on the left. We'll call it even.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Magnus upset he couldn't get more with his extra pawn, but Magnus had the type of game that he likes. He just didn't get any advantage. So this will be a nice solid draw, which, I mean, if you're Magnus, you can't be unhappy. You won the first game.
Yeah.
So
So a good choice of opening, I gotta say, from Magnus, because it did look like for a while Dennis was in huge trouble, but Dennis just showing his class, navigating the danger, and this is also pretty dangerous. There's some tricks in town. Rook takes pawn. Watch out. There is a checkmate on the back rank. Okay.
No, Magnus saw it.
Of course. Of course, he sees it.
I think the players can't agree to a draw until move 40 unless they change that rule for the final. I'm not sure. That was the old rule.
Exactly. And now here, it's everything is completely equal. And we have our rook and pawn endgame that we have seen throughout the match. Players just repeating this game is going to finish in a draw. And Magnus leads 1.5 to half.
That was a fair result. Magnus shaking his head after the game, thinking he should have gotten more advantage with white. Pretty easy draw for Dennis. He ended up having to sacrifice a pawn, but he wasn't in really any danger. Dennis didn't get the type of checkmating attack that people want to get when they play the King's Indian, but he equalized, he drew with black. He has to win the next game with white. He's got to start winning some games. He hasn't won any games yet. If Magnus wins the next game, we've crowned a champion. Magnus will win EWC again. So Dennis has to win or draw the next game. It's game 3. Magnus is up 1.5 half. Magnus is up 1-0. The next game is critical.
Absolutely. And Magnus in a very comfortable position. You know, not only is he leading this match by 1 point, but he's at choice now for what he's going to do against Dennis's opening. He can play very solidly in the knowledge that if Dennis goes all out for the attack, he can just withstand the pressure and get him on the counterattack.
A brilliant exchange sacrifice in game 2, or game 1, I should say, gave Magnus the win. So Magnus has the lead. He always has the lead. He hasn't lost a game. Things are going his way. And what's funny is, even when things are going Magnus's way, they're never going enough for his satisfaction. He's still shaking his head. He's the ultimate perfectionist. Even when he doesn't lose a game, he still wants to play better. That's a 2800 player for you, Yovi.
Exactly. And Magnus just reacting in a very versatile manner. You know, Dennis really went for him in that first game, and he just found that rook takes bishop. That was the game of the match so far, and it completely changed the momentum. And from then on, Magnus just does not put a foot wrong. Dennis completely helpless against the onslaught of pawns. And then when it came to this, look how he calculated it out. Everything under control, smooth performance in game 2. Dennis tries to get some activity in the opening, and this is the moment. Magnus slams the door in his face. No activity whatsoever.
No, Magnus great, probably the best that ever lived at stopping counterplay, giving his opponent no winning chances, and basically it's just draw town and win town for Magnus. Draws half the games, wins half the games, keeps the momentum going. Dennis can't get anything. Dennis gets to change something up the next couple of games if he wants to stay in this match.
Yeah, and it's going to be always, how much risk should you take? How much should you be willing to gamble when everything could be decided in the next game? Magnus 1 point away from retaining his EWC title. And so far, he's gone through the whole event undefeated.
It looks like Dennis needs Eminem as his coach. If he only has one shot, if he only had one chance, this is his one shot. This is the most money Dennis has ever played for. This is his last chance. The next 2 games will decide whether Magnus retains his title or Dennis can make a comeback and we can have a real match on our hands, Yovi.
Exactly, and there's so much on the line. You know, there's big money at stake. There's 1,000 points for his club on the line. So much meaning to this. It would be a chance to enter the history books, but you have to take it move by move, because in the way, Magnus Carlsen 1 point away from becoming champion.
Yeah, Magnus needs just 2.5 out of 4. He has 1.5. Any game could do it. Any victory does it. Looks like Dennis is coming back into the stage after a short break. Will he be wanded again? Probably not after that performance. No need to wand when you never get a winning position. So Dennis putting on the headset, doesn't want to hear us talk anymore. He has had enough of me. He's like, how do I get this Ben Final guy to stop commentating? And the answer is, put on the headset. Oh, he is getting wanded, so he must be playing good.
Well, he's playing really accurate chess. Just some some small mistakes here and there, some big moments. And Magnus gets ready and seated at his computer. Everything working superbly for the world number one. As we see him there with his key. Who will be putting their key into the trophy? That is a big question. At the minute, Magnus Carlsen 1 point away.
And the game's coming up shortly. Magnus going to have the black pieces again. Dennis has to win to equalize this set, down 1.5-half. Hasn't won a game this match. Going to want to change that. He's beaten so many strong players before. Didn't want to play Magnus, but it's the finals. When it's the grand final, you're going to get paired with Magnus. That's the way it goes. You just have to defeat him. Nobody's defeated Magnus before. Not this year, not last year. There's always a first time for everything. Can Dennis get it done this game and win with the white pieces?
Well, we'll find out what a competition Dennis has had. Defeating Sina Moverhead, Yana Pomniashi, Nordebek Abdusatorov, Hikaru Nakamura, and now Magnus Carlsen. What a final it has been. Magnus, again, just showing us he is such a versatile player. Yesterday in the quarterfinals, he came out swinging against Nihal Sarin. Now he's going for a completely different approach. He keeps saying to Dennis, you cannot out-Magnus me. I am the boss. I am the best. So Dennis, he needs to do something. He's got the white pieces for what could be the final time. And we will see. What approach will he take?
Do you think Dennis is going to go all out and sacrifice and play crazy, or a nice, solid, get a slight advantage and try to outplay Magnus? What do you think, Yovi?
I think he has to do a combination. Again, it's easier said than done. As we see Dennis open up with the king's pawn. What will Magnus play? Well, he tries to do the same. We're seeing a Lopez, Roy Lopez. This opening has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. And what will Magnus do? Will he try to shut the door on any activity and go for a Berlin, which is developing the knight? No, he actually chases away the bishop. And we're going to see a really tense maneuvering games, and Magnus knows this type of position so well.
Yeah, Magnus could have white or black in this position, as a lot of super GMs have over the decades. It's a close Sicilian. It's a slow maneuvering game, which obviously is like for both players. White played A4, putting some pressure on the queen side. It's going to be a really long maneuvering game, and the only way that's going to change is if somebody moves the D pawn up 2 squares. Either white plays D4 or black plays D5 early in the game, which I don't suspect is going to happen. Instead, A4, H3, play on the side. White has the open A file for his rook. White's preventing bishop G4. White's going to maneuver the knight over to G3 or play knight D5 and then play C3, and a very slow maneuvering game. Magnus is like, I know this position. What am I supposed to do? Bishop E3, and he's taking the slow, steady approach, is Dennis. He's not taking the sacrificial, crazy approach, which some people take when they're in a must-win situation.
Yeah, there's no romantic chess here. This is pure technique. And Magnus has a choice. He can just play really naturally, move the rook 1 square, drop the dark squared bishop back, and try it again in the break that Ben was mentioning, burst open the center. Or he can just play with a light square bishop, come out 2 squares, challenge its counterpart, and then just take the game from there. Because white has a lot of options, jumping in the knight, trading off the bishops. And that's a very flexible approach. So what will Magnus do?
Yeah, Magnus has probably had white in these positions also, and the Ruy Lopez, so he has a lot of confidence. He can play either side and get a reasonable position. Magnus doesn't have to win this game. He'll be reasonably happy with the draw. He plays bishop E6, having the bishops attack each other on the diagonal. White can either trade bishops or sink the knight into D5. He ends up trading the bishops, doubling black's pawns, but giving black more control over the D5 square. Once again, is somebody going to play D5 or D4? That'll make the game a little bit more interesting. Or are they going to slowly maneuver around and not do very much? And he decided the maneuvering idea, knight e2, the knight can go to g3, white can play c3, d4, and is Magnus going to play in the center with d5, or is Magnus going to start maneuvering around just like Dennis does?
Well, we see Magnus in maneuvering mode as he starts to initiate those trades. He says, I'm very happy with drawing this game. I'm very happy with moving that one step closer towards the crown. And now here, Dennis, he cannot trade off rooks. He cannot concede the A line. So instead, what he should do is, again, make this little move and set up his own slide tricks, because there are 2 pawn weaknesses and Magnus is in full liquidation mode. He's like, swap it off. I want everything off the board. I want that draw.
I guess that's why he plays for Team Liquid, because he's in liquidation mode. Queen C1. White's going to sacrifice on h6, and the crowd's going to go crazy. No, the crowd would go crazy. Magnus played knight d8. He wants the knight to go to f7. He wants to play c5. White played knight g3. They were just having fun on the A file. Now they're playing on the king side, Yovi. That's more interesting for the spectator. Let's see some attack on the king side. Again, is white going to play d4? Is black going to play d5? Or are they just going to slowly maneuver around and see what they can come up with? Looks like Magnus is pretty much equalized so far.
I was going to say, I think we know the answer to that one. They're going to maneuver around for a lot of moves. And I'm going to say, actually, that this type of position is super deceptive. And it's deceptive because it looks like both players are doing absolutely nothing. Everything is even, everything is level. And then suddenly one person makes a move like that. And you're like, oh, hang on a second. It's all about the space and who controls how many squares. And Magnus is saying, I want all the space for myself. And if you allow me, and if you don't get going on the right side of the board or the left side of the board, I'm going to start taking over and just put the pressure on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what white should do in this position. It seems like the pawn breaks that white has don't really accomplish very much. But you can't give Magnus all the space. Magnus has 3 pawns on the 4th row. His opponent only has 1. Magnus has more space on the queen side. Magnus really understands the ins and outs of the position. The time situation is about the same. Both players have to be relatively happy with the position. And it's going to be a slow maneuvering game until somebody breaks open in the center. White plays queen b1, which indicates to me he wants to play d4, and his queen is defending his pawn on e4 again, which Magnus has pressure on. Magnus with the queen on a8 and the knight on f6. Exactly. So is white going to play d4 and try to mess up Magnus's pawns? We're going to find out in the next couple of moves.
Exactly. And queen to moving to that square is actually quite sophisticated. I mean, it had deep ideas. It was planning against any breakthrough on the light squares from Magnus. It's also setting up ideas in turn of perhaps advancing the B pawn 2 squares forward, just to explode things open on the left side of the board. And as Ben has been mentioning, also breaking through in the center. So everyone, this is your slow maneuvering game, but as soon as there is a breakout, this position is going to heat up. Now here, queen moves off the open line. So now I would be so tempted either to break with the d-pawn in the center, just initiate action, and we have it. I can't believe I'm getting super excited about a pawn break, but I am. And look at this. We have some action on the board. How is Magnus going to deal with this one? He has some options. He can make some trades, or he can hold the tension and move a piece, just improve a piece, maybe move the rook to the open line.
That's right. Magnus has many options here. He can ignore white and just improve his position slowly, or he can have some captures in the center. Magnus not sure what to do. It looks like all roads lead to equality or maybe a slight advantage to white, but Magnus isn't sure what the easiest way to get a normal position is, and what white's next move is going to be. Is white going to continue in the center by playing something like rook d1, or is white going to trade on e5 and mess up black's pawn structure? It's not clear what white's going to do. It's not clear what black's going to do. Typically in these positions in classical chess, this is where the players take a lot of time and try to figure out their maneuvers. We don't have that luxury in 10-minute chess. You got to play by the seat of your pants, figure out what your opponent wants to do, and make really quick decisions. So far this match, Magnus has had the advantage on the clock, not this game. Magnus is behind on the clock. He's a little unsure of himself, and he plays the move c4, which surprises me, but it gives black more space on the queen side, Yovi.
Exactly, and it's now again decision time. Notice how Dennis keeps the tension. He doesn't rush with doubling the black pawns. It just improves the queen. Maybe you're still going to be seeing another breakout on the left side of the board. Maybe we're going to be seeing something else. But it's such a difficult position for both sides to play because all of the tension is happening beneath the surface.
Yeah, the pawns in the center can all be captured. They're all defended. Both sides are sort of passively defending their pawns instead of playing with hyper-aggression. I like rook d1 because I think the rook's better on the d file than the e file. The rook on the e file, which is babysitting the e4 pawn, which is already being defended by two of Dennis's pieces. So the question is, can white ever play d5, maybe even sack a pawn to get that knight to f5? Black plays bishop f8. The bishop's safer on f8, defends the king side some more, gets out of the way of the queen, and Magnus is just happy playing the waiting game. Here comes knight h4. The knight wants to come to g6. Very interesting play by Lazovic. Maybe Dennis wants to play f4 at some point.
Oh.
And Magnus quickly plays b4, not liked by the engine. That changes the position a lot and really weakens black's c4 pawn.
Exactly, like the first move that you calculate here is the move that is now possible as a result of the black's last move. So the first move you need to be calculated is pawn takes pawn. What are the consequences of that? And then, still there's the possibility of jumping in with the knight, trying to get the bishop pair. And we also have a lot of pawn captures on the board. So Dennis now thinking, and I would be tempted to capture the pawn and then jump in with a knight and maximize that pressure in the middle.
Magnus playing super aggressively on the queen side, not content with the drawn position of just playing boring and trying to equalize. Magnus trying to play for the advantage. The engine doesn't like it, and now we see a trade in the center. Typically, when the opponent plays on the flank, we want to counterattack in the center. And now Magnus has a difficult question. You take with the knight, and the knight can try to hop into d3 later, or take with the pawn and keep those double pawns controlling all the center squares. Magnus a little bit unsure of himself. First time in the match, maybe even the tournament, that Magnus has a real time disadvantage, unsure what to do, how to proceed. And looks like Dennis is doing well this game as far as getting a double-edged position where all three results are possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was entirely happy with that capture. I was actually expecting knight takes pawn, so the knight jumps in, and this was something that was really attractive, especially because of Dennis's last move, going in with the knight this direction. Remember, this position is now half open. If he manages to get knight takes bishop, the bishop is probably going to be better than the knight. And decision time for Dennis. What does he want to do? He can take with the queen if it doesn't fall foul of any tricks happening, or he can take with the pawn. I would, because you're in a must-win situation, I feel like you just need to go all in.
Yeah, queen takes c3, knight takes e4 is very complicated. Taking with the b pawn is simpler, but as you said, a must-win situation.
Exactly.
Sometimes you got to play the more complicated
And he
line.
does it.
And he does.
He does make the more complex choice. And now there's going to be problems for Magnus. First up, he has to calculate, can he grab that pawn? I think that Magnus didn't realize that this move was possible. Knight takes pawn is going to be met by knight takes knight. And once the queen comes in, then there's going to be some simplifications. But the argument is that black pawn structure
is terrible.
Yeah. Not very impressive at all.
And also, Magnus has to calculate what happens on queen takes c4 with the e6 pawn hanging as well. Then the b2 pawn is hanging. A lot of calculation now. Magnus doesn't seem very happy about the situation. Magnus taking more time than he's taken this whole tournament. Big time disadvantage for Magnus. Heart rate going up more than usual. Usually Magnus is a cool customer, but heart rate getting close to 3 digits.
3 digits, yes. And the clock is ticking down under 3 minutes for Magnus Carlsen as he works out what is the best move. I mean, objectively, black is fine. But there's a lot of psychology at play in this position.
Yeah, it seems like things haven't gone exactly the way Magnus was hoping with his body language. Seems like Magnus gives away whether he's upset or not during the match. And he does take on e4. Will White take on e4? Will White play queen takes c4? Magnus had to calculate both. Dennis is calculating now, trying to figure out which move gives them the best chance for an advantage. Engine says White is a tiny bit better, that Magnus is about equal. Magnus has a minute and a half less on the clock. So all three results are still possible. Very interesting position. This is Dennis's chance, Yovi, to tie up the match.
Yeah. But okay, it's still going to be super difficult. But the very human move, I'm going to say, is actually to play queen takes pawn. You know, not all of us likes to sacrifice, and he does it, and he does it. And now Magnus is going to grab another pawn. And so Magnus is technically a pawn up for the time being, but you can just simply go knight takes bishop, and the pawn on e6 is going to fall. And again, we have a situation where we have hardly any pawns left. But the queen
on the
is still
same side, too.
Exactly.
Yeah, the engine says it's about equal. There's tremendous pressure on the players. One mistake takes an equal position and makes it a lost position. And with so little time on the clock, it's easy to blunder. So you got to be really calm and cool and collected, and keep the tension, not make any big blunders, and keep the draw in hand. And both players, just looking at their faces, look pretty calm to me.
Yeah. And this looks like it's a killer blow. It's attacking the rook, the bishop. However, it is possible to drop, well, maybe not possible to drop the queen back. If you drop the queen back, the rook is going to line up on a2, and that checkmate threat is not going to be defensible. So this is the only move to stay in the game. You have to go on your own counterattack. Oh, and things are getting sharp as
very complicated, Yovi,
surround the black king. Now, how is black going to defend this one? First up, can you go on their counterattack? And that's exactly what Magnus does. He threatens a checkmate on g2 on his own, and this is going to force Dennis to swap off the queens, and now we have black playing this endgame a pawn down.
It's a pawn down, but it's a doubled pawn. All the pawns are on the same side. The engine doesn't think that White has any winning chances because the bishop is really strong on f6. It's hard for White to create a passed pawn. The time situation is about the same. So the engine thinks it's a draw. Obviously, White is the one pressing with the extra doubled pawn, but black is very solid. White doesn't have any passed pawns. Usually, when all the pawns are on the same side, the game just ends in a draw. Magnus putting pressure on the g3 pawn, on the h2 king. Not easy for White to make progress.
No, not easy for Dennis to make progress, but at least he's a pawn up. And usually when they get to this type of situations, everything is completely level. But now Magnus just improving his king. The problem is that knight, it doesn't have a good circuit. Like if it were anchored on the square that the rook is on, then maybe you could start to press a teeny tiny little bit. But
Magnus seems like the one pressing, moving his pieces forward, moving his pawns forward.
Yes. I mean, bishops are so good in these type of positions. You know, they're open. You can just drop back with the bishop, ask questions. And Magnus going for your move, which was just to press on the right side of the board.
Yeah, the extra double pawn doesn't harbor any winning chances for White. Magnus, all the endings are drawn. The rook and pawn ending, the rook and bishop ending. I don't even think Magnus thinks he's worse here. Got the better king, the better rook, the better minor piece. White's extra double pawn just has no chance of creating a passed pawn.
Exactly, they're so far back as well. They're not going to advance, and it's going to be almost impossible to create a passed pawn. And Magnus just doing everything by the book. Look how he puts his bishop in the center, in the middle of the board. The rook cuts off the white king, and the white knight is completely dominated.
Yeah, the bishop is just better than the knight in the open position. White king is stuck on the back rank. And if worse comes to worse, things could get bad for Dennis in this position, because Dennis has less than a minute on his clock.
That's true. He has less than a minute, and there is a choice on the board. And here
okay, and Dennis just bails out.
Yes. And now everything is completely level, and we have the eternal question. Who is better, the bishop or the knight? And the answer is neither, as we have another draw. Wow,
Pretty
Magnus
well-played game.
moving ever closer to retaining the championship crown. And very well-played game there from the pair.
Yeah, nobody was winning that game. It was always close to equal. Dennis tried really hard. Good defense by Magnus, this Rui Lopez. And all Magnus needs now is a draw in the final game. Magnus has white, and he'll repeat as EWC champion of chess.
Yep. And the thing is, Magnus with the white pieces knows how to shut down the game. You know, he's going to open up with a king's pawn. And if there's going to be a Sicilian, it's going to be an Alapin Sicilian. It's going to go for those positions that are very well known. And Magnus just showing us how world class he is.
Yeah, when he's slightly worse, he draws easily. When he's slightly better, presses for the win. When he has less time, he plays faster than his opponent until he has more time. And he's never really in trouble. Even when I think he's in trouble, he easily bails out. He hasn't lost a game this event. And the only way he won't repeat as champion is if he loses this game with white. Seems really unlikely. A difficult task for Lazovic. He's got to try. Got to try to win with black and then win in the playoff. But it's going to be a tough task at hand. You can see he's thinking about what openings do I play? How do I get winning chances with black?
How to get winning chances as black against Magnus, who knows his openings inside out. Now, traditionally, I think we'll probably see some kind of non-conflict approach in the center at the beginning. I don't think that Dennis will be wanting that. You don't want to be going into reams of theory. You want to take the game far away from the theory book as possible, because this is Dennis's last chance to stay in the match. He needs to win to force the set to Armageddon.
If he wins the game, we'll call him Dennis Lashchancevich. Go, Dennis. You can do it. You can beat Magnus. Everybody does it. Or wait a minute. Maybe my commentary is mistaken on that point.
Absolutely. Magnus with the white pieces on the cusp of winning his second EWC Championship title. I mean, 2 events, and he's just breezed through them like a king.
Yeah. Didn't play his best, I think, the first day of this event, but I think he got a little bit better every day, played himself into form, and never looked like he was in any trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, completely
Yeah, you were right,
troubled.
Yovi, E4.
Yeah, and now it's decision time, right? If you go E4, E5, if you try to do the symmetrical approach, Magnus knows how to handle that. And it's a Caracal.
It's the Yovi variation.
It's light square strategy in action. Now, there are ways to shut the game down against this particular opening. I mean, it's a solid approach from white, but this is one of them. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the panel, that's what I play with white.
Yeah, well, this is not one way to shut the game down. I was expecting some bishop developing, the exchange variation, but instead we have a pan-off. And what is he going to go for? Yeah, okay, nice move there from Dennis. Again, this is a line that hasn't been so well known, so...
Yeah, I play both sides of the Caro-Kann also, and I play this with black, and I've never played A6.
Yes.
I play the bishop G4 line.
Exactly, but the bishop G4 line would have involved a long rook and pawn.
Difficult to win.
Very difficult to
Yeah.
win. But as it stands here now, okay, plenty of moves. You can bolster that knight with a pawn, but it's way more common to do this move, and you're setting up a trap of knight takes knight. So you
Magnus will
have to-
never see it.
Well, you have to do something about that, and the most popular move is to drop the bishop back and maintain that pin, and... Oh... Knight takes knight. What is going to be happening after knight takes knight? Now, knight takes bishop, bishop takes... and
It's the queen sacrifice.
okay, and the king has to go running to avoid the perpetual check. And now this is so dangerous. Magnus knows his stuff. And now the black king is going to have to hide in the corner. And if Magnus doesn't find
It's only
the right
a piece
moves,
for a queen, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
But okay, there's a lot of play for the piece for the time being. But if this does not work out, then Dennis is going to be up big material.
Wow.
But the main move for black here is to go tuck your king into the corner. It is also possible to move your queen to the right.
Have you had black in this position, Yovi?
I've never touched this one.
Have you played A6?
No, I've never.
Oh, you haven't played A6.
No,
You've
no.
analyzed it, but decided not to play it.
I've seen it in action. Most people chicken out. Most people do not want to go into this position as black because it feels very scary.
Yeah, it feels like there's sometimes white has perpetual with D5, bishop E3 check, bishop F4 check. And we can't have a perpetual if we're black because we have to win the game. It's a must-win game.
It is a must-win game, and he does go running with the king to safety, and now white should be just lengthening the dark squares, advancing the d-pawn, and kicking the knight away. You need to keep on playing with momentum here, because if Magnus puts 1 foot wrong, that's it. He's busted.
Black's position looks terrible except for one thing. Black's up a queen. Otherwise, I like everything about white's position.
I mean, there is that factor, but you know, if he manages to get the draw, because a draw is all he needs, he will have done it in style.
Yeah. Sacrificing his queen, going into the sharp variation. Both players seem like they're out of their preparation now, so we're going to see a fighting game where black's trying to get his king safe and get the bishop and rook developed on the king side.
Yeah, and two main moves in this position. You can jump forward with the knight, or you can give a check with a queen. Those are the moves that have been played. But you can see that this is scary stuff for black. You know.
No, in a blitz game, I'm definitely taking white. Probably in a slow game, I would take black. But yeah, of course, the engine says it's about equal.
Yep, but the engine is actually only saying that it's equal if you come out with the queen to give a check.
Queen A5 check is the best move.
That is the best move. If you move the knight, white is much better, believe it or not.
I believe it.
Yeah, and the whole point is that black's pieces are all fast asleep. So white actually has the time to get the king castle, jump in with the knight, attack the queen, attack the rook, and really start putting the pressure on the black king. And it's really difficult for black to untangle without having to give up material.
Very unusual opening. I'm really glad I haven't seen it before. I'm glad the players decided to play it. Give the crowd something to root for. A queen sacrifice. That's what we haven't seen this match.
Exactly. And we can show why this position is so dangerous for black. Because at the whole point, the queen comes out, this is the best move, and you need to maintain the initiative here. The initiative is so important for white, so you have to make this move. And now the knight must block anything else, and that's it. You are busted. And the knight does block, and now here white can just simply castle. And again, just to highlight, the reason why this position is so dangerous for the black pieces is take a look at all of the starting pieces. The rooks, they are back in their original squares, and they're not going to get out. It's a dangerous path for Dennis to tread. It's a gamble going into this variation. And for Magnus, he's trying to get his crown in style.
I think Magnus knows what he's doing. He played castles relatively quickly.
Yeah, he definitely knows what he's doing. I mean, how scary is this? You think you've surprised your opponent, and he's just whizzing out all of these moves on theory. Okay, so I'm expecting black to start untangling, you know, start moving the bishop, get the rooks into the game. But also there could be a question, like how are you going to handle like the pushback that's going to be starting, because black's queen and knight, they're on the same diagonal, so you can just attack with your a pawn,
A3,
and suddenly there's going to be two pieces for the queen.
Yeah, the black king seems like it's never safe, and white has that dominating position with the bishops in the center. Not only is white dominating the position, except for the queen minus, but white's dominating on the clock. Magnus has 3 extra minutes, so unusual variation from Dennis. But maybe he doesn't know it as well as Magnus does.
No. Well, it looks like Dennis just trying to work things out, but he really does have to tread with care here. He takes the right move, you know, he decides to try to get some development, and the move that I suggested has been played. You know, questions are being asked of the knight, and that knight cannot deliver.
If black wins this game, Yovi, there's another variation you can play in the Caro-Kann with black. You can start running your king away, taking queen sacrifices.
No.
You can do it.
No. This one is just too hot to handle. No, don't try this one at home at all. And now bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight. They're both a possibility, but white is soon going to start to recover the lost material.
Yeah, 2 pieces and a pawn for the queen. If white can somehow win the e pawn, white gets a pass d pawn. Then white's material disadvantage isn't so bad. White's king is safer. Black doesn't have a lot of targets. So very interesting position. Queen sacrifice. The engine says it's about equal. It likes the way the players are playing so far. Unfortunately for Dennis, as we saw in previous games, Dennis has a big time disadvantage. He's going to have to speed up. He can't get in a situation where he has 1 minute and Magnus has 3, and it's complicated. That's going to spell disaster.
Yeah. And for Magnus, though, it's such a gutsy move going into this variation, knowing that, yes, it is a sound, but it's very difficult to play when you sacrifice the queen. But now he does have good choices. He can go bishop takes knight. He can take with the pawn. And again, he can, just start harassing.
I like taking with the bishop because it sort of keeps your bishop on f8. I like taking with the pawn because then I can play bishop e3 check and start harassing the king. So I like them both. But yeah, now if black plays bishop g7 and white plays bishop takes e7, not sure black's up material anymore. White's got that passed pawn. White has a bishop and 2 pawns for a queen. It's getting close.
It's getting close, and he plays the best move. This is the best way to unfurl because you have to get developed. And bishop takes pawn. I'm expecting black to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to grab everything I can. You might as well.
And I misspoke earlier. I said a bishop and 2 pawns. I meant a bishop, a knight, and 2 pawns. Bishop, knight, and 2 pawns for a queen is almost equal. The pawn on d5 is very active, going to d6, d7. White's bishops are very active. Black's king is still a little funny. Black's rook on a8 doesn't have a great square to go to. I'd rather have white in this position.
Well, I always like playing with the queen. So Magnus playing a bit of an unusual move. I was expecting the bishop to go all the way back just so that you could advance the d-pawn when push comes to shove. But now, what is Dennis going to do? Okay, he can't really mobilize any of his pieces, so I'm expecting him to take the pawn. But maybe he can. Maybe he can just throw in his rook to attack the bishop just for good measure.
Yeah, I think if the rook goes to d8, then Magnus will play bishop c7 and then try to get the d-pawn going. I think that's why Magnus played bishop d6. h6 was play kicking the knight away. That seems like a good idea. Knight on g5 seemed pretty active.
Yeah.
Magnus can go to e4 or f3. They both seem good. The knight has some good squares. And he does a third choice, which I didn't expect, knight f7, putting his knight further into Dennis's position. Again, it's a really interesting queen sack. The engine says it's about equal, but it's the kind of equal where somebody wins, not the kind of equal where it's a boring draw.
This is far from a boring draw. There's so much excitement here. And most of it coming from Magnus, I gotta say, because this is a really unpleasant task for Dennis. How to handle this one. We have the whole point of white's play, which is simply to step aside with the dark squared bishop and start advancing the d-pawn. That is a very simple idea, and it's really effective.
Magnus. Yeah, I used to like being a queen ahead. Now I'm not so sure.
It's not easy to play when you're up material. And there we see Dennis wants clarification,
Boy,
but this
engine doesn't like that
wrong move. And now here, Magnus can just simply grab the rook. And Dennis relying on this just to clarify things. But what is the answer?
Yeah, Dennis wants to take that e-pawn, and then he wants to play rook e8 if Magnus plays rook e1. Magnus trying to find a way to keep his e-pawn on the board. And this is interesting. The engine wants to play b4 to play bishop c5 check and start an attack on black's king. That's very non-obvious for me because I'm trying to hang on to my e-pawn and get my pawn promoted, and the engine's trying to checkmate black with b4 bishop c5 check. b4 seems like a really tough move for a human to find.
If he plays that move, if he moves the action to the left, I will personally raise my hat up and I will salute Magnus. What a move if he finds it. I gotta say, it's still super complicated here. You mean advancing the e-pawn is gonna cost the knight. That requires some calculation. And it's not really that easy to do or make any progress. I mean, the most natural move is to get your rook behind the passed pawn. But like you say, black is gonna start also harassing that pawn.
It's funny, white can play e7 here, and after queen takes f7, we have bishop c5 check, and the rook's coming into d7 or d8, and white's actually winning in this position.
He finds it, Ben. He finds the right
b4.
move.
That was the best move.
That was the best move. I raise my hat. I salute the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. He finds the best move. And why is this so good? Because it looks like you can take the pawn, Ben.
Yeah, if black takes the pawn on e6, then white plays bishop c5 check, and black's king comes under fire. Material is about equal, but white has the initiative. Black's rook is bad, black's king is bad. Magnus is Magnus for a reason. He finds moves like b4, and now the engine says Magnus is winning with the attack, and the material situation is about level now.
Yeah.
The engine actually doesn't take the pawn on e6. It says bishop c5 check is too strong, but it says that Magnus is winning in any case. The attack on black's king is too good. Lazovic has 3 minutes less on the clock, something I was worried about a few minutes ago. Lazovic with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Magnus has 4.5 minutes. Magnus winning on the board. It looks like Magnus is going to have a clean sweep.
Beautiful. Beautiful play there from the world #1. Look at the way that Magnus courageously went for this one, sacrificing his queen, and Dennis understanding that the bishop check would have been disastrous. Well, he decides to put his rook there, getting ready to sacrifice the piece in order to cling on. But Magnus now, he can just play simple chess. He can just move his rook behind the pawn, and it is all about the coordination. Just beautiful play here from Magnus Carlsen, entertaining us in style. I mean, what a showman. I mean, they saved the best.
A must-draw game, and he sacrifices his queen in the opening, outplays his opponent, and now it looks like he's well on his way to victory.
Yeah, on the cusp of winning. And that means that he will be the 2026 EWC champion, and throws in a check. And here it's going to be all about the e-pawn. Nothing to be done. And Magnus knows it. Magnus Carlsen is the winner. What a game. The king stays the king, and Magnus Carlsen is 2026 EWC chess champion.
Undefeated, 3-1, 3-1. Relatively easy from Magnus's perspective. A tough match. Dennis put up a good fight, but in the end, he was no match for Magnus.
What a performance there from Magnus. He knew exactly what to do from start to finish, looking untroubled there. Hasn't dropped a single game. Didn't lose anything. What a performance there from the world #1. Winning the EWC back to back in impressive style.
Lazovic looks like a man who's about to have his key crushed. That's why Magnus does well at the EWC. He loves crushing keys. He loves sacrificing his queen. He loves sacrificing the exchange, and he loves never losing. That's Magnus for you.
And we were going to send it straight to the stage for the man himself.
Hands over his key to our EWC back-to-back champion, Magnus Carlsen.
undefeated, inevitable. This man simply cannot lose, and it is time for him to head to the crusher for the final key crush of the week, the one that establishes him as the back-to-back EWC champion. One last pop, Rob.
Not losing a single game along the way. This is a level of dominance that has rarely been seen, if ever, at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely, and it is time now to cement his legacy as Denis Lazavicki is about to give us a good old pop.
The last key of the event. Oh my goodness, and maybe the strongest pop of all, Damascus. The last one is down.
Absolutely, the last one is down, but Rob, of course, we have one more thing to do right now, which is to get the victor's key and go put it in the trophy. We are about to get the champion's key to proceed to the final ceremony. But of course, Denis Lazavicki is absolutely destroyed and of a dream for Denis as we move forward towards the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready to go and lift that trophy. Magnus, if you would like to follow us on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, history has been made right before your eyes as Magnus places his key into the trophy one more time. Not losing one single game. Put your hands together for our back-to-back champion, Magnus Carlsen! Magnus, congratulations. You've defeated Nihal Serene. We've seen you defeat Alireza Firouzja, and then now Denis Lazavicki as well. Is it true that you have an anti-young player strategy that you employ?
It's funny though that every single player that I played in the tournament is born after the year 2000. So go figure. But no, I thought about it a lot. I was going through Denis's games yesterday and talking to my coach as well, and I do feel that maybe, especially Hikaru's approach against him was not quite the right one. And it's funny, like one of the things that I said was that he's not great at defending rook endgames specifically, and that kind of decided the first match. And I thought that I should keep it kind of a lot tighter than Hikaru did, which I think I did. I mean, I played Denis many times online as well, where I've tried to play pretty riskily and been really punished for that. So I tried to not give him too many obvious positional advantages and take whatever chances I could find.
Love to hear it. Magnus, listen, last year you won that entire tournament, not losing a match, but you dropped a couple games to Alireza and Hikaru. This year, not a single loss, draws and wins only. Was there any moment throughout this week where you felt like maybe one loss was happening, or were you just confident all the way?
Yeah, there were several moments for sure. A couple against Alireza yesterday, against Nihal yesterday as well, and then against Stezipenko in the first match too. So yeah, there were certainly some moments, but yeah, I'm thrilled to go undefeated, and generally that was a part of my strategy for sure. I wasn't trying to do anything out of the ordinary, but kind of play pretty tight chess and take whatever chances I could find. And not losing a game speaks both to the success of that strategy and of course like a little bit of randomness as well, but I'm very happy with that.
And Magnus, my last question for you. Since you started out, the generations have changed and formats have changed, but yet you still remain the man to beat. Who or what can stop Magnus Carlsen?
I don't know. I think in this format, it's not easy at the moment. I think Alireza had a really good chance yesterday, but it's not easy. Especially now towards the end when the matches become a little bit longer, and so it's kind of harder to rely on like a 1 or 2 game slump.
All right, Magnus, last but not least, you know the tradition. You are the running champ yourself. This trophy does not come only with your key. You get to choose 3 players' keys to add to the final trophy. And I would like to ask you which 3 players you would like to add to the final trophy.
So, is this about... does it have to be people that I played, or it can be anybody?
Anyone who was in EWC this year, any one of the 16 players.
Yeah, let's make it simple then. The 3 other semi-finalists, Hikaru, Alireza, and Denis Lazovic.
All right, that is the top 4 close, Magnus. A sign of respect towards his competitors. And now it is time for you, Magnus, to take your trophy and take the champion's walk towards the totem to immortalize this moment. And ladies and gentlemen, you can also follow him to the win. Make some noise for Magnus Carlsen!
The greatest competitor chess has ever seen has once again done it. Back-to-back years, undefeated in Esports World Cup history when it comes to chess. The unmovable force refuses to budge. Magnus Carlsen, your EWC 2026 chess champion.
What an amazing run by Magnus Carlsen at this EWC. Never losing a single game and obviously not dropping a single match. Nemo, there are champions, there are legends, and then there is Magnus Carlsen, who's operating in his own category. 2 back-to-back championships right there. And what he said on the stage, you know, it's not just the ability to find the best moves, but how do you fight against a guy who understands chess at his level? How do you fight against a guy who knows exactly what his opponents want and he denies it again and again? I mean, it is absolutely insane. Chess will be back next year at EWC. So are we going to see another run? He himself said he's probably going to remain quite strong and at the top.
And he continues to do so. Nemo, he is unfathomable. His career is incredible, and he has not been beat on the EWC stage. You see the fans behind him. You see them walking the path he is currently on to the totem to immortalize his name into the Esports World Cup history books. Once again, he's on the 2025 totem, and now once again will be on the 2026 totem. Seriously, an incredible run. The question we all ask ourselves, how do you beat Magnus? Well, we don't know the answer to that just yet.
Undefeated, undeniable, inevitable is Magnus Carlsen, classical chess world #1, rapid world champion, blitz world champion. I don't even know how many speed chess championship and 2 back-to-back EWC wins. He's a champion right here, looking for his third title potentially next year, but right now this moment belongs to this man.
It does. In fact, Magnus Carlsen came in with a goal, and that was to be champion, and he leaves with the goal accomplished. He is in fact the greatest of all time, the greatest chess player of all time. Once again rises to the occasion to put his name on the totem and cement his name in the Esports World Cup history books.
They say liquid rises to the top, and Magnus Carlsen is always found at the top. What a moment this is for him. He's setting the standards in this arena.
Magnus Carlsen, your Esports World Cup 2026 chess champion!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Esports World Cup 2026 winner of chess, Magnus Carlsen!
Magnus,
Come here. Congratulations on yet another Esports World Cup victory. Please, show some love to the fans along the way and head over to the middle.
Congratulations, Magnus. What a performance, my friend. Well done. Excellent work. Please take your frame, ascend the totem, and insert it, and write your name in Esports World Cup history. Magnus, put your frame in the totem, and once again, write your name in Esports World Cup history. We celebrate Magnus Carlsen for his incredible achievements of becoming the back-to-back EWC Chess Champion. Keep watching for EWC Spotlight to get your daily summary of what happened across all stages.
book Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the EWC Spotlight. We're here to break down everything that you have seen so far. I'm Avali, and I am joined by Glitter Explosion and Mike Klein. First thing we got to talk about, can we not get like a golf cart, a Segway, maybe some rollerblades or something for Magnus on that walk? I mean, like, what would you use as means of transportation there?
Who knew track and field was an event? He walked 5K to get to the totem, and in fact, that's the most I've seen him sweat all week. His opponents didn't make him sweat that much, but we did with that trophy walk.
Honestly, we should jump straight into what we saw in the Lions Vault because we just had the chess grand finals, completely undefeated. What went down?
Magnus actually almost had an easier time defending his title than winning his first title last year in Riyadh. He actually dropped a few games last year. This year, he was sick, a little bit weakened, and yet he still didn't drop a single game. He won the finals 3-1, 3-1 against the upstart Denis Lazovic. And he joked that he's the number one player in the world, and the number two player is a sick Magnus Carlsen. And that is exactly what happened. A sick Magnus Carlsen won EWC. I don't think he wanted to be sick, but nonetheless, even sick, he got the job done. So he won both sets 3-1, 3-1. No third set needed. Got it done in straight sets, I guess we could say. And but Denis Lazovic had such a fantastic tournament. He's really made a name for himself in the online chess world. He's kind of a COVID chess baby because he got his start back when we were all locked down. That was actually an advantage in chess because he played so many games online.
That's cool.
And now here he is proving himself sort of out in the real world. So, but you know, Magnus, he's such a sportsman. In the final game, it was already a foregone conclusion, and he sacrificed his queen for a minor piece, which in chess is like trading LeBron James for a seventh grader.
Oh, thank you for explaining that. That actually helps a lot.
And he still won the game.
Really good.
Now, I should say the sacrifice was sound. Magnus knew that it was, but it was still amazing because he does have a flair for sports and the dramatic. He could have won in a more prosaic way, but the chess glitterati.
Yes.
That was for you.
That's me.
Amongst us, can definitely appreciate the way that he won. He likes winning all kind of formats. He believes the future of chess is in front of a live crowd, and he got the job done today.
Love that. Yeah, what a fantastic job he did. I love that. I also love the analogy of atomic bomb versus the coughing baby. That's one of my other favorite analogies. But of course, we did see what happened on the grand finals, but also I heard that there was a little bit of drama in our third, fourth place match. Ooh.
Yeah, turns out it wasn't just in the Allianz Vault, it was in all of EWC, but we had Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, both Team Falcons. You would think that, there's going to be a little bit of fraternité, if I can get into the French spirit here. But what happened is that Nakamura was up in the match by a game, and there was some sort of disconnection or something. And originally Nakamura thought it might be something other than what it was, and it turned out to be a network error that briefly affected a few of the games here. And after a pause and they reset, Alireza had a roughly equal position when that happened, and then he kind of just collapsed. He lost that game, and he went down 3-1. He was still technically alive. He had 2 more games left, so he could have theoretically, as big of a mountain as that is to win 2 games on demand against Nakamura, he was still technically alive, but he walked off. He left the entire EWC and he was forfeited. So Falcons were already guaranteed 500 points for third place anyway, but by forfeit, Nakamura went on to get third place. But again, it should be noted, he was definitely in the driver's seat to finish third, even if Alireza had not left the arena.
Glitter, have we seen anyone else walk off stage at EWC so far?
Not that I know of, no.
That's definitely a first.
If you had asked me to play PUBG Mobile, I would walk off. That's,
And you would be the second.
Okay, I would be the second, but yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's a difficult game to figure out for some people. We'll go ahead and allow it. But Glitter, on that note, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about PUBG Mobile at the Qiddiya City grid.
Yeah.
What have we seen?
Well, day 2 of the finals, still have one more day to go, which means that there's still action left on the board. However, things completely kind of shook up after the matches that we managed to get through. And that's kind of a big deal for 2 reasons. One, the team at the top, the way the format of the tournament is, the team at the top kind of sets the point threshold for the 3rd and final day of finals. Right now, that team is Aurora Gaming in the 100-point club. I think they're around 104 points, I believe, which is a very, very high amount. For the rest of the teams that aren't close, trying to achieve that point threshold on day 3 will be a little bit more difficult. Now, they're followed by some heavy hitters. You've got E-Arena in there's only a few points behind, alongside quite a few other squads. So it's going to be a really close day 3 heading into that. And on the other side of that, Vitality was a team that we were talking about a lot heading into these finals. They have been very quiet, so it's not great for them. Yeah.
Oh no, because I remember you were hyping them up a little bit.
I was excited.
And then where are they? They're just
asleep.
Oh,
I don't. I think they had definitely some bigger expectations on their shoulders heading into finals, and sat around 6th to start the day. Now down to 12th, so not really good.
That is an absolute shame. But as you said, there's still day 3 to go. But over on the STC Arena stage, we had a little bit more Rocket League today.
Yeah, Rocket League was really fun. We mentioned it previously. The way the draw went, every single matchup was actually an inter-regional situation, right?
Exactly.
So we managed to get through some of it so far. SSG beat Shopify Rebellion. That was the North American side of things. NIP beat Gentlemates, which that Gentlemates were not happy about. We've seen how crazy their fan base is in the best way possible. And so that was a very close back and forth. But still to come, we have the MENA face-off between Falcons and Twisted Minds. And this is where it kind of ties in with chess a little bit, because the points Falcons get for the CC side of things were still very helpful for the club. Can they do the same in Rocket League? We'll have to wait and see. And then, of course, the matchup between Vitality and KC. It's another big one.
Oh, 100%. We will dive into those club championship points in just a moment. But before we do that, we still have one more stage to talk about, the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage with some Rainbow Six Siege. And girl, I can hear the drums.
I know, we're so close to it.
In the venue, I'm in the bathroom, I hear I go, all right, I'm vibing. But what are they so excited about?
Well, that's all Furia. Okay, that is the Furia fan base, and they have been going since last time they got to see Furia play. I mean, they are yet another dedicated fan base. Obviously, before Furia was on stage, there was a 3rd, 4th decider match. That was between DZ and GK, and DZ were able to take that one home. So that was kind of good for them, because I think they were potentially one of the teams that people were expecting to see in the finals. It ends up being an all-Brazilian World Championship, though, between FaZe and Furia, and maybe the drums are going to be what puts Furia over the edge. You don't know.
Oh, it better be. Has anyone showed up with drums, vuvuzelas, or perhaps some sort of instrument at chess events?
We're working on it. Fantastic pronunciation of vuvuzela. The South Africans are making a big name in the chess world. So, yeah. No, and no didgeridoos either. But again, we are working on it. We're a little bit of a newcomer on the EWC scene, and so we're accepting all invitations to get with the program. I can hear the drums around me as we speak. But yeah, if they would, they'd be beating for Magnus Carlsen, that's for sure. So Norway, get on it, okay? Norway does the rowing thing, remember, from the World Cup football?
Oh, that's actually my favorite thing. I was ready.
That's what we need.
In the stage?
We need to bring those World Cup football fans to EWC so we could see the rowing. Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fantastic. Yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about the club championship rankings and the points, because in chess, we got to see quite a few points go over to Team Liquid.
Yeah, we certainly did. Team Liquid did pretty well last year. This year they were sitting on 0.
Yes.
When the week began, they got 200 in Rainbow Six, and they got the full thou with Magnus Carlsen. And it's kind of like a relay race. You want your anchor leg to be your best runner. I know we're only in the penultimate week of EWC, but Magnus got the job done. But also shout out to Denis Lazovic, because it was his performance that extended the lead by 250 points. He gets 750. Hikaru gets 500 for the Falcons. So Denis actually helped the margin grow a little bit greater there by even getting second place. So, but yeah, Team Liquid there on the doorstep of a top 10 placement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Glitter, this is something that we have been talking about recap after recap. We never saw Liquid on the board after 2 back-to-back runner-up years at EWC. And finally, we saw them there. I think it was
page 1.
Yeah, page 1, baby.
Now, because of Magnus. And honestly, I think a lot of Liquid's points hopes were hinged on Magnus. I think he had some very big expectations to live up to, able to do exactly that, push them up the leaderboard just a little bit.
An idea?
Yeah.
When you sacrifice your queen in the final game, you should get a bonus 100. Can we get that in the rules next year?
Okay, you know what? I'm phoning John EWC right now. Can we have this?
I don't know who John is, but make it happen. And I apologize, John. You sound like a very important person.
You don't have like that's John Chess?
Okay.
John Roblox?
Yeah.
John? No, okay.
I mean, I've got John PUBG Mobile.
John PUBG Mobile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. We've got people all around. But no, I'll see if maybe we can make that happen.
Please do.
Sure. Who knows? But yes, it's so nice to see more of these points up on the board for these club champions.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, you saw on the second page, there are the other orgs like with that we just talked about. GK got 300 points for that 4th place finish. They will be on that list. Furia on there, FaZe on there, everybody we just talked about in Siege. So any additional bit of points does matter, because even if you're not able to claim the trophy, you're still jumping up and down the leaderboard. That's determining club championship prize pool money. So every win is still big.
Huge even. All right, well, this basically brings us to the end of Spotlight. But before I let you go, Mike, anything else that you want to say to all the adoring chess fans out there, the people who are excited for Magnus, or maybe the people who want to see someone else take the win in the future?
Well, I just say that Magnus wants a good rivalry. He loves sports.
Ooh.
If you ask him about the 1980s NBA basketball, he'll tell you all about Jordan and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. So he wants somebody to rise up and be a perennial challenger to him, because he knows that makes a good narrative in sports. Maybe Denis is becoming that person. Denis is only going to get better at 19. Magnus, he might get better, but he's trying to hold on to his skill set. So we could see, this Denis versus Magnus rivalry repeat at EWC next year. If not, there's, Nakamura still there, Ali Reza still there. So somebody is going to create a narrative to challenge Magnus every year.
Or hear me out, Glitter. You start your chess journey right now. You start training, and we see you here next year.
I've been thinking about it. This could be my calling.
It could. I believe in you, girl. Do you believe in Glitter?
Yeah, and I'd like for Checkmate to have some glitter bomb drop on the board.
You're making all the new rules from here on out.
Special move. You throw the glitter whenever there's a potential misplay or a fantastic play. But listen, that is it for the EWC Spotlight. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you next time. Glitter bomb.
know